A tournament stream, people. Here we go. I've done most of the management, or I've gone most of the management out of the way. The tournament has started 15 minutes ago. Sorry if you guys wanted to play, but link is in the description if you guys want to see the bracket. And starting off, we're going to be playing against Samurai Style. So the way that this tournament works, as a rough gist, is that it shall play out just as a double elimination format. We're using the same blind 7 format that I used last time, and we're also using the mod that improves the UI. Now there are a few changes that made it into the mod that were a bit unexpected, I guess to say. But it shouldn't be too much of a problem. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's just like small UI changes. Some of them I'm not the biggest fan of, but we'll see how it pans out. We'll see how it pans out. I'll probably do some polls in my chat after the fact. But hello, chat. I see McWright Face, Captain John Map, your Barney. Hello, hello. Chase Field. Shiro. I don't know how to say your name properly, but I see you all the time. Nevertheless, let's go ahead and add this bad boy right here. There you go. There's the factions that we have today. So, by the looks of it, I am bottom bracket. Okay, so I'm bottom bracket. So you pick 4 factions. There we go. Messaging my opponent. Hopefully it all goes well. What's up? What's up, Dobes? Hello. Call me Mr. 2 here. What's up? What's up? Love these tournament streams. You get decent viewership on them. Actually, oftentimes I get better viewership on these streams than I do for my single player content, which is quite surprising considering how big my audience, only 25% of my audience even plays multiplayer or has played multiplayer ever. So the fact that they're willing to watch is a very good sign. Potentially it's because they want to see the sick gameplay in multiplayer. Potentially they're just interested by what wind farming means. I have no idea. Though I do think wind farming is such an evocative title that does a little bit of the heavy lifting. Regardless, as long as people stick around, it should be a good time. Yeah, I know there's a lot of viewers too. Like a lot of my old school viewers are big fans of the. You guys are big fans of the old school Enticity. Bring the old Enticity back, where he just plays multiplayer all the time. So it's nice to have these streams in for you guys. New Pickman UI. It's custom, so this is on a separate website. Yeah, set up or found by Turin, set up by myself with all the Warhammer factions. Let's see here. So he's. So those are lined up with matchups. So Norska versus let's see, Vampire counts versus Dark Elves, etc. Just a heads up, since I'll be picking from one of them to play. There we go, just messaging my opponent, making sure that, let's see, are there any? So the maps on the left for the losers bracket. Yeah, starting from the left. Man, despite giving myself 15 minutes to do admin work, it turns out there's still be admin work to do. If you want to change any factions. There we go. Now, to make sure that this tournament doesn't go on for 9 hours, as they tend to do, we're going to be doing a good old double elimination best of 1 bracket. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the tournament only lasts 5 hours today. Is that too much to ask? Is it too much to ask? Perhaps. We'll see. It's probably why people watch multiplayer. They play single player, so it's nothing new. Oh, yeah. Yeah, multiplayer is like it's new, it's fancy. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the reason. Is anyone casting the tournament? Right here, buddy. I am the caster and the player at the same time. So if I get knocked out, I'll just cast until the finals. That's typically how I go about my own tournaments. Of course, I could just do only casting, but that would be boring. I love playing too much. Yeah, that's right. Jon Snow with the Oho. It is a little bit stressful given that I have to do adminning at the same time. Thankfully, domination rule sets are quite simple and pretty hard to screw up. So I typically don't have to do that much adminning aside from people being like, "Hey, where's my opponent at? What do I do if X happens? What do I do if Y happens? We played on the wrong map, etc., etc." But it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare, especially after the first 15 minutes. First 15 minutes is about 1/3 of the adminning work, and after 30 minutes, about 1/2 is complete. So just because of the nature of tournaments and people getting knocked out, so it should be fine. At Enticity, how would you build a corn roster for domination against Empire? Wagon spam. Corn roster, you want shielded guys. So either shielded marauders or shielded warriors. The silver shields will help them out a lot. And then you get some flesh hounds that mostly hang back and they countercharge when the opportunity presents itself. Oh, gotta clarify more stuff with my opponent, I think. Let's see this. No. All right, I gotta clarify real quick. So, you or me versus you. Yeah, I gotta do a little bit of clarifying, and then we should be good to go. So North versus Tomb Kings. A lot of the time, well, it is a good sign to have new players at least. If everyone knew exactly what was going on, then that'd be a little bit sketchy for me. Dark Elves versus Vampire counts. Tomb Kings versus Greenskins. Warriors of Chaos versus Wood Elves. Vampire counts versus Norska. And then Zinch versus Corn. So you're picking 4 of those with you on the and me on the left. There we go. That should be good. Hello, Terran. Hello. Skull cannons. Yo, skull cannons. I wish I could make them work. They're like, oh man, I don't know. Oh, skull cannons for the war wagons? All right. Madei, there you go. The word of Turin has spoken in the YouTube chat. He's saying that skull cannons are the way against war wagons. Do they actually kill entities though? This is what I'm wondering. All right. So we have our matchups from our opponent. Norska versus Tomb Kings. Dark Elves versus Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts versus Norska. Interesting. And Tomb Kings versus Greenskins. So I don't want to play Norska versus Tomb Kings. I could play Dark Elves versus Vampire Counts. Oh, I could play Tomb Kings versus his Greenskins. Now that just seems cruel. I could play Tomb Kings versus Greenskins. Oh my gosh, it's brutal. Yeah, I'll take that. Tomb Kings versus. Actually, you know what? Dark Elves versus Counts here. Is Dark Elves versus Counts a good idea here? You know, I want to do Dark Elves versus Vampire Counts. So here's the plan, guys. Here's the plan. We're on Black Ark, which is probably one of the least favored Vampire Counts maps out there. So as long as I can be pretty mobile, I should be fine. Oh, gotta look at this. More adminning. First time doing pick 7. We are having trouble understanding the pick ban system. Does top player pick any 4 matchups of the 7 factions we choose? Top player picks any of the 4. Then bottom picks 1. Order. Yeah. Well, there is no order, so there's no place where order matters or not. Let's see. Maybe I'll copy this for an example. Let's see here. Yep. There we go. Here's an example. Nice. We did it. We did it, chat. We're getting by. Let's see here. I think I have another. Yeah, I can send this screenshot. Here we go. So we do that. And then I think, yeah, okay, there we go. There we go. Anyways, where were we? Ah, yes. Dark Elves versus Vampire accounts. Incoming 4 Hex rates. Yo, with how much the Vampire accounts have been wrecking me in good old, in campaign, I gotta say, I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit afraid of cavalry nowadays, but I think we should be fine. I think, let's see, our vampire counts are quite susceptible to mobility in large maps. They have a very hard time getting around, generally. Of course, they can go heavy on the cavalry themselves, but that's not without some heavy counters from the enemy side. Good luck in the tournament. Hope you will have fun. Oh, most definitely. On Black Ark, use Black Ark Corsairs. It's easy. Very true, very true. The pro strat. The pro strat, just have Corsairs. Easy, man, easy. Honestly, that's not a terrible idea. That's Corsairs are exceptionally meta right now. Meme Riders? Are we talking about Cold One Knights or Dark Riders? Because Dark Riders are legit actually not that bad. Dark Riders are pretty hype. I wonder, does anyone know if Harpies trades into Fellbats nowadays? Is that a thing? Or do you mean Dark Rider crossbows? Okay, now you guys are talking about Cold One Knights if you're talking about anti-large and AP. Yeah, good old Cold One Knights. The poor guys, Though they did get buffed. They did get buffed, so I feel like they're not as bad as they used to be. They should be quite a bit better now that they don't rampage. Miners as the Dark Elves. It's too bad Dark Elves don't field any slaves. I guess they gotta be unique one way or another. Alright, so I think I got the gist of what I want to do here. I don't think my strategy overall is not going to be especially complex, let's say. There's not really a lot going on. More so, the plan is to just sort of outplay my opponent. Because generally, I feel like vampire counts don't really have a strong build that they can field versus Dark Elves. I don't think they have a crazy strong build that will just annihilate Dark Elves here. Just because I think Dark Elves generally control the mobility space, and on a map like Black Ark, it means that if my opponent spreads out, I should be able to punish them pretty hard for that. Tis the theory, though. Tis the theory. Completely untested. Enticity, can any faction run a pure hero squad with elites and single entities only and win? So in multiplayer, single entities are limited. They are limited to maximum 5 based on CA's army limits. So usually you can't. The closest thing we see to it is something like Lord Croak, a Dread Saurian, and 2 Rev Crystals with like Nakai or something, which ends up being like, oh, my game crashed. Oh, no, it didn't. It just wasn't responding for a half second. Anyways, the closest thing is Nakai, double Rev Crystal, Dread Saurian, and Croak. In which case, the answer is yes. The answer is yes, you can totally go only single entities against some factions. I wouldn't recommend the glorious Croak Saurian style all the time, that's for sure. But yeah, Shredder of last year is pretty hype. Anyways, let's go. Let's see how this pans out. Now we are using the improved multiplayer UI mod. And as soon as we load in, I can show it off. Easy, we take Marathi and a double reinforced unit of bow snakes. Oh, wait, wrong game. Oh, you had me a little bit confused there because I don't play a lot of Age of Sigmar. But yeah, we got Malekith here. Now this is one of the changes that I question a little bit. The HP is actually, it shows how much it's out of in terms of how close a unit is to heal cap. I don't know how I feel about it, because it does make this feel really cluttered, especially on shielded units. It was not intended to make it into this patch, but, you know, at least I can do a poll afterwards to see how people feel about it. Nevertheless, we still have the usual suspects. We have the good old draggable, reinforcements here. And in the capture point area, there should be flags which also show, what, who actually owns the victory points. Should be pretty hype. But other than that, nothing too crazy. Let's go ahead and tell our opponent that we're ready and get into the game. You can bring 6 exalted heroes in multiplayer. Is that still in? Is that a thing? Didn't we have to use the blood drop that we could mouse over to see the heal cap? Oh yeah, I think
We are ready.
yeah, there's I think like nowadays the unit has to be damaged a bit before you see the heal cap. I don't know exactly how these numbers work. Regardless though, shouldn't matter too much. For my opponent, you can see he has the good old Manfred von Karstein, not rocking the Buna. That is very important for my Dark Riders, as it will mean that they are able to shoot more freely. And as for his army, we're seeing a pretty low, pretty small army on the low ground. So I'm actually going to contest that, and should be good. Should be good. I'm not too worried about contesting that. In the meantime, I can mostly ignore Manfred. He's not too much of a problem. And we're oh yeah, the camera doesn't jump to location when you click on a point, so I don't have to, I can just summon from far away. Oh my gosh, I forgot how good that felt. I've been playing in Turns tournaments for a while now. So I'm sort of like, I was used to Turns tournaments. Really just, really going a little bit, like, just like having janky camera action, so this is a big plus. This is a big plus. In the meantime, we're just gonna be using Malekith to beat up these doggos. We have, of course, our chariots that can pick away at the, crypt horrors, and of course, now that my Dark Riders are safe, they can go ahead and find something to poke. Now, they don't have too much right now to take on, but there is the Stearns men, so let's go ahead and see how much damage we can do to them. The goal here is to maximize damage, by the way. That's the name of the game. And I'm spamming infantry down here since there's no mortis. So my guys aren't in too much danger of getting picked off. As for Manfred, he's not too scary. I can mostly fight him with Malekith. We both have exceptional amounts of healing, but Malekith is just a better fighter on his dragon mount. And to see my PC fell over. And now I'm very loud. What should I do? That is very strange. I have no idea. I have no idea what you should do. But anyways, regardless, I think we're doing pretty well. We're getting a lot of damage here. Malekith especially has taken very little damage from Manfred. And as long as I can take out sort of these higher priority threats, I think we'll be fine. Now, you might be thinking that over here on the top side, my forces are looking a little bit thin. Indeed, they are. They are a little bit thin, but overall, I'm pretty happy if my opponent decides to aggress me on this point, as I should be able to just bounce back and deal with them there. A couple Hex Wraiths do get onto the battlefield, so I'm just going to do a little bit of a rotation, and in doing so, I should be able to secure this low ground, no problem. As for the high ground, we're mostly just going to keep it safe. I could summon in some Dark Shards. I'm going to choose not to, just because I don't want to risk getting getting pulled apart here and outmaneuvered, as I don't have that much infantry. And usually, if your infantry is getting dived in on top of, it can be a very, very bad time. It's almost always a misplay if your infantry's getting dived on, so you have to be very careful about that. Oh man, pretty nasty Wind of Death on my repeater crossbows. Thankfully for me, they were fairly I think it was a normal cast, so they actually didn't take too much damage. So that's pretty good for him. In the meantime, we'll just keep firing at these guys. There's a couple Fellbats. Not the biggest problem in the world. I think if I just pull these guys back, I should be able to dive them. Oh, but the zombie summon, look at that. He gets a nice zombie summon on my crossbows. Pretty good shutting down tech on him. We'll see if I can kill these bats with the Dark Rider charge. I think that should be enough. In the meantime, I think my infantry is doing fine here. It seems like my chariots are doing okay. And we have a big fight on this point over here. Now, it is on my side of the battlefield, so I'm very happy to be in that position. And as long as my Dark Riders are able to find safety, I think we'll be okay. Another really weird thing is that the Vampire Counts don't have that much capture weight. Oh, you can actually see in the top, you can see the capture weight value. So point number 1 actually showing that he's capping it at 3 per second. Pretty useful, pretty useful. Now, it is extra information, so I don't know how much that actually will end up affecting gameplay. But we'll see. We'll see how people feel about it in the long run. In the meantime, I do think I finally have a nice infantry advantage here. So yeah, I'm going to be just taking the fight over there. As for Malekith, we should be able to continue harassing good old Manfred. Of course, our Soul Stealers are great. And then mostly I think we just need the Dark Rider repeater crossbows to get as much damage as they can. Yeah, I know. Look at this. Look at this fancy tech up top. It was actually more. It does impact the game though, which is why I was sort of on the fence about it. I wanted to do a bigger poll before we added it to the game because it does actually impact gameplay. Like, I knew that if I threw my chariots on the point, I'd be able to hold the top area. So unfortunately, it still isn't. But hey, we'll see. At least people can vote on it afterwards. So for Malekith, it looks like the Vargeists are doing a lot of damage. My opponent's sort of on the verge of winning this low ground area. We'll see how much my crossbows can do, especially since I think this high ground area is won by me. And as for Malekith, I think if we just line up for another Soul Stealer here, that should be the end of these guys. A couple crossbows into those there. Oh, I have skirmish mode on reinforcements. That's a shame. Regardless, a couple crossbows on these guys. There's the big Soul Stealer. And it should be enough to win over there. Over here we have some bats. I'm gonna get some contingency riders to defend my my crossbows. As for Malekith, he's totally fine. He's insanely good in multiplayer right now. If you needed a legendary lord in multiplayer, my recommendation is definitely Malekith. Are we voting for things today? Generally, probably not. Probably not, as this is a competitive tournament. I don't wanna completely throw, but if you guys have suggestions, feel free to throw them in. All right, now checking back up on Malekith, it looks like he's doing okay. Hasn't fallen just yet. We have a very secure capture weight on both sides of the battlefield, and it seems like over here, it seems like I'm winning. Vampire Counts rely a lot on their Mortis engine to deal with all of the chaff. So as long as I make sure that none of those sort of big single entities show up on the field, and as long as I can keep my ranged online and operational to pressure them off the battle, we should be good for this. Enta, I don't know how to say your name, but I'll just call you Anta, saying, how should I build my army around Malekith? Mostly Corsairs is the name of the game. Corsairs are a really safe pick right now in multiplayer. They got buffed as of the most recent patch, so they're very happy about yeah, they're very happy about their position right now. Ogres, my lord. Oh boy, yeah, the good old the weakest faction in multiplayer right now. Totally, man, totally. Yeah, ogres are I don't know what it is about them that even makes them weak. That's the weird part. I guess they run into a lot of counters. They don't do that well versus artillery play. They have pretty good artillery of their own. In fact, they even do, I think, pretty well against a lot of... They do pretty well against a lot of melee-based factions, I feel. But their overall DPS is really bad. Like, I think their infantry playstyles is what holds them back the most, if I had to guess. Just because if they Ogre Bulls alone generally won't win a frontline fight very decisively. But there we go. We're gonna be capturing this point in a second at a pace of 7 per second. This is really cool. This is a feature that I really do want added into Domination, though because it's not an actual gameplay change. I'll have to see if it's, or because it is a gameplay change, I'll have to do a proper vote on it to see what people feel. But it's pretty fancy. Like, this is exactly what we would want CA to have added in the game. And look at that, the banner changes too when I capture the point. This is what you can unlock with mods, guys. It's crazy. This modder's been adding in a ton of features. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Though it feels pretty nice. It feels pretty nice actually knowing how much capture weight is on a point. Because otherwise it is actually just completely hidden to the player otherwise. Yeah, the modder's getting more work done than CA. Classic, guys. Regardless, we should be winning this in a second here. At a pace of 180 a minute. It means that this should be over in roughly 3 minutes. I don't really see what he can do much else at this point. We have a huge lead in terms of gold value. Malekith still walking about 2 more Soul Stealers in the bag. Each one does about 700 damage, and that's enough to kill off Manfred. Oh, but look at this. A Wind of Death. Oh my gosh, hitting his own units. A bit unfortunate for him. His Skeleton Warrior's taking a little bit of damage. Let's go ahead and get a couple Dark Riders, and then I'm going to see if I can finish the job here. The goal is to kill off Manfred, and that should be the killing blow here. Sort of slam a Soul Stealer right on top of him. Is this mod allowed in a tournament? This mod is... I am playing a tournament, and I am using this mod. Though, most people... the thing is, the mod... Both people need to be running the mod for it to work. Otherwise, you can't play against each other. So... you can't get an advantage that your opponent doesn't have, is what I'm saying here. Thankfully. Are you supposed to overcast Winds of Death? Most of the time, yes. Yeah. Alright, nice. Looking pretty good. Manfred does escape, though, but he will be eating a Soul Stealer in a second. Your life shall end soon, Manfred. Unless he heals up. He might heal up. How much life does he have left? 1,100? I think he just barely survives a Soul Stealer, sadly. Regardless, though, we should be good. SFO tournament when? That would be something. I don't think we'll ever do it, but it'd be interesting. The balance would be terrible, though. I would guess. Oh, looks like Manfred's going for the final fight. Let's make sure we don't throw away my my Lord, as I always do, apparently. Come on, 5 seconds until we get another Soul Stealer. And there we go. That should be it. Oops, accidentally misclicked it, but regardless, we're gonna hit Manfred. That's all that matters. After it lands once, it is actually undodgeable, so that should be the end of good old Manny over there. At least I think so. 500 HP. 2 more seconds. Oh, he might barely live. Look at that leadership on the Manfred. Oh my gosh, what a beast. What a beast. Whose tournament is this? It is my tournament, yeah. I do host my own tournaments from time to time. Come on, Manfred. Why you gotta do this? He's so low. Now, if this was an actual, if this was like against like Mofed or something, I definitely would not want to keep Malekith landed here, as you run the risk of losing him by just getting charged up a lot. You don't want to overcommit trying to kill a Lord. Is a general pretty safe rule of thumb. In this case, though, we have enough infantry where even if Malekith does die, I don't think it's much of a problem. Oh, interesting. He actually gets an attack animation on him there. But let's see here. Will Malekith die? Or will Manfred die? He's at 300 HP. He dodges the first attack, but he's crumbling down. I think Malekith barely wins this out. It was a little bit sketchy, though. That late game micro of keeping Manfred alive is crazy. Casual 9,000 gold lead. Yeah, though Vampire Counts do have healing. I guess I have healing too, though, but regardless, pretty good, pretty good. I think this build is quite strong. You basically force the Counts to have to play in a blob to survive against crossbows. And then once you pull them apart, you can just take favorable fights. Like, look at that. 6,500 damage. Bonkers damage, man. Bonkers. 6,500. And this is why you want to overcast Winds of Death. The normal cast just isn't really worth it. Only 1,500 damage for him. Alright, nice. What? Nice, nice. 1 second, guys. Sorry, just had to blow my nose there. Wanted to spare you guys the visuals. All right. I think we're good there. Nice. So let's go ahead and get into our next opponent. It is best of one, so hopefully it's a fairly fast tournament today. So let's see, that's Vampire Counts against Dark Elves. Based on that game, I feel like Dark Elves are pretty commanding. I don't think Vampire Counts have a lot of tools to deal with Dark Riders. Dark Rider crossbows specifically. So maybe that's a matchup I'll be picking more often. I didn't even bother to take a Regiment of Renown. I think the Dark Elves honestly have some of the weaker Regiments of Renown in the game. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Dark Elves don't have, I feel like they don't have loads. I guess the Harpies, the ROR Harpies those might be the best ones that I can think of, sadly. I don't know. I guess like what they have the flying skirmishers. They have dark shards with extra range. The chill of Sontar. There's just nothing really good for them. They have a lot of okay regiments for now, and that's about it. Hydra's crazy versus undead. The regen and fire damage. Yeah, just the normal Hydra. Funnily enough, the chill of Sontar doesn't even have fire damage, so it's not even good there. How where will it even? I don't know. Though I will say I have found people that do use the chill of Sontar effectively, so I don't want to knock it too much. It's not a terrible unit. It's just not like a must pick. I don't know how to join with code. Here's new lobby. I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? You guys think Chill of Sontar is sick or sort of meh? Dark Elf wind farming? Yo, Dark Elves are great in the meta right now. Let's see here. Next map should be, no, next map is Crossing. Crossing the Sea of Claws. There we go. Should be Crossing the Sea of Claws. Let's see here. Yeah, Crossing the Sea of Claws. Where do you get Grove of Slaughter from? Grove of Slaughter is like round 4. Oh, it's because the UI is super botched. Yo, let me show this to you, chat. Oh my gosh, the UI here is so botched on Turin's website. He's gonna get it fixed, so you know, no problem. But yo, look at this. Look at this, guys. It is a sight to see. Yeah, you seeing this? So like the maps don't line up with they don't line up with the bracket. Not to mention there's also 4 maps, but the bracket only has 7 rounds. So it's like maximum confusion. But regardless, people can get by. At least the maps are in order at the top. That's all I really need. But yeah, the jank. Yeah, we can bash CA for their bugs, but I think that's a pretty dramatic bug. Imagine if in multiplayer. Well, actually no, there was a time when you can queue as Demons of Chaos, right? So I guess it's I guess maybe it is maybe it's just common for everyone. As it turns out, software development is hard. Yeah, guess the map tournament. Ooh, very fun. Now, we're on a map that I would say is pretty bad for ranged factions. We're on Crossing of the Sea of Claws. Very wide, open map. So I'm going to be very careful about the factions that I pick here. It's so risky. I don't want to pick meme factions, do I? Maybe a little bit of the memes. What's the harm of a little bit of meming, right? Alright, guys. Alright, guys. Rate my faction selection. Oh my gosh, you picked dwarves? This guy. He's picking dwarves versus me? Alright. Here's the matchup chart, guys. Empire versus dwarves. What do you guys think? You are pick 4 first. Yeah, you think we should play Empire vs. Dwarves? The suffering of matchups. I can't believe it. We actually got two weaker factions against each other. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect because now we can, if he wants to, I'll play it. A lot of people say dwarves counter the Empire though, but I feel like on a wider map, I feel like Empire might have a small lead. Watch out for the Slayer Rush as usual, yeah. You always gotta be a little bit wary of it. Don't dwarves win that really easily? They win it on land battles. That's because they can keep their formations together, though. Slaanesh, Dark Elves, Greenskins, Dwarves. Slaanesh, Dark Elves, Greenskin, Dwarves. Okay, so that'd be versus Warriors of Chaos. That'd be Slaanesh. What's it? Greenskins, Tomb Kings, and then Emp. Paired in that order. Alright, interesting. Do we kill dwarves? This guy's an ODM though. I don't want to just throw versus a clanmate. I feel like that'd be bad content. Now, winning versus a clanmate, that's obviously where it's at. The obvious pick here would be if I go Tomb Kings into his Greenskins. They're paired in the order we picked them. Feel free to repick. People just getting used to the pick 7, to the blind 7 system. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. I'll let him repick. Because, maybe he doesn't want to play dwarves into my Empire, Obviously, as a renowned Empire player, you gotta be real careful about that. No mercy for clanmates. I feel like that's the way to go. Oh, Slaanesh! Let's just close that real quick. Everyone here watched Turin's recent video on the Empire vs. Dwarves. I thought it was Dwarves vs. Cathay. Did he put out a new video today? Let's see. Turin put out a video, new domination maps. Is this the answer? Empire vs. Dwarves? Okay, guys, 1 second. I'm gonna be cheating. Is this the answer? Is it the answer? I don't know. Turin with the clickbait? What is this? Hellstorm rocket batteries and an Empire captain? Okay, who won though? Who won? Okay, spoilers for Turin's video. It was not the answer. Oh my gosh. The rule of thumb that I think is hilarious. If you ever see a news site that proposes a question to you, the answer is always no. So if they're like, have physicists found a new dimension? The answer is no. If they're asking the question, it's gonna be no, because if it was true, they would just tell you. They would be, scientists have found a new dimension. But they gotta ask it because the answer isn't exciting enough. Such is the way of marketing. If you pick Zinch, it's versus Zinch. Tomb Kings is versus Zinch? Yes. Yep, just helping him through the pick system. But yeah, it's hilarious how consistently, anytime I browse any news, it's so funny how consistently it is no to the answer. I do the same thing though for my YouTube videos. So I'm not on it. I don't want to be, I'm not on no high horse here. I'm just sort of pointing out how it is. Let's see here. Everything is available. If it's not fixed next patch, then I'll start banning them. Alright. There we go. Just clarifying a few things. For this tournament, the Tomb King's infinite ammo bug is actually available to people. I honestly don't think the infinite ammo bug is that much of a problem. But if you do, you're free to ban Tomb Kings. Every single round, too. You can make it where you just never face Tomb Kings, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Not to mention Slaanesh is also available in this tournament, so we need someone who can fight them. Alright, nice. Just catching up with chat. Do a gun spam, man. I'll see if I can do a range spam. Against dwarves, that's not too bad. We could do something like that. The Vampire Coast passive is also available. Feel free to do whatever. Get your cheese on, you know? De-summon your Skaven Lord as a Skaven slave and get +8 leadership. Just, you know. It's, for me, it's like the overhead that comes with having to constantly worry about making sure your build is right. It's just a bit annoying. And I don't think it matters that much. Though who knows, I might be wrong. If the bugs stay around for the next patch, and it sort of starts getting a bit samey and boring, then I'll probably start banning them. But anyways, he picks Tomb Kings into my Tzeentch. He picks Dwarves into Empire, Slaanesh into Chaos, and Tzeentch into Norska. Dang, that's a scary lineup. What do I want to do versus that? So that's versus my Tzeentch. Do I just go Empire into Dwarves? I think I do. I think I do. You know what? Empire versus Dwarves. Let's do it. What did I ban? Nothing is banned. Alright, here we go. Empire versus Dwarves, guys. The other matchups are actually pretty bad for me. I feel like Empire have a good chance versus Dwarves because Dwarves don't really have they don't really got that much. Dwarves tend to run out of steam towards the end of the battle, I find. They also lack a lot of mobility, which can run them into many issues. So I feel like I should be able to outmaneuver them. Anyone think I'm crazy here? Anyone feeling the crazy city vibes? I don't really feel like dwarves have I just really feel like they don't have what it takes. On a map like Crossing of the Sea of Claws too, by the way. This means that they have to spread out if they want to get multiple points. It is impossible for them to do otherwise. Turn always repeats dwarves are his worst matchup as an Empire main. Okay, very true, very true. You know, maybe we're just gonna get waffle stomped here, but at the very least, it'll be a good learning experience. I love how if I had picked, like, literally any other faction, this would be not nearly as scary, but regardless, I think it'll be a fun one. I could have played Slaanesh. I guess I had Slaanesh into a faction, whatever. Well, no, he banned that one out, so I couldn't play Slaanesh into him. Let's see here. What is this? That's pretty good. Enticity is the meta Empire greater than Dowie. If I win, chat. If I win today, here and now. Here and now. Then, I don't know, what are the stakes? What are the stakes if I win now, guys? Do I get anything? Do I get any bonus points for winning here? I guess I get a win as Empire. It's one of the rarest faction icons to get on Turn's website right now. Empire is incredibly hard to get. Did I miss some good matches? Only one, only one. I've been busy doing a lot of adminning today, so I've only played my first game so far. If you lose ogres, if I lose, I have to play ogres next match. So if I lose, I have to lose the tournament. Is what you're saying? Because that's what I'm reading, my dude. What's it? Dwarves have 30% magic resist. So that means, geez, that's so much magic resist. Magic resist is through the roof. Okay, I remember what the old meta was. Something like this. Something like this. Yeah. Oh man, this is really janky old meta. It's been a while since I played this matchup. Now, funnily enough, I did actually prefer this back in the Warhammer. Back in the good old Warhammer 2 days, I would happily play as the Empire into the Dowie. Happily. I would take it any opportunity I could. And I would win sometimes. There are times where I did win in when I did that. So I feel like in this circumstance, you know, if I can just sort of channel the inner Enticity, the old Enticity that would crush it in tournaments, I think we should be good. I'm getting a message. All right, there we go. Messages have been dealt with. Anyone need adminning? Let's see, which map is the first round of the losers bracket? Maps are bugged for losers. Just go left to right. There we go. That should be good enough, right? No problem. I miss the old Enticity. Yo, what happened to the old Enticity? I used to stream multiplayer every day, and now look at me. And now I'm streaming tournaments. Oh man, yo, one day though, one day, you know, when I finally stop playing Warhammer, there will be people that will be talking about the old Enticity. They'll be like, yo, what happened? Why is he playing? I don't know. Why is he playing Total War 40k now? Why can't he just play Warhammer forever? The always win farming. Yo, in my Twitch days though, I was in my prime. I was in my prime. How much I've fallen. Although technically I've gained. I've climbed up the ladder in terms of my top percentage in terms of players. Because before, there were like a handful of players that could just wipe the floor with me. But with the advent of domination, a lot of the old guard decided to retire. And that was my opportunity to take the lead. Now there's only like there's like a countable amount of people that I can say are definitively better than me. But otherwise, I'm feeling pretty strong. For the person that on Twitch, Ubaldo, asking for some gun spam. We do have some powder spam here. We have the Sunmaker. We have a million crossbows to summon in. Should be pretty fun. For my opponent, he has a build of 13. But we do outrange his cannons. I also have cannons of my own in case he brings grudge throwers. So I'm feeling pretty confident about this build. Immensely confident. Yeah, lots of gunpowder. Lots of gunpowder. The question is, where are we going to get line of sight? What I'm thinking is we position right here. He's going to line up on this hill. Sort of like so, right? And then I can get a concave like so. If he has grudge throwers here, that's fine. We'll both be hammering with our artillery pieces. And then the question is, what other points do I take? I can take this area with cavalry. Maybe he leaves slayers there. I can get my crossbowmen to just sort of line up here. Or maybe... Well, actually, yeah, we'll do that, right? We'll just sort of get these 2 points. If he overcommits on one, then we can head straight into the middle. This is like a classic sort of format. This is how I usually like playing this map. So we should be fine. What the Felix? He has a Felix. So it looks like Boris is going to have some time cycle charging. We also have the Pit of Shades. Decent versus dwarves because of armor piercing, but nothing special. And it seems like for his army, he's actually going pretty Longbeard heavy. Surprisingly Longbeard heavy, actually. I don't know how I feel about that, but we shall see. In the meantime, we'll get some pot shots at the Longbeards. See how well they do. I think my greatswords on this point will be better suited, since I completely outrange him on this flank. Maybe he has a bunch of rangers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He has 3 rangers somewhere in here. So I have to be a little bit wary that they'll be popping up. I'm not that worried though, since my handgunner should still power through them, no problem. As for his cannons, we don't want to lose our Hellstorm here. We'll see if it can actually trade into those cannons. It's doing a lot of damage from the get-go. So as long as we don't lose too many entities, we should be fine. Barely hits one of my things, but actually it just manages to stay alive. That's good. And nice. I guess we can use Boris here to rout these guys off. I'm seeing a pretty heavy commitment on this area. I might have to pull back, which is totally fine by me. And as for the Hellstorm Rocket Battery, of course, as usual, it's a terror. Hellstorm Rocket Battery is incredibly strong, guys. Is incredibly strong. Ah, there we go. There's the Quarrelers. I knew there'd be some Rangers here. Now they are a little bit squishy. I should be able to hit them up with the Pit of Shades action. There we go. Just slam it right on top of him, and then I should be able to punish him for overextending here. Let's go ahead and get some great swords to hold up for my handgunners in case they do need that help. Then we'll just use Boris to rout these guys off. We're just making it as hard as humanly possible for him to shut down this rocket battery. As hard as humanly possible. There we go. We rout off those guys. The cannons are routing. I'm feeling pretty good about my position so far. Not to mention we can desummon the rocket battery, so that just makes life way better. As for Boris, he can put a little bit of a butt whooping on Felix, so I'm not too worried about that. And here we go, the handgunners are here, so they should be able to get some beautiful lines of fire into that area. And I'm not too worried about capturing points. I mostly am just playing for value trades here. So, we just gotta be a little bit careful and we'll be okay. Let's see, what do I want next though? That's a real question. I'm honestly just thinking more crossbows. Because as long as we have the range advantage here, we're fine. Wow, those Ranger great weapons got shot by they got shot by the handgunners while the Longbeards were on the approach. That's vicious. That should be able to rout them off, no problem. And then next up is these miners, so that volley routs them off. Now we just gotta get those miners out of the way. Let's go ahead and bring in the support tools that we need. Get in my knights to chase off some of those guys. And then the rocket battery can just batter some more dwarf warriors. Look at those handgunners, though. Oh my gosh. That is disgusting. Oh my gosh. I don't even need Boris there. Yeah, screw that. Who needs Boris when you just have the power of the Empire ranged? Oh my goodness. Look at the Hellstorm rocket batteries annihilating them. Oh my gosh. Look at some Longbeards got in here. Yeah, this is what I mean, guys. That's what I mean. You think Empire is good? You think Empire is gonna lose to some pesky dwarves? The dwarves got nothing on the power of the Empire. Oh man, yeah, significantly cheaper handgunners is always great. What's that? Some more Longbeards. We'll hit them up with the artillery. Should be fine. And then soon enough, I can even desummon it, which will be really good for me. Let's go ahead and get my crossbows here. See, the dwarves have been absolutely annihilated by 5 handgunners. Disgusting, absolutely disgusting, but Boris is taking some damage. Let's go ahead and pull him back to safety a little bit. Don't want him getting murdered here. Hellstorm rocket batteries out of ammunition. Will I get 900 gold off of desummoning them? Yes, that is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I get 900 gold for that? The Hellstorm rocket battery got me so much value and it's giving me 900 gold. Oh my gosh. Well, I'd say we've done it. Like, there's not a lot left you can really do here. Let's turn fire at will off. Never mind, there's nothing left alive over there. Oh my goodness, look at this. Yeah, this is a terrible map for dwarves too. Don't get me wrong. Dwarves are still very strong versus the Empire. This map's just really bad for them. Like, exceptionally bad. Just because they have to spread out so much. Alright, let's start making this transition over here. We have a million crossbows, so I'm not too worried. And having the range advantage is huge. Huge here too. Oh, look at that. We got some guys here. Blasting charges on my knights, a little bit painful. Let's pull these knights away. We should have the capture point secured. You can see because of the UI at the top, we know that it's secure, thank goodness. And let's just get him out of here. As for my wizard, let's save him from Felix. I want Felix killing him. Get another great sword going. And we're just gonna keep bouncing the knights around. Now, Boris is dying, which is not great. Let's go ahead and save them from the Slayers. I thought those were Dwarf Warriors. It turns out they were not. Those were totally Slayers. Nevertheless, nothing a little Pit of Shades action can't deal with. It gets the job done. In the meantime, we also have our handgunners here. They can start firing into these guys. And as long as Boris makes it out alive, I'm not too worried. That was a little bit of a throw, taking that much damage on Boris. Has me a teensy bit worried, but I think we're okay. Let's go ahead and get a couple more handgunners here. They can make the transition pretty fast. And honestly, I think we have a snipe opportunity on this guy over here soon. I think we can just snipe out Thorek. He's pretty exposed right now. So I feel like if we just focus fire him, Boris is dead. No, not like this. Not like this. Is my confidence? Am I throwing again? Oh my gosh. Those Slayers did so much damage. It's fine, though. It's fine. We can punish Thorek. We can punish him for his transgressions against the Empire. And then maybe I just resummon, maybe I resummon, good old, what's his face? I can resummon my guy. I can resummon my Lord Boris. We'll save up for it. You know, he's a good source of terror. He's a good source of leadership. We want him back. There we go. Tit for tat. Tit for tat. We killed off. He killed my lord, I kill his lord. Easy, guys, easy. Alright, there we go, we're fine. Boris will be back in a moment anyways, right? Jeez. Resummon him? Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Because I think resummoning Thorek isn't the biggest play for him. And as long as I keep my great swords from getting blasted, we're good. Alright, nice. Split these guys so that the Slayers don't get too much damage in. Looks like my handgunners are doing great on this flank. And then, I guess, ooh, I can put shades those miners. That'd be pretty good. There we go. Looks like those guys are suffering pretty hard. My great swords are finding the perfect targets for themselves. And Boris should be back in a second. Now that Pit of Shades is to make sure that this one handgunner unit can beat that miner unit. Typically you don't want to just normal cast Pit of Shades willy-nilly, but in this case it should work out pretty well. And Boris is back in a second here. Let's get my wizard in there. Now we don't have the points actually captured, which is a little bit scary. I guess I do have a pretty immense value lead, which is good. We do finally have Boris back to snipe out Felix. Very nice, very nice. Okay, and now we're just doing cleanup. Now we're just doing cleanup. These handgunners, though, have so much value. You know how much value these guys have gone? They routed off, like, 5 dwarf units. It's insane. Alright, let's get them back in there. Boris is very important here. You'd be surprised, because despite the dwarves having very high leadership, you do want the terror to reduce their leadership. Without terror, dwarves will and can cause you very, very many problems, as they'll just hold for way longer than you want them to. So, very important that we have that. As for these miners, I'm just gonna bring back one handgunner unit so that I do have a little bit of crossfire on them, just to make sure that they don't get on top of my guys. As for these guys, we'll just keep hammering these warriors on their flanks. Seems like Felix is routing. Feels like we're capturing this point soon. And then I gotta figure out what I want to summon next. There we go. Crossfire handgunners is in. I say we honestly just get a Zintlers and kill these rangers. Dwarf rangers are very good at winning the ranged fight, but they will die very quickly to cavalry. So as much as cavalry can have a hard time for slayers, you do want at least a few of them here. Come on, rout, you darn slayers. That was so close. That was incredibly close. They almost annihilated me there, but we're good. And there we go. We have the point captured. Nice. There we go. There we go. We're good. Not even close. Wow, it is such a good call I brought these guys. Yeah, Crossfire Hurricane. Yeah, we're getting so much crossfire with our range. It's insane. Alright, so I think, what's it? We've established that a Pit of Shades and 2 handgunners will rout off some Slayers. In this case, I'm going to have a Boris here, so I don't need to use my Pit of Shades. That should save me a little bit of trouble. Nice, get more crossfire on these guys. Crossfire is the name of the game, guys. Let's see, what I can't get now, though. I don't have any more... I wish I had more great swords. In the future, I'll probably spam them out a bit more. But, I guess this is fine. I might even be able to get a Hellstorm again. Is that a terrible idea? Honestly, he doesn't have an answer to it, right? So, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. I don't know how I feel about getting another Hellstorm. It is a nice way of spending my resources, which is pretty important here. I guess for now, I can just get an Empire Knight, because I want to take this 3rd point in case things get too feisty. And we'll just keep firing at these guys. The dreaded 7,000 value lead, I know, right? We've army wiped them. We've army wiped them at the 10-minute mark. There's not much else he can do now. And the resummoning of Boris is so hard for him to deal with. Because, like, without a better formation, without a big dive-in on the enemy, it's just really hard to... It's really hard to get, to not get shot up by crossbows. You need that range superiority if you're playing as the dwarves. And look at that, these guys are almost terror routed because of Boris. Insanity. Also, I think resummoning the handgunners is the way to go. That feels about right. Might even want to resummon some great swords. Look at this, the Longbeard collapse. Is it good or is it bad? Look at that damage. Oh my gosh. Look at that damage. A full surround barely gets a quarter HP damage now. Not that much damage, sadly. But regardless, at least the Slayers are dead. And honestly, I think we just make them suffer. Get the Hellstorm rocket battery back. Okay, yeah, no, it's over. GG! Yeah, routing off the Slayers, pretty hard task. Pretty hard task. I guess we're gonna route them into the afterlife. Pro strat, guys. Yeah, there we go, the gun spam. It still works. It still works. Look at that value. Oh my gosh. Look at that value. This was all single summoned. My entire value lead was on my handgunners. Not to mention the Hellstorm rocket battery that, because it gave me 800 or 900 gold value back, this bad boy, gave me 3,000 value. Insane. Absolutely insane. Boris died to Slayers. Not insane. But regardless, if you want to try... I should make a counter video. I should make a counter video. Okay, actually no, this is brilliant. I'm gonna make a counter video to Turin. Okay, and we're gonna call it... we're gonna call it This Is the Answer. Empire vs. Dwarves. Use the exact same thumbnail. It'll be great. Oh man, this is the answer. Same thumbnail as Turin. We'll do it. Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be great. And instead of Turin's logo, I'll make it my logo. Oh my gosh. Oh, it'll be amazing. Yeah, 50-minute break, guys, while I set up my builds and factions. Look at that. Want to know? I told you guys, dwarves. They're amazing. Let's see here. Or I mean Empire. Empire versus dwarves. Yeah, dwarves are not amazing. They suffer. Dwarves do be suffering. The answer is Enticity. Goblin YouTuber? I know. Yeah, the trolling potential is insane. Alright, nice. So we have Zyphos against Nog. Zyphos will be coming in after his opponent is done being matched against. I'm just assuming that Zyphos is going to win it. Maybe that's a bit BM to good old Mog, but unfortunately Zyphos has been in the game for many years now, maybe like 3 or 4 years, so if I had to talk about who I think is favored, it'd definitely be him. 10 out of 10 content if you do that. I think that'd be hilarious. Yeah, okay. Maybe... do I do that now? Do I do that now while we wait? Let's see here. I need a way to grab Turin's thumbnail, though. Let's see here. If I get this bad boy and do, what do I need? I need to open up my GIMP. Paint, Chrome, Warhammer, Discord me. Where's the GIMP at? Do I not have it open? Yeah, let's see here. Why can't I? Ah, there we go. Okay, just took a second. Okay, nice. Oh, oh wait. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, you can see my work on the GeoGuessr thumbnail. Look at this bad boy. Look at this bad boy. Look at that. My UI wasn't nearly as good on stream, but I'm thinking either something like this, or maybe like I have a mammoth in the background. I'm sort of undecided. I don't know which, because like this one, you might not recognize Gochek and Felix if it's only like this big, right? But if you do the mammoth in the background, I feel like it's a bit more hype. Regardless though, where's Turin's thing? I need to grab her. Enticity 2022. My bad. Ethnicity 2022. There you go. Definitely not me. Where's Turin's thumbnail? Let's see here. So if I go to... Can't believe I'm doing this. Let's see here. Here we go. Is this the answer? Dwarves. Empire versus dwarves. Gochek and Felix is super recognizable. You think you're good either way? Okay, I can live with that. Okay, nice, nice. Here we go. Let the shenanigans commence. I'd spectate a game, but the problem is that, let's see. Oh, is that? I think that's the War Wagon from Marcus Wolfhart's trailer, but whatever. Mine doesn't need to be that high definition, right? I think the Mammoth pick is better. The Mammoth pick might just be more evocative. Like, it might be more eye-catching. There's also not a lot of people that, there's not a lot of people that really know, that they might not know Warhammer that I'm trying to attract here with the sick plays. All right, you know what? We'll just copy exactly over here. Nice. There we go. We'll leave all of that there. All right. Okay. And then how do you get rid of a question mark? What's the jankiest way possible I can do this? You guys think this works? Oh, whoops. What if I like? No, it's a thumbnail, right? No one's gonna notice. No one's gonna notice if it's a little bit janky, right? Come on. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, Pro Editor Enticity. This should tell you right now, guys. If you want to be big on YouTube, if you want to make it big on YouTube, you don't gotta be good at editing, or you don't gotta be good at you don't have to be that good at at making thumbnails look good. You just need to be good at selling the thumbnails, you know? Oh yeah, look at that, seamless, seamless. Oh my gosh, you can't even tell. Look at that. Ah, you can sort of tell. Just drag it more, drag it more. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Nobody can tell. Let's see here. Then what? You know what? What if I just like black this out? What if I just black this out? You think that works? Should I just black it out? I guess I could do this, right? Just grab this and boom. Oh yeah, the unspeakable horrors that I am committing to editors everywhere. to people that do actual art. This is how you do it, right? You just smudge tool everything. Like, come on, no one's gonna notice. Yeah, I can definitely tell. Nah, look at that, seamless, absolutely seamless. Ninja photoshopping. Oh my gosh. You know what? This 28, boom, it's gone. You can't even tell. Oh yeah. All right, there we go. Nice. No one. Look at that. It's perfect. You can't tell on thumbnail size. You show this to anybody, they're gonna be like, "Wow, look at that. It's the answer." All right, sick. We've done it. We've done it, people. What is this red bar doing here? It's just the solution. Smudge tool is the answer to everything. You know what? I think we literally. You know what? Let's make this even more OP. You know, saturation boost this. Saturation boost this to like 1,000,000, right? Oh yeah, no, this is great. This is great. So I saturation boost this, right? How much? How much though, right? You know, I could just do it like this. And then we slam in like a fat exclamation mark to seal the deal, right? So we go like yellow, big yellow, exclamation mark. Make this size 300. That's not even that big. 900. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. It's not even big enough to to show the whole thing. Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. This is amazing. Oh my gosh. All right, nice. Yeah, this is good. This is beautiful. All right, is Zyphos done his match yet? What's this man doing? Zyphos taken forever to do his match. We got a whole thumbnail done before he did. Let's see. The answer. There we go. .jpg. Sick. Yo, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be beautiful. Oh my gosh. Everyone's gonna be like, wait, didn't Turin already post this? They're not gonna click the video. I love how Enticity hasn't even watched Turin's video. I watched the beginning and the end, alright? Alright, there was the red bar. I watched like a quarter of it, man. Needs a face? Ah, man, I wish. I wish the face matter was still here. It'd be so easy. Oh, looks like we need to do some modding. Let's see here. Mr. Adam has messaged at Mongo. Are you ready? Okay. Let's see here. In 3 min. If he doesn't respond here, you take the win. There we go. Adminning complete. Just tell them that they take the win. Anyways. The Empire build, guys. Look at this. The answer. It's right here. Oh, man. This is great. I should do more. I should like make my videos while streaming. That's how you really get the efficiency going in. Zyphos played with them? Zyphos played with them. Let's see here. You can DM Zyphos then. But players should be here. Let's see, what? Zyphos messaged him? Alright, 1 second, guys. Adminning away. The adminning is endless. Let's see here. Who's this? Mongo? Okay, I found him. Can I copy this guy's ID? How do I connect him? Hey, nice. Alright, well, anyways. I think I already gave the ruling. Here, rules are that you take the win. Alright, there we go. Adminning done. We're up against Zyphos, people. We're up against Zyphos. Zyphos of Clan ODM. The oldest, by far, the oldest active clan member that we have in the entire clan. Wrong army blocker. He's newer to domination. So while his micro might be insane, we'll see how good his actual playing is. And a very avid elf main. So if you guys enjoy your elves, Zyphos is the man to take a look at, as he's constantly trying to innovate on them. He hates the meta. He despises the meta with his cold elven heart. So hopefully he doesn't just straight up play Slaanesh today and we lose. Hopefully we actually get some sick elf games. We'll see if he can defeat me though. For me, I am almost the polar opposite. Still a pretty old ODM member, but I am a meta slave. I play very hard on the meta, and I play factions that I think will actually have the highest chance of winning, unless I'm memeing for chat, in which case I go for really weird builds. Occasionally, I will throw away my lord too, as I do bleed indeed. And we'll see. We'll see who manages to win this pitched battle against ODM. I gotta tell you guys though, I've knocked out Zyphos in the last, like, 3 tournaments. We always run into each other, and just because I play a lot more than him, just because this is my job, I think that he might be sick of seeing me at this point. But maybe today's the day for revenge. Everyone loves a good underdog story. I don't think he's that much behind me either, depending on how much he's been playing elves. They've got attack ears, you'll never win. Elves are legit pretty scary when piloted by Zyphos. Yeah, he is the high elf player. What, that Reddit hates? Which one? You're talking about Staunch Line of Spears again? Because he actually runs Staunch Lines of Spears. It's crazy. We play on Itza, right? Question mark? Nope. It's left to right. Oh boy, I had a thing in the map section that is totally confusing people. Let me just fix that right now. The map section is being super confusing. Oh my gosh. The whole maps thing just being completely broken sort of mucked things up a lot more than I thought it would. But whatever, we should be able to get by. Yeah, so if I just open this up real quick, I should be able to make a quick edit. Or maybe Zyphos just doesn't know how to count. Or maybe it's because it's just lined up terribly, which is another possibility. Said, I played on Black Ark first game, then Arnheim. He's just playing... He's trying to justify the order that he's playing in the maps in by telling me that he played in the wrong order. Okay, what's this guy doing? Maps are... There we go, here we go. Maps are left to right in order. Shown above the bracket. There we go. Alright, the rules are clarified. Why is he arguing with me? I made the tournament. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah, it's not backward. I made the tournament. Oh man. Clarified by editing the text. It is backward? It's backward? Maybe it's backward. Is it backward for some people and not backward for others? Here we go. I'm gonna hit him with the sick plays, right? Because I literally just edited the text for the tournament description. So I'm gonna send him a picture, right? I'm gonna gaslight Zyphos, guys. So what we're doing? I'm gonna gaslight him by showing him that the maps, that this whole time it said maps are from left to right in order. It never said anything else. Oh man. I changed it to be more clear. In the text, it's It's just a backup. It's just a backup in case the thing broke completely. This guy just wants to play. You know what it is? This guy just doesn't want to play on Broken Leg Gully. That's the problem. He just wants to play on Itza because he likes elves. Zyphos, what you doing? Yeah, guys, gaslighting Pog. Oh my gosh. Alright, alright. He didn't even see that the maps were written into the brackets. Zyphos, my dude. My dude. Alright, anyways. Enough gaslighting. Don't gaslight people, guys. Although gaslighting is like very methodical. I think it's like fairly hard to do it accidentally, I think. Might be wrong. I don't know. It's fairly serious topic. Let's not get into it. Anyways, we're on good old Broken Leg Gully. It's a very tight quarters map. Actually pretty good for ranged, but maybe a bit harder for him to do kite with. He joined the picking thing. Nice, nice. So what factions are we gonna play? Obviously, we got the meta ones, which are obvious picks. It sounds like I was the one being gaslit. Maybe. Let's see here. Ooh, some of this action. Okay, guys, I got some fancy picks here for you. I got some fancy picks. You guys are gonna love it. You guys are gonna love it. These are amazing picks. It's like, it's all, so here's the thing. I really like picking factions based on the maps instead of just maining factions. Just because I think some factions have a huge leg up depending on the terrain. And I think that's usually what gives me an advantage. Like the last map we got, we ran into dwarves. And they weren't a problem just because the map was terrible for them. Yeah. It's, so... I think we should be good. Worst case scenario, he figured out some weird build, some weird elf build to beat Slanesh, and I get massacred. As the worst case. I guess, worst case scenario, he actually secretly studied all the strong factions. And I'm about to get massacred because he's actually just a god of vampire accounts now, despite hating them. You never know. The possibilities are endless. Oh, yeah, no, this one. Yo, guys. Oh, my faction lineup is so good. And by so good, I mean maybe terrible. What else do I want here? I guess? No. I guess? No. What is good here? What's a good final faction? I guess these guys? I don't know. Let's see it. How you feel about Canada being filled with Dark Elves and Beastmen? Well, we are the Dark Elves and Beastmen. What are you talking about? I'm more angry about our dwarven neighbors that are moving in. No more dwarves in Canada. Get them out of here. I don't have to clarify that I support people coming to Canada, right? I don't care if people are taking my jobs. Is this too political? Should I not even be saying this? Maybe I shouldn't even be saying this. I think it's not that controversial, given the fact that my family came to Canada. So if I was against it, if I was against it, then I should be living, I would be living in Vietnam right now. It would not, I think, for me, I'm very happy that my family was able to come here. Can I say that without it being politically charged? Dang it. Why's the world gotta be the way it is? Alright, whatever. Screw it. We're just gonna talk Warhammer instead. What factions do we have here? We have a lot of interesting ones. Dark Elves versus Vampire. Did Zyphos legit actually just pick Vampire Coast? Is this guy actually insane? Look at that. This guy actually took Vampire Coast. He took Vampire Coast. Now, obviously, Empire versus Dark Elves, so I really favored Empire matchup. Slanesh versus Warriors of Chaos is sort of the boring thing, but Slanesh is strong. Tomb Kings versus Wood Elves, also very good for me. I want to do an Empire into his Dark Elves, but it's a bit meme heavy. Although the wagons are pretty hype, right? Wagons are pretty hype. With our dwarves, who's gonna take the flamethrower jobs? The Skaven! The Skaven, obviously. Have you not been keeping up with Do you not respect the Skaven workers? Think about their jobs. I should stop. I should stop. This is terrible. This is terrible. It's gonna be... No politics. Only I can talk about politics. Coast Mirror? Yeah, the Coast Mirror. Yo, Turn, we had a civil war the last battle. I had to fight Tretch. It's just ODM for days. This is what I get. Is Empire vs Dark Elves is favored, right? Turn, tell me, is Dark Elves favored into Empire? Is Dark Elves favored into Coast? My gut is no, because they can't kill Depth Guard. So what? Empire vs Dark Elves, Slanesh vs Chaos, Tomb Kings vs Wood Elves, Skaven vs High Elves. Pretty hype. Skaven vs High Elves. Versus High Elves. I can fit in a Coast versus Cathay too. You guys want to see Vampire Coast versus Cathay? I don't have to ask. I know you guys want it. Let's hear. Yeah, I'll go Vampire Coast versus Cathay. There we go. I'm feeling good about this. I'd say so, yes. Okay, good. Now, would you play Empire into Zyphos's Dark Elves? And another question, can you DM me some builds? Is that legal? Can I do a call a friend? I guess technically, right? Build sharing is fine in tournaments. Whatever, it's my tournament. I can just say that I win. I have ultimate power in this tournament. Oh yeah, Turin, you missed a sick thumbnail making. Yo, Turin, if you're still here, what do you think about this thumbnail? You think this thumbnail is good for my next video? Because I put up what's it? It's a really nice dwarf game, or Empire game versus the dwarves that I just played. I'm thinking that the title should be something along the lines of "This is the answer!" exclamation mark. Empire vs Dwarves dash Total War Warhammer 3, something like that. Does that seem good? It seems good. Okay, good. I had to double check with you, Darren. All right, very nice. Enticity going full authoritarian on this tourney. I know, I'm power tripping, man. I beat one ODM and I'm tripping. Oh my gosh. Full dark side maneuvers, yeah. Skaven are the answer? Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait to play Skaven into his high elves. It's gonna be great. So what's the score so far? Oh yeah, it's a win farming stream. It's been so long. Let's see here. Yep. Copy. Paste. There we go. Yeah, nice. So if I do this, and then we can do wins. We've won twice. Losses. We've lost 0 times. Pretty good for us so far. I'd say this is overall a very successful win farming. I'm feeling good about this. Here we go. Yep. Nice. Oh, there we go. That looks about right. That looks about right, right? Is that smaller than usual? I feel like I usually have it bigger, but I don't want it to just be massive. Because, like, my window is way smaller, so for you guys, everything's just way bigger. Yeah, full power hungry. Make it take up the whole screen. I don't want to resize it again. It's surprisingly finicky getting it into the place that I want it to be. Is that good? I feel like it's like a couple pixels. Like, just like a little bit more to the left. Yeah, perfect. All right. Someone measure those pixels. Make sure it's on the mark. No setup scenes. Oh, okay, look. The difference between my streams is literally this and this, all right? I don't gotta do no setup streams if I'm just toggling between these two, all right? This ain't that hard. This ain't too bad. Now, I guess, like, I technically get what? Like, the army blocker? Are you gonna really bash me on my army blocker play? Like I got 2 things I gotta toggle. They're a little bit far away, though. Where's my army blocker? There we go. Yeah, see, why have elegant setups when you can just be janky? I don't host tournaments that much anyways. It's fine. Hey, Miguel. Hello. Good evening. Pretty good. I'm excited. I'm excited for this. I feel like our odds against Zyphos are all right. Now, he did say BRB a few minutes, which means, as usual, the picking phase against Zyphos will take bloody ages, but I think we're okay. Oh man, I can't wait to watch the new Domination Maps video by Turin, by the way, guys. Speaking of Turin, a man that barely needs to be shouted out, but he's been pushing to get maps into the modded maps into the scene. Super excited to watch that video. Everyone, if you want to spoil it to me now, watch the video and then type in chat which maps you think are good. It'll bring me so much suffering. Just yeah, just do that. Maybe like the video too, you know. and then I don't know, subscribe to Turin if you haven't already. He's great. Honestly, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. He's the one, he is like the tournament guy. It's crazy. Why have elegant setups when you can be janky? Words to live by. Even the sentence itself is pretty jank. And by pretty jank, I mean insanely janky. Oh my gosh. He saved my life. Yeah, there you go. He saved my YouTube channel's life. You know, there are a few times where the channel hasn't really done as well. And Turin, and sometimes I go and talk to Turin, and it makes you feel better about it. Who knows? What if I had just quit? If it wasn't for Turin, right? Just backing me up. What if I just quit YouTube? Be gone. We'd be gone. In that sense, he did save the channel. Not only was he here to help found it, he also kept it together. What a Chad. Absolute Chad. Mad lad? Maybe not. Chad? Totally. Totally. Empire versus Dark Elves. Zyphos is playing... he's playing Dark Elves into Empire, guys. We've done it. We've done it. How does Empire kill Dark Elves, guys? What is the... What do I bring? What's good here? What's even good as the Empire? Why have I done this to myself? I'm just... I always go try hard versus Zyphos, and today... Of all days, today's the day I decide to lose to him. I'm gonna get massacred. We're gonna get obliterated. What do you even do? I have an idea. I have some ideas, guys. We're not out of the weeds just yet. I think as long as I can... Actually, yeah, okay, this will do. I think if we meme hard enough... War Wagons versus Dark Shards. They technically have... They got decent range. I guess they have that going for them. Is that... That's all I can say about them. I gotta say, I'm not incredibly hyped about these guys, but... We'll see. I feel like odds of victory here. What do you guys think? You think we'll be fine? I think we'll be okay. I don't know if we'll be like in amazing shape, but it's just a little bit of Dark Elf action, right? It's not like the Dark Elves are, you know, one of the strongest factions in the game right now. It's just a couple Dark Elves. No problem. Zero problems. Is this a good build? It feels okay. I'm looking at my build right now, and I rate it 7 out of 10 at best. I have no infantry front line. Who's gonna capture? Does Empire infantry win against Dark Elves? I feel like it's a nada. I feel like Corsairs obliterate my guys. What if I just don't have infantry? You guys think that's the play? The 0 infantry Empire build? Legit? Maybe not the worst idea in the world. Am I mad? I feel like that's not too bad, is it? Let's see here. So if I do like that, and then 2 of those. Yeah, this is a build. Yeah, I'm feeling this. I think our odds of success here are immense. Is this a build? Ah, jeez. Okay, I gotta think. Think Enticity. What can Zyphos bring that can beat this? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. I think we're fine. We'll be good. It's ready up. Here we go. Hellblaster Volley Cart. Hellblaster Volley Cart is the best name ever. Just he sounding like an anime villain here. Alex Karen, how can you turn on me like that? Though I do like that. I do like the prestige. Medusa spam, best build. I think, oh man, I think we'll be okay. Like, what can he really bring that would be that scary? It's not a whole lot, right? I think we'll be fine. Oh man, I don't know. He might bring like some really weird build that throws me for a loop. But, should be good. Out of all, like, it would have to be something super off meta. I think if he just plays meta Dark Elves, I think we have a really good chance here. So, what's off meta that would bring us down? Could be a classy anime villain. Dude, I'm wearing, like, PJs right now. This is what I go to bed in. It's like, I think my class level is incredibly low. Dude, I drink milk. I drink milk when I'm for lunch. I'm like, man, I need some quick sustenance. What is just liquid fat? Quickly, just get it in my body. Come on. Outrider hell mini blasters. Just have blasters on everything. It's the Empire Strikes Back. Oh, what's it? The Warhammer 1 and DLCs link is labeled as Warhammer 2 and DLCs. Oh, is it? Is that actually... Ah, yes, it is. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? And I'm assuming the link doesn't actually direct there, does it? Yeah, would you look at that? Huh. I guess, yeah, let's go fix that. Alright. Fixed. Fixed. We're good. The links in my description are fixed. Honestly, I have the links there in case people need it, but like people use it so little, I rarely check in to make sure that it's working right. Hi Enticity. At Enticity, hi Enticity. Are there any scenarios you won't use the Sunmaker in an Empire tournament? Or is the thing just too good? There's some factions that have really good magic against it. I would say if you're worried about getting Dwellers belowed, you probably don't want to start with a Sunmaker. Because they might be able to just ride up and kill it with magic. So you do have to be a little bit wary. Build has to be... Build has to be fire because my building's fire alarm went off. Okay, well, seems like a situation where you shouldn't be typing that, but you know, I won't judge. I won't judge. Actually, I saw a video recently that some apartment buildings, the thing that you're supposed to do if there's a fire is like you're supposed to stay in your room because like the doors are fireproofed. And if you're just like opening your doors, the fire just spreads through more of the building. So, you know, maybe typing that is the perfect thing to do. Read your building code, guys. Make sure you know what to do in case of fire. I know what my plan is. I have a window that away. I have a door that away. Luminarch on Deathclaw mount. Oh my gosh. Put a Luminarch. So it's like a solar engine. It's like a solar engine, but the shot is insane. I love it. I don't trust the door I'm getting out. It depends. It depends on your building code. There's like, they put materials so that fires don't spread between floors. It's actually insanely smart. Otherwise, you just get a full-on building fire. Because like if you open the door and it's like super smoky in the hallway, you could like pass out from smoke inhalation. So, now remember, this isn't survival advice from Enticity. Always follow your building codes, or you may put yourself in danger. Just a heads up. Please follow your building code, guys. Wear a seatbelt, you know. The usual. Let's see here. My opponent is top pick. He's saying he can select any faction I've chosen and match them together. So, okay. I gotta do quick adminning again. Let's see here. Here we go. Copy. And paste. And copy. And paste. This is what the picking should look like. So the factions pair off from the middle. And then you guys are choosing matchups. There we go. I guess we have some newer players here. I think it's because I combined my casual tournament and my competitive tournament. So there's like a few new players here that aren't used to it. But regardless, here's the build. Here's the build, guys. It's a pretty spicy one. We got the Dweller's Wizard. His goal is to Dwellers below bolt throwers. Rocket battery. Its goal is to kill everything. Simple, easy life, guys. Simple, easy life. Franz will dominate the air, not a problem. We got some huntsmen. We got some grenade launchers. Honestly, I got not a single care in the world. He has some Scourge Runner chariots of his own. Not a problem. Malekith in the air. Not a chance against the Franz. Zero chance. We use this right away. No point waiting on that. And then, we gotta figure out what units we want to be spamming. I'm preferential to the silver bullets. No need for grenade launchers just yet. These guys are stealth. They have magic bullets, which means that Malekith's physical resist gonna be ignored. That's a 15% damage reduction that I don't have to worry about anymore. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. War wagons, of course. Very, very powerful unit. And let's see how it goes. How's the range on these guys? Pretty scary. Is Zyphos just gonna outrange me here? Oh my gosh, just shoot Franz in the face. That's what he's gonna do. Franz taking a little bit of damage early on. A bit unfortunate. But here's the thing. I have healing. I got healing and Zyphos ain't got no healing. So I feel like, you know, a few Earthbloods on the wagons and Franz. We're good to go, man. A little bit of poke here. Let's get my wizard to get these guys down. He's gonna try and poke me with the bolt throwers, but this is exactly why I have the dwellers below. Just get this guy a little bit closer. Very conspicuously. He'll not suspect a single thing. And then just plop that right on top of there and run away. He'll never see it coming. He'll never see it coming. Let's see here. Get this. Huntsman. Artillery's coming up. And then I can group these guys together and get a heal on them. So that should help with the poking game, since I'm getting healed up. The dwellers below actually got dodged by the Zyphos. Oh, but it killed his artillery. They have no more ammo. Oh, that's hilarious. Alright, so he's now ammo-less. And the rocket battery can now batter down these guys. I'd say we're doing okay. Maybe I can even get another huntsman here and just kill all his artillery, right? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what? Did you guys see that? The Sunmaker just air-shotted those harpies. That is insane. Oh my gosh, Zyphos. Zyphos. Oh, he's weeping. He's weeping. That's the most unfortunate turn of events I've ever seen in my entire life. That is brutal. Absolute brutality. Alright, Franz, go ahead here. Go ahead and kill Malekith now. Let's heal up all the war wagons, because we want to keep them in good health. Good handgunner volley over there. And I should be able to just straight up dive these guys. Maybe not, though, because I have Malekith here. Maybe yes, because Malekith isn't that scary, right? Alright, there we go. Nice, looking good, looking good. We routed off his Dark Shards, sweet. Wagons are pushing back Malekith, amazing. And now, Rocket Battery can now retarget. So we killed off another artillery piece here. Or have we? I think we have, yeah, look at that. War Wagons is pushing over there, and now we can just focus on healing up this blob. Wagons are incredibly hard to kill when healing is involved. It's disgusting, guys. Absolutely just filth. Complete and utter filth. Alright, let's get Franz over here. Looks like the damage is looking good. We're going to save up for a Knight summon. We're going to go for some Reiksguard to counteract his Dark Riders. If he summons Cold One Knights, it's a little bit scarier, but I think with my Knights, we're fine. Okay, nice. And we can just move straight into the middle now and capture this point. Sweet. I'd say we're in a commanding position right now. In a very, very good position. I'm feeling this. Look at that. Rocket Battery just annihilating his guys. And nice. We've commanded the left flank too. Sweet. Now these guys are still actually starting to push in a little bit. Let's get another heal there. Get the war wagons to keep poking Malekith. As they are meant to. It's going to be as annoying as humanly possible. Malekith, what are you doing? Malekith? No, Malekith. He's getting annihilated by the war wagons. Even Franz lands a pot shot. Very nice. I'd say this is pretty good. Let's get another volley here. Shut down that. Honestly, his artillery pieces are having a very hard time. Oh, but a nasty soul sealer on the wagons. Good play from the Zyphos. As for the wizard, he's being a little bit aggressive, but regardless, still doing okay. And then I think the suffering, let the suffering commence. We'll get a few grenade launchers now. Grenade launcher is going to be great versus undefended infantry. The turnaround for Franz onto Malekith. All the buffs on him to try and beat him up. What's this? Dark Riders, Cold One Knight. So he has summoned in the Cold One Knights. This means we want to retreat. As for Franz, I think he wins that decisively. Might be wrong, though. Might be wrong. Let's see here. Let's charge those Dark Riders real quick. Franz. Yeah, there you go. Franz is doing fine. Franz is doing fine. Let's heal up those wagons again. Want to keep them in very good health. And as long as my thingamabob is staying safe, my artillery piece, we should be okay. Look at that. More Dark Riders routing off. Some Dark Riders over here. Not a problem. And we're just gonna run away with this bad boy. Let's see. What else do we want, though? I guess more Empire Knights? I really want to make sure these guys are safe. So as long as I can keep them around, we're okay. Franz getting dived in on a little bit. We're going to do the full focus fire on Malekith here. This is where it gets a little bit scary. I'm going to desummon this to get my money's worth. And there we go. Malekith he's routing off. Perfect timing, too, because he just got the Dark Elf passive. He'd be causing me a lot of issues if he was staying on the battlefield. Thankfully, he is gone. Franz gonna take off into the air, chase him off the battlefield, and then we should be fine. Let's heal up the wagons again. And blast those Cold One Knights. Nice. And I don't think he can summon anything to really punish Franz in this situation. So I should be fine on that front. It's not completely over yet, though. I think... Oh, wow, Malekith comes back? What is this business? Oh, my gosh. Malekith coming back is a dangerous problem. Because, what's his speed? He's a little bit slow because he's wounded, but, that's a little bit problematic, ain't it? We're gonna pull back with the wagon, so I think they'll be fine. Wizard can go over here. We'll keep healing them up. Just keep them around and alive. We'll just chase Malekith for a while. I guess it's keeping Franz busy, which is very unfortunate, but if we land but a single attack, it's huge for us. Let's get some more knights here. I really want to win this location. And then we'll see if I can steal this point. The Zintler's Reichsguard are great too. They should be fine. Come on, Malekith. He's so low. He's so low. Look at this guy. Oh my gosh, the Malekith. Ah, oh, my jeez. He has a chariot here. Okay, that's not good. That's very not good. I overextended with Franz, guys. We goofed. We goofed it up. Regardless, we still won this area. Over here, looks like that fight's going okay. Franz should be okay-ish. All the buffs. Lands a hit on Malekith. Nice. Let's see here. Grenade launchers. Honestly, grenade launchers are so good for the Empire. You just have like a couple grenade launchers here and there, and they will just annihilate for you. Because it's really hard for the enemy to get Whoa, Franz, dodge. It's very hard for the enemy to. Ho, Franz. All right, well there goes Franz. There goes the Franz. It's fine. It's fine. We just have to be a little bit wary. It's really hard for. Wow, look at the wagons though. So much damage. It's insane. But it's very hard for people to deal with surprise grenade launchers. There's like a lot of setup you need to actually have them, you know, stay as a problem, you know. Grenade launchers, safe grenade launchers are insane. Is Franz gonna route off the map? Come on, Franz, not like this. Not like this, Franz. Come on. There's so much here for you. Okay, at least we can kill the bolt thrower. Oh, thank goodness Franz is back. Thank goodness. And look at this guy. He's just keeping Malekith on just barely. Can I get one volley on him? Come on, not again. Every single game, I feel like I'm always just failing my Lord Snipe attempts, and it's ruining me. Come on, he landed. What a beast. Oh, Franz, come on. There's nothing. You should not be running off the map. Don't you dare, Franz. Don't you dare. Not like this. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Alright, this is what I get for throwing Franz. That misplay almost cost me the game, I swear. Regardless, at least Malekith is nearly down. Franz lives, thankfully. There we go, we're punishing him a little bit. And I think we should be able to win off the backs of our cavalry. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Every time they always live with the 2 HP.
We obey.
Every single time. I've never seen it not happen. Oh, jeez.
Take the ground.
Oh my gosh. That was stressful. Regardless, we still have the value lead. We still have the Franz. He can provide terror. It's fine. Let's see. What do I get here? I guess some Reichsguard, probably.
For Alto.
A couple of Reichsguards should be fine.
Position.
Get the wagons here. Get the grenade launchers. Blast them.
To battle.
And then at some point, I should probably desummon my wagons because they're going to be out of ammunition soon. So, very important. Let's pull them through. Let's get these guys evacuated. Let's get the Franz healed up. Nice. Okay, and I think it's about time I start running with my wagons. Some more Reichsguard. Reichsguard are always great. And then just hit up that bolt thrower real quick. Oh my gosh, this game's stressful. This game's stressful, but I think our early lead really went well for us. The fact that we were able to kill off all of his artillery pieces was huge. Okay, nice. Couple huntsmen. They should be able to take out those Dark Riders, no problem. Malekith getting blasted by the War Wagons. I swear, War Wagons are insane. Look at that DPS. They've done so much damage to Malekith this game. Plus the heals on them make them basically indestructible. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Alright, nice. Malekith, he rallies though. Oh my gosh, it's the battle of the unkillable lords over here. Alright, let's get another heal. Let's get another heal. Let's finally desummon this bad boy. And then instead recruit some more range. There we go. I'm going for a very ranged heavy build here today. Just because I think Empire can do... I think Empire Infantry just doesn't really cut it most of the time. There we go. Alright. This is the Dark Riders routed. And can we finally bring down the beast? Place your bets, chat. Yeah, Malekith rallying for the 65th time. He's just never routs. There's another Soul Stealer. Does this guy not die? He doesn't know the definition of death. He's just gonna stay in the battle forever. Look at that, his leadership stabilizes. Oh my gosh, Malekith, you dog. You dirty dog. He just doesn't. He refuses to rout off the battlefield. I guess France sort of had a similar thing going, but... Oh my gosh. Alright, you know what? Nothing like a few more War Wagons. When in doubt, as Turin has always said in the past, when in doubt, War Wagon. It doesn't have to rhyme, but War Wagon's just really good, so... I'm feeling pretty good about this situation. We're also going to be winning the game very soon, which is a big plus. There we go. The double War Wagon. The menace of society is back. And, geez, dare I? I don't want to take a risky fight with Franz, because I think he might want to do a Hail Mary. Just try and, like, kill Franz here and now with some lucky hits. And you know what? I've been punished enough times. Fool me 15 times, and I will learn eventually. These War Wagons I'm not going to desummon, by the way, because they're here just to be body blockers. They are actually quite tanky, so I'm pretty happy to just leave them there. And then we'll just recap his back point here. Make him have something. Make him force him to summon something. Hoping that's Dark Riders or infantry, preferably. Look at that. The War Wagons are actually holding pretty great. I like it. I like it. And I guess we just save up for more. I gotta say, War Wagons are insane. I never thought I would see an actual War Wagon meta. Pro tip though, don't take War Wagons in campaign. Trust me, I've tried it before. They're not as great in campaign. Oh, I totally botched that charge. I just showed my back to his units. Whoopsie daisies. Alright, there we go. We're fine though. We're fine. Maybe I can get some handgunner shots on the Malekith. I don't think he's capturing this point anytime soon. Honestly, I could just live off of War Wagons forever. Who needs any other unit, right? There we go. So we're going to push back Malekith with the wagons. They can shoot even if they're in combat, so it's totally fine if you just blitz them in like this. They also have chariot capture weight, which is really nice. So they're very happy to sort of plowing through here. There we go. It's going to be a victory. It was a janky game. I'm not going to lie. It was a pretty janky game, but the Hellstorm Rocket Battery did great. Hellstorm Rocket Battery did great. Malekith did great. Good for Malekith. This is what I mean. Zyphos is incredibly good at microing his single entities. Finally, we take out Malekith, mere seconds before the end of the battle. But that shall be it. The resummon of the War Wagons is simply too intense for my boys Zyphos. They're too good. Always put money on the War Wagons, yeah. Franz barely surviving too is also a big pain for him. Not much he could have done. There we go, GG. Oh my gosh. Bubba's Big Blast, thank you very much for the $5. $5 for the fast and shootiest. Plus the hit sequel. Hit sequel 2, fast and shootiest. Too fast, too Sigma. Right, there you go, my bad. Totally botched a joke, but thank you very much. GG Zyphos, you played well. Once again, 3,000 value on the Sunmaker. Amazing tool. War Wagons on their first summon basically got so much value. So much value. Fran's doing great. Wizard doing great. Malekith was a pain. But there's nothing the Chariots can do against healed Wagons. The Wagons just always trade up because you have Earthblood. Is what I ended up noticing. Earthblood makes the Wagons the most annoying thing to kill that you have ever imagined in your life. And then of course his bolt throwers, none of them paid for themselves. Look at that. Like terrible value on the bolt throwers. One of them got a few pot shots on Franz. I assume that was this one, but like these poor guys between the dwellers below and the and the Sunmaker, it's just too much for them. Yeah. Crazy right now. Yeah, Zypho saying that the War Wagons cost less than Scourge Runner Chariots. I know. They're insane. They're hard carrying the Empire right now. But there we go. That's 1-0 against the Zyphos. So that was Empire. I can't believe I have 2 Empire wins to get today. That's crazy. I never play Empire, but like, I'm feeling them. Today's the day of the Empire. This is where they shine. Who's up against next? It's RTK Charix. Alright. Hey, we are up. I've messaged my opponent. He should be here soon. Ooh, yeah, love the Wagons. Wagons are crazy. Whoops. That was a meme from previous streaming. I had to learn how to salute. It's like something like this. I don't know why. It's the same picture though. 3 ways to salute. It's the same picture. I don't get it. I don't. I absolutely don't. Alright, enough of that. Where's my proper blocker? Is it this one? Nope. This one. There we go. Ever get a heroic victory in multiplayer? I don't think so. Maybe? Maybe when I memed it up really hard once, but I don't think so. Anyways, that was Broken Leg Gully. We're now on round 4, which means Grove of Slaughter. Grove of Slaughter is a fun map. Very, very terrain heavy. Very, very favoring melee faction. So we'll see how it does. Infantry is for scrubs. Yeah, the no infantry build. Honestly, Empire infantry is pretty garbage. Who needs infantry? Like, you can have 2 spears, or you can have an Empire Knight. You can have, like, gunpowder. You can get ranged. Even, like, the Huntsman didn't even do that great. Let's be honest. It was mostly the War Wagons. I could just keep desummoning the War Wagons forever. If they just use their ammo a bit more, I'd be totally fine with that. Alright, nice. We got our opponent. We have the map set. Let's see what he decides to go for. You curve your hand inwards, like this. Like this. How curved should it be? Is it like, because if I just go straight, that's wrong, right? It should be like this. Should it just be loose? Loosey-goosey hands? I feel like that's about right. Anyway, so let's see what we're gonna face up here in this situation. Now, like I said, ranged factions suffer a lot on Grove of Slaughter, so we're probably gonna go pretty heavy on the melee. I think the trailer that had wagons is still my favorite out of the DLC announcements. It was pretty cool. Yeah, the Marcus Wolfhard one. I enjoyed it. I think it was sick. Tomb Kings are great here. You really wish wagons were good in single player too? It's weird. It's really weird. It's because they need like 10 minutes and they'll only barely pay for themselves. And in multiplayer or in single player, you need units that overpay for themselves because you're facing against worse odds. They also benefit a lot from the healing, which makes a huge difference. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what makes them bad, like, feel so bad in multiplayer, because they feel terrible in multiplayer. Let's try this. I got some fancy picks in here. It's not as fancy as last time, no Empire spam, but I feel decently confident. Here we go. Here's our picks, guys. Let me know. Rate my picks. Rate my picks. All right. How do you feel about this? So we got Corn into High Elves, obviously a great one for us. We have Slanesh into Dark Elves, amazing matchup, disgusting even. Now he's picking first, by the way, so we'll see how it goes. I think Chaos into Wood Elves is good for me. Tomb Kings into Tzeentch should be good for me. Dark Elves into Tomb Kings is terrible. Wood Elves into Lizardmen I'd like to avoid. I was hoping I'd see Wood Elves into literally anyone else, but Lizardmen Skirmish play is simply too strong. Thank you for the campaign info, no problem. Yeah, War Wagons, I've even stacked up their buffs too. It just like doesn't really work, even if you give them a bit more ammo. Like even if you do a full kite build with War Wagons, it just doesn't have the oomph. Everything has like a lot of HP and a lot of missile resist. Whereas multiplayer, people rely on really low HP units that you can actually pick off. So like there's just less HP overall for your armies. Let's see here. Lizardmen into Chaos is also a bad one, but I think we have at least 4 matchups that I'm happy to play here. What makes Bear Sleds better than War Wagons? They're much better in melee. So where War Wagons run into the problem of there being too much HP, sleds can clean up a lot of infantry if they want to, simply by charging into melee. So that's sort of the big difference. Sleds can just do the infantry clear much better. Empire plus Coast 2v2 meta. That is a very specific question on the Twitch chat. Empire and Coast, you want mass artillery. In any 2v2 game, you lean on artillery because the worse the players get, the better artillery becomes. So a lot of like high damage units that require specific situations to take them out, stuff like deck gunners, Iron Drakes, Troll Hammers, all of these units require really high level micro, and when you're coordinating in a 2v2, really hard to kill these things. So like as Coast, you go for bombers. Go for like really high DPS stuff. Go for Queen Bess, because they can't dodge and move forwards at the same time as easily. So, yeah, that's sort of the main thing. Darktide closed beta keys are out. Yo, I'm so excited to play Darktide, guys. 100% we're going to cover some Darktide content here. I don't care how well it does. I guess if no one watches, I'll probably stop posting, but Darktide content in the future, guys. Keep an eye out. Now, this doesn't mean I'm going to reduce the amount of Warhammer content I put out. It's going to be, it's going to be on top. It's going to be extra content instead of, it's going to be extra content on top of the Warhammer stuff. So don't worry about that, people. As a Vermintide 2 veteran, I'm worried about Darktide. You're worried. The addiction is too strong. How many hours am I going to end up sinking in? Alright, so he goes Wood Elves into my Chaos. Interesting. Lizardmen into Wood Elves. Okay, not taking that. Warriors of Chaos into my Lizardmen. Definitely not. Tomb Kings into my Dark Elves. Okay. So, your Wood Elves versus my Warriors of Chaos. Should be pretty easy. So he gets a sick Wood Elf pick here, but I get one of the most meta factions in the entire game. I gotta say, possibly a little bit unfair. Maybe a little bit. So this is how the cookie crumbles, though. I wonder. One must wonder. What is his, what is the strategy here? This should be, okay, so here's the thing. This is a matchup that I haven't played much. It's just that in theory, it should be very favored for me, which is a very weird situation to be in. Single subclass feels odd. Interesting. Hopefully the launch is well received. I guess there is that. Yeah, if it just has a bad launch. Worst case scenario, we just get hopefully they do an Immortal Empires and it works out. Dark Tide, Immortal Empires. It has every single unit in the 40k universe. Totally doable, right? Totally doable. Gonna hop on Twitch BRB, alright? I don't know. I don't know how I feel. Well, I played some Vermintide before, and I loved Vermintide. So like, I don't know how bad Dark Tide could possibly be. If I should be worried or not. Let's see. What do I want here? I guess I want this unit. A little bit of this unit. Nah, screw that. Well, don't work yourself too hard, my dude. You talking about me? I'm definitely, well, sometimes I work myself too hard, but I try not to. If you talk to someone else, then never mind. Look for the Dryad spam. I'm not that worried about Dryad spam. I feel like Chaos is insanely favored here. I think, well, I don't know, like maybe Charix has some crazy play style that's just gonna annihilate us, but like, Wood Elf Infantry is historically extremely weak. Extremely weak. They are just hot garbage. And then Wood Elf Kite relies on you being able to do enough damage to the enemy army. Historically, Wood Elves take ages. Bloody ages to kill off a Chaos army. Just because everything has crazy armor. So you have to take Way Watchers. And then everything has insane, everything has shields. Silver shields just everywhere. So it's quite easy to just tank your way through a Wood Elf army. Alternatively, if you want to fight your way through a Wood Elf army, that's also possible. As Chaos, of course, has... It's raining. As Chaos, of course, have the best in class infantry in the game. At least among the best infantry in the game. Only outclassed by some other Chaos factions. So I feel like Wood Elves have a very hard time here. I'd be so happy if he manages to take a Wood Elf win here, as long as I'm not throwing, because that would be a huge evolution of the meta. That would be insane. But excuse me, but call me skeptical, guys. Call me mildly skeptical. Aren't Blade Singers good in domination? They're okay. They still suffer, they still take a lot of damage just like the rest of them. If I run this guy, I could probably do better here. No, I can't. That's gonna give cool caster shenanigans, but the option isn't there for me. What do you think about this point of view? I am really interested in discussing this point with you. And thus not a lot of views, or another hypothesis. The way you use multiplayer campaign viewership data to project the future of Warhammer esport is methodological, but it could... What is this? It could also be related to the fact that the actual multiplayer campaign hasn't. And thus, not a lot of views on multiplayer campaigns result in less interactions with the viewers. And yeah, so you talk about multiplayer campaigns and how there can be many factors to why multiplayer campaigns don't do well. I think that's true. That multiplayer campaigns, and honestly, I've done a few multiplayer campaigns where I can get better viewership, but I think just due to, regardless of what the actual factors are. So I'm sort of open to being wrong on the factors of, so like, I think this is to a video I was talking about earlier about how Warhammer shouldn't really focus on multiplayer because there's not a huge audience for it. The main thing, I think, I've been wrong before on the viewership too, right? I've been able to make some multiplayer campaigns work, but I think overall it still doesn't feel like it's the biggest. It doesn't really feel like it's the biggest. Doesn't feel like it's the thing that will make Warhammer amazing. Like, I don't know if that's what Warhammer will be remembered for unless CA really nailed the formula on it. Seems like a pretty risky business. It's also not that much of an increase. It's sort of weird, right? Because, like, the thing is, you also have situations where... Sorry, I'm just trying to finish up my build here while explaining this at the same time. The weird thing that you run into is that multiplayer campaigns are also a lot harder to manage than other styles of content. I don't know. I forget, like, the original argument that I was going for, but if we're just purely talking about viewership, you can reach about the same viewership on a co-op campaign as like a campaign stream. So I think there is that. I can say that I was pretty wrong on that front. Whether or not it's still worth it or not as a YouTuber, I'd say I'm less sure about that, but I don't want to be like, you know, moving no goalposts or anything. I think that's the correct term, right? Moving the goalpost. So, yeah, I don't know. I still hold that CA should mostly be focusing on single player stuff, and that like all the multiplayer stuff is pretty secondary. At least from like a pure business standpoint. I myself am not willing to take the risk of going hard on co-op, which signals to me that CA is probably even less likely, because being my own manager, I have a lot of freedoms to choose and pick what type of content I want to make. And it seems like most other YouTubers also fall in the same category, where they generally don't go hard on the co-op content. It's usually like some one-offs or like an opportunity to collab with people. That's sort of how I feel about it. It's a topic that I don't know. I'm ready to be wrong about it, but I've never seen any data that shows that multiplayer is, like, focusing hard on any multiplayer thing is the way to go for CA. There's literally zero data that has been like, wow, that's doing really, really well. That makes me feel like multiplayer is definitely the way to go. Not a single data point. Now, I've heard a lot of speculation where people are like, multiplayer that is how the game has longevity. You need multiplayer for the game to have longevity. And like, yes, like that is, like, it is sort of true. But it also depends on, like, if that's what CA wants. Are you supposed to go for longevity or short-term gains? It's weird. It's sort of weird, but just sort of referring to other people who are in the same business of multiplayer content. By the way, this Chad Chaos build, Shields for Days, and a Forsaken. In terms of actual business people, like people people whose incomes rely on Warhammer, tend to not play a lot of multiplayer. And it doesn't seem like they're pushing for big changes on it either. It's sort of how I see it. I guess like with Turin, it's sort of different. You do see Turin. Turin is like one of the few people who does go really hard on multiplayer. So there is some space for it. Maybe like there should always be a mix. Maybe like it should just be like 25%, 75%. I could be wrong on that front, but I don't think CA should be spending that much time on it. Anyways, yeah, sick build, 10 out of 10. Yeah, good luck, have fun, Sharks. Just waiting for the chat plays Total War Warhammer 3 campaign videos. I think that could be hilarious. Yeah, shields and armor. So the only thing that this is gonna be a quick one for me. Oh boy, the only thing that can really kill this is like a million Way Watchers or like some infantry. So he has Wildwood Rangers. They don't have a lot of HP, and they're gonna suffer versus the Hellstriders of Slaanesh. My army is basically full on mobility and a couple Manticores. I'm not too worried about this army. Not in the slightest, actually. Because, like, what I think I can do is I can just dominate the mobility fight with Hellstriders. How many units is that? 6, 7. He has 3 hidden units. Are they Way Watchers? They're definitely expensive. Is this just Eternal Guard and Blade Singers? So it should be either mid-tier or some high-tier cavalry, maybe some Stag Knights. If he does have Stag Knights, they're gonna eat a Buna, so not a problem. You hate this map? Too big? I actually vastly prefer big maps. Oh, jeez, it's raining. Rain was getting in. I had my window cracked open ever so slightly, and the rain was falling in the perfect direction to just get right everywhere, all over. Just all over the windowsill. Okay, interesting. He's not committing anything on these points. I think what I do is I just cap him with the Hellstriders. Because I might as well just wait for him to commit a bit more over here, instead of, you know, just fighting him in the forest where he wants to. And then in the meantime, I can probably send in a Siggy. A little bit of a Siggy boy to fight him here. Maybe get some Forsaken to nail a charge on his very squishy guys. Yeah, here's the plan though, right? We just get the double cap here. Why do you like big maps? So I like big maps because they are really... Oh, some Glade Riders. I like big maps because they're... some Way Watchers. This guy Way Watches. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Dogs. I like big maps because they actually provide more tactical opportunities. There is a lot of space for you to maneuver and sort of outplay your opponent. I find close maps don't have nearly as much... Close maps aren't nearly as exciting for me, just because they really go hard on just infantry trading into each other. And as a player who's like been playing tons of Warhammer, it feels like I can't express my skill in the game as much as other people. Just because there's just less to micro, right? So like, yeah, there's just less to micro. So like, you end up losing to weaker players than you, and that's just less exciting overall. Okay, nice. This is going pretty well for me. I'm thinking I get a Manticore and just snipe them out here. It's looking like this middle area is going great. As I said, Wood Elves are not the best. They're not the best melee fighters in the world. It looks like over here my Hellstriders are doing great. The advent of the Manticore should be insane too. Plus Sigval can start just pushing right in through here. But yeah, the Manticore with its terror routing should be able to take out the majority of these guys. I think some Hellstrider action in here should do well too. Nice, and it looks like we've won the left flank. Horsemen time, my favorite unit, and also chat's least favorite unit. Oh, that's a big Dwellers though. Let's pull out of there real quick. There we go. But yeah, I think just like bigger maps allow for better maneuverability, which is really good for high level play and stuff that, like, you know, cavalry. Cavalry involvement is generally a good thing, I'd say. Alright, how's this going? Sigvald's actually starting to take a little bit of damage here. It's a tiny bit worrying. Do I want to Buna these guys? Not really. This seems like a bit of a waste, honestly. I'll just capture this point and bounce back over here. Maybe get some more dogs going. Alright. Then the Manticore should be able to rout those guys off. How are we trading? We're actually not trading amazingly well, so I should be careful about how I do this. I think we're just gonna Buna those guys, honestly. It's not like he has that much cavalry, right? If he doesn't have that much cavalry, just a straight up Buna on them, in theory, should win us the melee fight. Pretty decisively, I'd say. I have a Manticore here to help terror rout them. Just a couple spears. My warriors should win that. Okay, there we go. Routed off those Way Watchers again. I think we just get the dogs in here. Yeah, I feel like we should, I don't know, it feels like we're more ahead than the value trading is saying. Maybe it's just because I feel like my unit comps are slightly superior here, but feels like we're in a really great position. I guess he hasn't summoned his guys yet. There we go. That Buna just collapses front line. Manticore should be able to rout off the rest of them. And then my Hellstriders are going to loop here. They're going to kill off the Eternal Guard. They have a really cool ability that gives bonuses to their leadership and resistances as long as they're getting kills. So definitely want those guys around. Of course, doggos, the best boys in the land, are always very nice for... Dogs are very nice versus Wood Elves. Wood Elves have a very hard time resisting damage from them just because a single charge of dogs will do so much. big maps mean artillery isn't a thing. It depends. It depends. Some maps do help with artillery. Others don't help with artillery. On the whole, though, I think tighter maps really hinder cavalry play, which is what bothers me the most. Look at that. These guys actually won the flank fight. That's surprising. All right, well, let's get the doggos over there. I think my Hellstrider should be doing fine, and then we'll just support it with more horsemen. I'm getting the feeling that he's starting to get army wiped, though. Unless he has a bunch of just hidden units somewhere, I'm feeling like he's starting to run out of units. It's just me. The trading says it's fairly close, though, which is what's confusing me a ton. I guess he did a little bit of damage to Sigvald, but it's not like that's what swings the, that's not what swings the value. Regardless, we'll keep playing it out. Keep playing it carefully. And then just keep getting kills with the Hellstriders. They want to rout off as many units as possible. I want to build up their their passive as much as I can, so that they are. Yeah, I just want to build up their passive as much as I can, so that when I resummon them, they'll be incredibly strong. Looks like there's a couple of Way Watchers here. I'll just run them down. I'm trying to main ogres, but I get destroyed in the vast majority of matchups. Any tips? Yeah, just don't play ogres. No, but Flying Taco has proven many times that ogres can be a pretty scary threat on the battlefield. The problem with them right now is that they don't really trade well in a straight up melee fight. So if you want ogres to do well, you usually need to have some range styles of play. And once they get ahead on the battlefield, then they will start doing a lot better when it comes to... they'll start doing a lot better once it comes to melee styles, once they're in the lead. Because ogres are really good when they're ahead in melee. It's just getting to that point that can be really hard. So, you know, tune up your Iron Blaster play. Make sure that you can get a ton of damage through your artillery pieces. Get some Noblar trappers. Those sorts of tools can generally help you out a lot. If you're having a hard time with ogres, just go heavier on the range, basically. Yeah. But yeah, ogres are generally, they have the lowest win rate on average. So I don't know how much it pans out in higher levels of play. But for most people, ogres are underperforming. So if you're having a hard time, you can rest easy knowing that you're not alone. Feels really lore unfriendly that the strat against Way Watchers is to hide in trees. That's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Yeah. I think I experimented with Wood Elves being able to shoot through forests for a bit. And it was like, oh, they're insane now. This was a bad idea. So I think balance-wise, it's sort of just a concession we have to make for this to work. But hopefully one day we get some more thematic Wood Elves. Looks like this game should be pretty well in our hands. I'm feeling pretty confident here. Woo. Yeah, and just having more maps in general. I'd love more maps. More maps would be sick. Which is really sad that CA just is putting out like basically no maps all the time. One day Creative Assembly will get those maps out, guys. Fingers crossed. I dream of the day. And I think we've army wiped them at this point. A pretty early army wipe. Maybe a little bit too aggressive with his trading here. Though I think this matchup's just terrible for Wood Elves. My Hellstrider cavalry just trades far too well against them. What do I even get? Infantry? Maybe some Forsaken? I guess I can get some Forsaken. Maybe like some Warriors, since they're pretty slow. Might as well get them there a bit faster. And the strat with Hellstriders, by the way, is you want to desummon them very often, since you can bring them back very quickly. They're like by far your most cost-efficient unit. Yo, the maps that Turin got produced with the modders is insane. I am, as soon as possible, as soon as IKEA approves those maps, we're going to be using them in our own tournaments. 100%, man. 100% we're going to be doing that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Some Wild Riders over here. Look at that silver chevron. The crazy thing about the Hellstriders, too, is that they get chevrons extremely quickly. He gets chevrons so fast that if you're resummoning them, they'll just always be insane. What's it? So why do dwarves have a higher win rate than ogres? I think it's just simply easier to misplay versus dwarves. If I had to guess, I would say dwarves are probably still weaker than ogres. Maybe not, though. Dwarves do have some okay maps for them, but I think it's just because of the nature of the shooting factions, and most people sort of know how to play dwarves as a lot of people know how to play dwarves like the quote-unquote right way. A lot of people might be inclined to go for sort of melee-based ogre builds. They might not be as good at microing stone horns, and that can cause a lot of issues, so that's my guess. That's my guess. It's not an amazing one, but it's what we're going with. I think we just kill off his lord here with some dogs. I don't think she can really do much. Dwarves suck. Dwarves are pretty garbage. Though dwarves are one of those factions that are sort of a skill test. So very, very low skill floor, very low skill ceiling. So it's very easy to mess up with the dwarves. His lord is about to get annihilated if she doesn't blitz it out of that forest as soon as possible. She's in for a bad time, man. We got the mobility converging in on her. Yeah, Dryad spam isn't really going to cut it, though. Dryads do okay, especially if they do manage to catch my cavalry, but unfortunately, no. My Chaos Warriors will trade a little bit too well. We got some skirmishers. They're not too bad. Yeah, it's a mass infantry build, too. I find mass infantry builds generally don't work as well in domination and in most matchups. Oh, that's going to be a big dweller, so look at that. The fat dwellers? Oh my gosh. It's weird though, right? Because I say smaller maps are more advantage for infantry, but most of the meta maps that people host tournaments on are very, very favored for, or more favored for mobility play styles. It's grudging time. Not again. Not again. Is it true that the Dark Elves are strongest? I would say false. I would say false, yeah. Look at that capture weight. 6.4. Sometimes 9. Looking good. But yeah, Dark Elves are not the strongest. I'd say Slaanesh is the strongest. Followed by Tomb Kings or Chaos, depending on what you're more comfortable with. Domination fixed the issues at Plague Warhammer 2. Yes and no. It fixed a lot of issues and it introduced a lot of others. So, Warhammer 3 was actually quite balanced if you were using the right rule set. Domination was not balanced at all on release. Domination on release was like, whoa, my gosh. Now, you didn't have all the factions. It wasn't Immortal Empires yet, but it caused so many balance issues that, like, it was just chaos in more ways than one, too. It was terrible. So I'd say, yeah, you do have a little bit of a problem there when it comes to domination, but on the other hand, we can finally play multiplayer games without needing an admin watching 24/7. And I think for all the problems domination caused and sort of the different styles of gameplay that it just cut out of the game entirely, I think nowadays it feels more worth it. Unless you just hate the playstyle of domination, in which case it's just a big loss for you. But the fact that it fixed like corner camping and such is big. Let's see here. Warriors of Chaos versus Wood Elves. Nice. We're on our way to the finals, guys. Bring back the old pendulum. Oh my gosh. Yeah, CA with the gameplay changes, just futzing up everything. Do you still enjoy Fruit Rule LAN battles? I enjoy them in a non-tournament setting. So like if a clanmate messages me about it and I have the time, I'm happy to play LAN battle games. What I don't enjoy is when you're in a tournament and you're encouraged to try and cheese as much as possible. That I'm less of a fan of. Because whoops, wrong one. Because what you end up with, right, is you end up with the situation and It's sort of the opposite of soccer, where people are always rolling on the field crying. But like you have situations where the rules encourage you to play as close to the edge as humanly possible. It's like baseball. There we go. It's like baseball. You know how in baseball there's always the you always have the guys that are like, like have like the sticky tack so they can throw curveballs better. And it's like, okay, yeah, like, you do what you got to do to get your lead. But it's so weird that it's like, oh, yeah, you got to break the rules a little bit to play optimally. And it's like, that doesn't feel right. I don't play the game to play on the edge of the rules. I play the game like so I can micro it, right? And it's not even like being on the edge of the rules, because I think cycle charging and kiting is interesting. What isn't interesting is being like, is Turin gonna ban me for this, or is he gonna leave me in the tournament even though it's like treading the line slightly? That style of, like, I don't want to metagame the tournament host, right? Human boy. I don't want to have to message him every time being like, hey, is this legal? What if I just do that for one more second? Is it still legal? Does me being a YouTuber change your perception of how you rate what is legal and what isn't? And sometimes there's like, in some tournaments, I'm not going to name names, sometimes in tournaments there's straight up rule breaks and they go unpunished. And then it's like, okay, now what? Am I supposed to just break the rules because I know I'm not going to get punished for it? That's the worst feeling ever. And as a tournament host, it's even worse. Because no matter what you do, people are going to flip the table because of it. They're going to rage at you. And like even what I'm doing right now, I'm complaining about tournament hosts. You get so many messages about rules. It's such a pain. So on the back end side of things, life is so much better without having to worry about all of that. It's just so much better. What do you think about adding capture points to the land battles too? They gotta do it the right way, but like, yeah, you just do that and you're mostly fine. I think it would have been a good starting point to just like slam them in land battles. I honestly don't know why CA haven't done it yet. Like, it would change the meta a little bit, but there's ways you can tweak it to make it where it's still basically a land battle. So, And to see watching Tzeentch versus Vampire land battle was in the tournament finals was disgusting. That was pretty gross, yeah. That was so gross. Oh, man. And it's just like, you have people explicitly just rule breaking on screen for like 10 minutes. Ugh. And to see if you roll the R right way, people won't complain about it, about the rules. Oh, what's it? Do you have enough dirt on Turin to get away with this? Yeah, just collect some dirt on Turin. Yeah, a lot of the time it is just because casters, as a caster, you're put in a really weird position, because I've been in both positions. Usually I'm a bit more of a stricter caster, just because I like to be harder on being strict on the rules. But it doesn't mean that life gets easy. In fact, if anything, it gets harder, because now you're banning people, and they hate you now. And then, and then you also have to be like, you have to be super clear about the rules too. It's a pain in the butt. It's a big old pain in the butt. He did get punished for that, literally a game loss. In that case, he did get punished, which I think was the right way to go about it. But then it's like, you don't get any further punishments for losing the game. So think about it this way. If breaking the rules has no downside, and breaking the rules can sometimes win you the game, should you just start, like, let's say dropping, right? Let's say your internet dies, right? And you drop from the game the moment you start falling behind a little bit. If the punishment for that is that maybe you'll get to replay the game, people are going to be incentivized to start dropping games randomly. It's not a great system. It's not a great system. You don't want to be incentivizing that. Oh, man. But yeah, if they added capture points in land battles, it would get, like, most of the way there. It would cause some confusion. And there's also the problem that it might not be as fun. So like it might technically fix a lot of issues, but if people just are always confused and will play less multiplayer because of it, you have a weird situation where sometimes more competitive isn't actually better, which is a really weird place to be in. There is an argument to be had that CA can make changes to multiplayer that technically make it less balanced, that would have more people playing multiplayer. It's not a be all end all. Obviously, we want to strive for the game to be more competitive, but do have a little bit of that weirdness. Yep. Let's see here. Just getting a little bit of adminning. Yeah, that's a little bit of a weird thing. Most of the time, though, at this point in my life, I'm not gonna lie. Look, CA is an awesome company. They do a lot for the game, and they do a lot for multiplayer that I think they don't have to. I can report the score for you. If I had to guess, though, if I just had to throw out a random guess, I'm pretty sure the reason capture points didn't get into land battles, I'm pretty sure that's not because CA thought that it would get more players. I'm pretty sure that didn't happen because maybe there wasn't enough resources to actually gameplay and test that. If I had to guess, I'm pretty sure CA isn't masterminding the multiplayer scene. Occam's Razor says they were probably just like, hey, are we gonna work on domination or land battles? And I bet someone was like, we're gonna work on domination, and then land battles got set aside. If I had to guess, like CA is great, but yeah, but can't give them too much credit. Let's see here. Alright, let's report the score. Alright, anyways, it's doing a little bit more adminning. No problem, no problem. 6313. What's it? Doom passive allowed in this tournament. Even if used for inf ammo. Alright. Let's see, where's Turin at? I gotta report a bug. Can you report the factions for this for Zyphos's match at 6313. Alright, there we go. He says he can't report the score for factions. Management of systems. At least it's not adminning. At least it's not adminning. Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. Why is it doing that? Score reported. On. Anyways, what's going on in chat? They pour a ton into Warhammer games. Multiplayer is just, yeah, well, the multiplayer is pretty niche. Multiplayer is pretty niche for a lot of games. I think like most companies, their instinct is to just sort of have a side multiplayer thing. I think most of the time they don't actually go too hard on it. What the? Is this thing getting all bugged up? Seems like it's bugged. Weird. Really weird. The double elimination bracket sort of being janky today. I got no idea what's going on. I think a lot of factions are bad in domination, are also bad in land battles. There's a little bit of that too, yeah. There's a few factions that are bad in both. So yeah, there's a few core things that need a looking at. Like when CA buffed literally every vampire counts unit by about 20% effectiveness for free. Which is pretty crazy. They basically gave vampire counts an extra 3,000 gold advantage, and we're like, here, just have it. And then they also changed all the balance of spells so that we had weird pendulums for a while. There's a problem when it comes to resources, because once you really want to get, you can do a bit to get multiplayer in a decent spot. If you want to get multiplayer into a perfect spot, it requires like exponentially more resources. So I don't blame CA for not I don't blame them for not having the game be super balanced. But I don't credit them for balancing the game super well. Beastmen also suck at the moment. It's weird. Beastmen are really strong in Warhammer 2, but a lot of factions got buffed. There's a little bit of buffing. I'm not going to call it power creep, because power creep is sort of a slightly different topic. Power creep sort of hints at the magnitude of the issue, I think. If I know my game design well enough, which I don't. I've stated many times that I'm no game developer. But I'm not going to call it power creep. I'm just going to say that some factions were buffed, and it means that beastmen are slightly weaker now. Impossible to balance this many factions, to be honest. Even with StarCraft 2 is only 3 factions, and people still complain. I think it's possible to balance the factions. I don't think it's possible to stop people from complaining. Very important distinction. Very important distinction. It also depends on what the definition of balance is for you. If you think balance is a perfect 50% win rate no matter who or what you're facing and the better player will always win, then yes, it is impossible to balance. Even more mild versions of that statement will make it impossible to balance, but reaching like a 55% win rate shouldn't be too hard, because you just sort of fudge the numbers until you get there. Balance is a weird one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it's possible to balance Warhammer. Specifically, it depends. Because we don't have any actual pro players in Warhammer. No one has a full career built off of playing Warhammer. So, whereas for StarCraft, you have people who are grinding that game, multiplayer exclusive every day for years. And when people are doing stuff like that, your range of skill expands tremendously. And that makes balance a lot harder. So I think, you can make Warhammer balanced for our community and the skill level of players here. But if we had players that were StarCraft players grinding out Warhammer, then oh my gosh. Then it would become impossible to balance. It becomes so hard. Yeah, but at least here, the skill ceiling's pretty low, but it also means that the time spent balancing is low, so who knows. Beastmen, infantry need a cost reduction or something. The thing is, here's my hunch. If you were to ask me why I thought beastmen were weak, I would say it's not actually a factor of, I don't think it's that their infantry is super weak. I would say beastmen are actually, could be, I think it's because their cavalry gets flanked. The cavalry gets flanked and routed off the map a lot easier in domination. I think if, even in land battles, I feel like beastmen should still be okay. I don't know. Is anyone here a big land battle player? How's beastmen in land battle? Because I feel like the chariots should still be strong, right? The only difference... I think if you put beastmen against a faction that didn't get a lot of buffs, beastmen should still be strong. It's like the advent of Cathay and undead getting buffed. I guess that's a big problem. Beastmen, their worst matchups were undead before, and given that they all got buffed, it's gonna be pretty scary. And speaking of undead, here we go. We have Tomb Kings versus the Vampire Counts. Finally loaded in. We got a good old Setra the Imperishable. Some Screaming Skull Catapults. Gonna be going for the good old Infinite Ammunition bug today. I'm allowing it in this tournament because hopefully next patch is gonna fix it. And honestly, I don't think it's that much of a problem, even though it definitely is a bit of an advantage, especially for units like Ushopti and Screaming Skull Catapults. Regardless, we're seeing a pretty interesting frontline. Some Tomb Guards, some Skeleton Warriors, and some Nehekara Warriors. Nothing too crazy here. Just a couple Ushopti. No Sepulchral Stalkers, though, which is a little bit different. As for the Vampire count side, we're seeing a pretty standard match. Or we're seeing a pretty standard army. Seeing some Graveguard. Seeing some Zombies, some Crypt Horrors. This is a nicely set up army to win a frontline fight. Combine that with Wind of Death, as expected. And some Necromancers to give Winds of Magic. And you're expected to win the frontline fight here. We rarely see Necrotechs in multiplayer matches, in Domination especially. You used to see them in land battles. But yeah, this is, it'll be an interesting one. This is a fight between the Vampire Counts being able to win the frontline fight, and the Tomb Kings using their ranged to try and turn that around. Now, we're going to see if the infinite ammo bug actually comes into play here. Very important thing to note. Vampire Counts do have a lot of options for taking out catapults and artillery pieces. They have their bats, they have their zombie summons. So, Tomb Kings might not even run out of ammo this game. We'll see, we'll see. Ushopti looking like they're aiming for the bats. Will they actually get some hits off? Only a couple. Nothing too crazy. And it's going to be pretty passive right now. So, perfect time to keep up with chat. You think Restore should get another charge for Necrotechs? Maybe? It's really weird. Healing is much less important in Domination because single entities overall don't get nearly as much value as they do in land battles. Single entities in land battles can squeeze out near infinite amounts of value in the late game, so you really want to keep them healed up. But I don't know if Necrotechs are even being used in land battles right now due to the healing changes. Regardless, we're seeing the first play of the game. An interesting, or actually a pretty good dive in onto the catapults. Bats will generally have a very slow crumbling rate. So I would say the chance of these guys dying is decent, but look at that. The incantation of protection on the catapult's gonna be keeping their physical resist nice and high. Actually reducing about half of the damage there. I'd expect those bats to have a pretty hard time killing them off. Really nice pick. Basically a free 400 gold damage worth of value at the very start of the game. Cetra even hounding down the Necromancer. I would say already as a starter, I would put it on. I would put the lead on good old VM, Mr. Rothlin Bildiga. Interesting name, nevertheless. Pretty good lead for the Tomb Kings. We're seeing a nice sort of just a clash of knowledge here, where I think the Vampire Counts just weren't really ready to they expected the catapults to go down as they usually do, but very nice offensive play, and Cetra just being an absolute beast for this Necromancer. He's taking a lot of damage so far. Much more pivotal play though. Everything has been small fry up until now because we are seeing a big dive in from the Vampire Lord here, but Cetra pops all of his buffs. Meanwhile, the Vampire Lord actually chooses to pop nothing. Really good strategy to get your opponent to use all of their abilities, and he's going to come in later to use his Charm Shield and so on to take that fight. But that might not actually come in, as the Ushopti Great Bows are doing a lot of damage to that Vampire Lord. It's incredibly important that you shut them down. Desummon of the Catapult didn't catch its value there, but does make sure that he gets a bit of a refund before it gets a zombie summon on top of it. Some really good reactionary play from the Tomb Kings. Overall, I think he won out, but oh my gosh, a really nice breath attack on those Nahakar warriors. So far, it seems like the Vampire Counts are sort of taking the initial lead here, though there's definitely a lot of plays that the Tomb Kings can make to pull back. Seeing some zombies here, slowing down some Nahakar warriors, but this point's going to get captured, and there's a little bit of a scary thing for the Vampire Counts. They haven't captured any of these points just yet. You can see, well, just one. That's not giving them a huge amount of points. The game would actually last 24 minutes. And if they start trading down, none of that's going to matter. So, how will it go? How will it go? Will the Vampire Counts continue to trade up here? He is fighting on the Tomb King's half of the battlefield here. This means he's forced to reinforce with much faster units, which will generally trade down, thus making the situation worse and worse as time goes on. So he's basically banking on trading really, really well here. And it seems like that's not impossible. The Eyes of the Desert are getting dived in on by some melee. They don't want to be stuck there. And we're also seeing the Ushopti getting blocked up by Fellbats. We'll see how well they actually do. as a cavalry summon might be able to shut this down. Not to mention Ushabti, not terrible fighters in their own right, could do well, but there's a support cavalry just gonna be stalling instead. Over here, Chosen of the Gods are doing well, and I would say Vampire counts are sort of starting to suffer. We're seeing the trading slightly down, and this is a really bad position to be in when the game is still so fresh. Very few points are captured so far, and I would expect a Vampire counts army wipe as the Tomb Kings going for the tactical advantage in this battle. What is this? Why are we still talking about Minotaurs? Was this 6k value? Yeah, not having the other points capped is pretty rough. But even if he had captured the points, he'd be trading even worse than he is right now. A lot of the time in domination, what you want to be doing is fighting on your side of the battlefield, as it means you'll generally have a small or even large gold lead over your opponent. For example, Tomb Kings, they summon a unit, it's in there in about 20 seconds. Vampire counts, they summon a unit, they gotta travel across the entire map to get there in time. Very, very rough. And even if he had captured the points, he'd still only be at about 300 victory tickets. He really banked all in on being able to try and catch out the Tomb King's range. It seems like that's not going very well today for good old Ulrich Wall. Seeing over here on the far point, a little bit of an even fight. Crypt Horrors between Nahakara Warriors, or Crypt Ghouls, my bad, against them. I honestly have no idea how this fight goes. It seems like the Crypt Ghouls are slightly going to be coming out on top, but nothing amazing over there. Look at that. We have a few stats, by the way, added. Friendly fire, very fun. But in terms of the magic front, it seems like the Tomb Kings are also doing pretty well. Even magic on both sides means that Winds of Death probably, there's only like 2 more Winds of Death in the bank left. We don't even know if they're going to be landing. The Vampire Council Lord is taking a lot of damage. Fight decided by Realm of Souls? Yeah, a little bit. That's a big question. Was the fight decided by the infinite ammo bug? Did the infinite ammo bug actually decide the game? I don't think so. I think at this point in the battle, the Ushop, you would still have ammo. At this point, though, it might start coming more into play, though I think this game might already be decided just looking at how the trading is going. We're seeing the Vampire counts are really running out of steam here. Crypt Ghouls are not the best option versus Tomb King's infantry, though against Skeleton Warriors they will do a bit better here. But I don't know, maybe there will be a resurgence. We'll see, we'll see. Why do you allow an intended bug like infinite ammo? Because there are infinite unintended bugs that, oh my gosh, that's that damage. I think the damage on the Lord is probably the roughest part here. But the big question, why does Enticity allow intended bugs? Why does Enticity not just have it where the intent of the developers is the way to go? I turn to you and ask, do you really trust the intent of CA? And do you really want me to be banning about 100 different random minor bugs that honestly don't matter? I think it's just easier to manage tournaments if you don't have micro bans. It's simple as that. Simple as that. Though I don't fault anyone for having bans, or even just going for the more major ones. I just don't think the infinite ammo bug is actually impactful for the game. But yeah, you can talk about developer intent all day. That is an argument that is endless, and I'm just gonna go for the practical side that makes my life easier. Simple as that. I'm not taking no moral high ground here. I just like what's easy. Regardless, Tomb Kings looking like they're actually starting to triple cap here. Very rough time for the Vampire counts. Cetra still on very high HP. Black Knights with barding. Lances not gonna be super great here. I guess it can clean up some infantry. Potentially an area where the Vampire counts could pull through. Over here in the distance, we have some doggos rushing in onto Nahakara horsemen. Gonna be trying to run them down, and it looks like they're gonna be barely not blocked up by the Skeleton Spearmen, actually swerving around. They should get a pretty good fight here. If it's intended, then it's not a bug. Well, it depends. I guess unintended is what I meant. I allow a lot of unintended things, but CA doesn't really have intent. If you go to CA and you talk to them about multiplayer, Do you think they have any intent? You know what? Developer intent? Let's not host multiplayer tournaments. Is this VMing CA too much? Obviously, they do care about multiplayer, but I think most of their changes don't have that much hard backing behind them. I don't know. There is an argument to be said about ammunition bug being very strong, though. These Ushapti have survived a very long time, and at this point, they are getting more value than they would otherwise because of their ammunition. You can see they've both paid for themselves very much. So, you know, if the patch doesn't fix it, I'll probably ban it. Today though, it doesn't matter. We allowed Tomb Kings and Slanesh alike, and both of those factions are still going to be very strong against each other. Over here in the distance, we are seeing some skeleton warriors, some Nehakara warriors summoned onto the field to contest this point. But overall, does the vampire counts have enough oomph? We're seeing constant waves of Fellbats onto these Ushapti, which is a terrible trade each and every single time. They have not been able to get a lot of damage. Cetra, with the healing too, actually being able to use the Restless Dead, healing up these Ushapti. It's just not going to go well. Very, very brutal, and the only thing it does is stall the Ushapti for a slight amount of time. Very unfortunate here for today. Over here on the flank point, we're seeing the point does go in the way of the vampire counts. A small win for them. Another Crypt Horror summon. Very good at trading. Gonna be good. And Tomb King's actually deciding to not go for the high ground. I'd say this is a very good play overall, as you don't want to spread yourself too thin and start trading down. But overall, Vampire Count's Lord on his last leg. Cetra almost dives in on him, but he does pick on up onto the high, into the air, and he should be good over here. Yeah, I've started a war in chat. I've started a war in chat about balance issues. Regardless, we're fine. Breathe, chat, breathe. Yeah, the Lord's just having a very rough time. There's like nothing that can dive in on these guys at this point. They are simply too well defended, and the initial push wasn't enough for him. And honestly, a lot of really bad trades with the Fellbats, unfortunately. They did stall for a time, so potentially they were a necessary evil. But very rough for the Vampire Counts today. F for the Vampire Counts, indeed. Now, the question is now, what can the Vampire Counts do to pull back? They do have some Knights in the back. I wonder if Knights are the way to shut down Ushapti. They do trade a bit better into the Nehakara Horsemen, which is pretty nice. We do also have, actually a pretty nice dive in here. This could potentially be it. We're seeing a zombie summon over here. The reason why I'm less excited here is because I think, Tomb King, the Vampire Counts, is still going to have a really rough time clearing off the rest, but potentially, if they're able to kill all of these Ushapti, it could be an avenue to come back, especially if the Lord is able to kill Cetra. Cetra is not the best fighter in the world, so he could very well go down to a Vampire Counts Lord with some cycle charging. We'll see. Are there bugs that I didn't allow? No, this is just vanilla Warhammer with the mod. Just vanilla Warhammer. I figured Tomb Kings with the bug aren't that much stronger than Slanesh. In fact, I would wager that they're not stronger than Slanesh. So, since I'm not straight up banning Slanesh, you know, it's going to leave it in there. Though there is an argument to be had about straight up banning Slanesh, which Torn actually does. Props to him. Nevertheless, we're seeing the Ushapti once again retreating. I think the Chosen of the Gods are still pretty bogged down here too, and we are seeing a little bit of a comeback in terms of trading. Vampire Counts are doing slightly better here. We're seeing some crumbling of the Chosen of the Gods, which is good. And then really, if they are able to kill Cetra, potentially there is a way for the Vampire Counts to come back here. Some Knights diving in onto the Eyes of the Desert, pretty good. Vampire Counts Lord probably moving in to finish off these guys. We see based off the supplies of the Tomb Kings, there's no actual counter summon that they can drop onto the Vampire Counts here. And over onto Cetra, he still hasn't really found a good target. He's sort of being bogged down by infantry, bogged down by Crypt Horrors. It seems like he's probably going to have a hard time, but the Eyes of the Desert are beasts. They will do really well against the Black Knights. And we're even seeing a little bit of a disengage. It's very hard for these guys not to get value unless the Dragon Lord is charging into their backs. We're also seeing a big fight here. Seems like the Dragon Lord's trying to escape. Vampire Count's choosing not to take this engagement, but Cetra, a little bit too heavy, gonna be blocking up this poor guy. Seems like he will barely be able to escape though, at the cost of a little bit of night damage and a little bit of HP. Finally seeing some crumbling here, but he stabilizes. Vampire Count's leadership being insanely strong, gonna be helping them here. Not to mention, we are seeing some pretty good trades here. More Crypt Ghouls into Spearmen, always a plus. The middle might be going the way of the Vampire Count, and we did see a lot of kills here, but the Vampire Count's Lord finally goes down. Crumbles down the Knights as they reach unacceptably low levels of leadership. And for the Ushabti, one of them barely manages to live. Could be a big problem later on. Over here, we're seeing the Eyes of the Desert holding up against the Crypt Horrors, and I think the Tomb Kings should probably be able to win this one. We're seeing a lot of reinforcements here. It was a good dive from the Vampire Counts, but sadly, not enough to deal with the Tomb Kings this time around. What's chat's opinion about Mofet? Mofet's a very good player. He did have a weird instance against Alfredino in a land battle invitational tournament where he did break the rules for about 10 minutes straight, maybe about 15 minutes straight. It did result in a rule break, so I can say that assuredly. But regardless, still a very good player. I think undeniably a good player. But yeah, straight up broke the rules. Like, it was the most obvious rule breaks you ever seen in your life. I think any tournament organizer worth their salt would have spotted it. You know, it's you have a weird debate. You have a weird debate on whether or not it's the tournament organizer's job to keep the players in check, or if it's the player's job to keep themselves in check. Regardless, he's still able to play in my tournaments, as we are much more strict on the rules here. Yeah, but very good player. Undisputably a very, very strong Warhammer player. Not a terrible guy to hang out with either, at least as far as I've, with my one-on-one experiences with them. Yeah. But at this point, Tomb Kings are about 1 minute off from winning the game. And then I believe we're facing off the winner of this match. Should be an interesting one. Oh, dang. Torrent's streaming right now. I should not be DMing him. Good to know. Good to know. Let's see here. Nice. He's just giving me some adminning tips. We'll finish off this game, though. We're seeing more bats flying in on the Eyes of the Desert. How many bats? How many bats have died to the Tomb Kings? Oh my gosh, the constructs. They're always getting defended. These bats have never really been able to get good coverage, unfortunately. Falcon? Yeah, Falcon, I haven't seen him play Domination. I don't think he's a fan. I haven't seen Falcon much in land battles either. He might be moving on to the stage of being retired. Which is natural, which is totally natural. Yeah, look at that. The bat's got like 12% damage on those guys. Very unfortunate. Oops, sorry, 1 second, people. 1 second. All right, we're back. How'd the game go? Looks like the Tomb Kings did win it, as expected. GG. All right. Anyways, I gotta do some quick adminning, and then I believe we're facing the winner of that match. Let's see here. There we go. I'll just copy this and then go over here at here. Darren said you guys could help. There we go. Let's go ahead and do that. Alrighty. Where were we? We have a tournament to play. Finally. Finally. What's going on? Smart play by the Tomb Kings. I usually go 4 Screaming Skull catapults and lose. Yeah. Being heavier on the construct side can really help you out. If they haven't messaged here in 10 minutes, you can take the win. Make Papa Norgal proud? Oh boy. Yes, the good old Norgal builds. Yeah, I haven't played Norgal in so long. Oh, what's it? That termed, what's it? Turned into melee Tomb Kings versus melee vampire counts? Oh yeah, for sure. Okay. I'm getting angry messages from people now. Alright, there we go. Ah, these players. Chat chooses my build finale. Oh boy. That would be something. Alright, where's our opponent at? I believe we're fighting VM Archer. Let's see here, Archer. Hey, we are up. There we go, there we go. Oh my gosh. What's this? At Enticity? People are just really going for the chat chooses my build finals. Maybe. We'll see. What's the code for lobby? Maybe we'll see. It depends on who we're facing. I want to just like throw over someone. I want to be handing out free tournament wins. If we have a second life though, maybe I can do one game. Maybe one game as it. Yeah. It's bugged. You know what's happening there. Oh man, too bad this and the site is sort of bugging out a little bit, but we got people on it to fix it. Let's see here. I have some people working on it to fix. Let's see, who does he need to DM? He has to DM let's DM this guy. DM this guy. Alright, there we go. Let's go ahead and join the lobby. We'll see, this guy is in VM. VM is a very, very strong clan right now in the multiplayer scene. So, probably not doing memes against this guy. What's the map gonna be? I believe the map is, it's past Itza, so it's Arnheim. Map is Arnheim. Okay, map is Arnheim. I'm happy I'm considering it. I'm thinking about it. It really depends on the player and if we're getting there from the loser's bracket or the winner's bracket. Ungor's only, perhaps? Ungor's only? Oh, jeez. It's gonna become BM again, guys. It's just gonna be BM all over again. And I'm not talking about Beastmen. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's get our factions picked. Alright, here we go. Let's get the factions going. This guy, he spends his time telling me to create my own pick. Oh my goodness, there we go. Who's picking first? I think I'm going to be picking the first 4 factions. Cool. VM are the villains in the multiplayer scene. They're villains, but don't take it too seriously. Is what I want to say. Yeah. People they're like half villains. The thing is, the players aren't actively trying to get themselves banned from tournaments. They play within the rules, and that's a majority of them. But like in terms of like being people, they're fine. I have them in my tournaments. They're totally fine people. But because I am ODM, I am obligated to say that they are the villains. I do have to, for my ODM pride, I do have to try hard verse them as much as possible. They also like to play undead a lot. You have really weird metas between different clans. It's quite fun. You have like the elf meta in the ODM space. You have the good old you have undead, a lot of undead factions being played in VM, and then you have RTK who push the meta with like the really obscure faction picks. It's quite interesting. Let's see. Do I want to run these guys? Sure. Alright, I think I have a fairly good pick selection here. What's a good final faction? I guess these guys? Let's see what he decides to go for. What does ODM stand for? Order de Malta, something like that? I've been in ODM for so long and I don't even know how to say it right. Regardless, here we go. So we are seeing an interesting set. Tzeentch versus Chaos is bad last time I played it. It's very bad. If it's up against a good Chaos player. Chaos against Slaanesh is bad. So Slaanesh versus Vampire Coast. I would say... Oh, Slaanesh versus Vampire Coast is a really interesting one. I think the ITP wins it, though. Tomb Kings versus Dwarves should be fine for me. We have Vampire Counts against Tomb Kings. That's such a weird one. Vampire Counts against Tomb Kings? I guess I pass on that. Dark Elves versus Cathay is a good one. And for the final one, I will go Vampire Coast versus Empire. Should be a pretty good lineup. We'll see if we can win it, though. Let's see here. Zyphos asking what map he's playing on. Which... let's see here. If you're playing versus Tomos, that's 5 maps in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's Death Pass. There we go. That should help out Zyphos. All right. Anyways, what's our opponent doing? I'm left. The people of the Empire pick. Yeah, yo, he actually went Empire. I'm like tryharding here. This guy whips out the Empire. If he plays Empire into my coast, I think that would actually be quite interesting. Inspired by the Knights of Malta? I don't know, maybe. Do you think that large monsters are typically worth taking in multiplayer? Large monsters. I would say yes. I would say very typically yes. Yeah. Usually want at least one big monster if you're playing multiplayer. Just don't go overboard, otherwise you might get hard countered. Yeah, it depends on how large you're talking about, but like I've made the Shredder of Lustria work, so like my win rate with Shredder of Lustria in tournaments is surprisingly high. Though not in super high stakes scenarios, just because I don't play Lizardmen against the best of the best anymore. Someone say Great Unclean One? Don't take a Great Unclean One. Exalted Great Unclean Ones are okay, though. Moment to stay hydrated, guys. Let's see, what's this guy gonna go for, though? Is he gonna go for the, You think he'll play Coast into Slaanesh? That has to be crazy, right? That has to be crazy. I see Turn is testing the new maps. Yeah, I heard Turn's streaming right now, right? Yo, I wanna end the tournament just so I can watch Turn. Dark Elves into Cathay. All right. Here's an interesting one. Dark Elves into Cathay, guys. How do you feel about this? You think Dark Elves Cathay is easily winnable? You think I'm doomed here? From what I can tell, Dark Elves have such a strong range superiority over Cathay that they're generally pretty happy. There's something to be said about Cathay artillery, of course. They have insane AoE versus infantry. But that's like the biggest thing that you really have to worry about, right? Like Cathay, yes, they have the infantry, but do they got anything else? Do they have anything else that that'll do well? I feel like it's a no. I feel like it's a no. Great Unclean One is where it's at. Exalted Great Unclean One is good. Normal Great Unclean One is sort of meh. In my eyes. Yeah, Dark Elves vs Grand Cathay should be pretty good. Now, remember, this guy... I expect them to know how to do this, how to play this quite well, so... Let's be a little bit careful here. What do I want as a lord? The question is, like, are we just gonna get shot to death? Is it gonna go for a ranged build? Arnheim is an okay map for ranged builds. The problem with Arnheim is that it has a really long travel distance. So very often you could have a very hard time actually making it into the fight where you want to be. Oh man, there's a lot. There's some good lords out there. There's some very good legendary lords. What I'm thinking I can just do something like this. This feels better. Yeah, this feels okay. I don't know. This is a matchup I haven't played a ton, but I feel like Dark Elves are pretty happy here overall. Shades are an interesting choice. The thing about Shades is that they're just stealth Dark Shards. They don't really fight that much better than your normal Dark Shards. So a lot of the time you end up asking yourself, why run Dark Shards? Or why not run Dark Shards? Because they're just sort of straight up better a lot of the time. So I'm not a big Shades fan. I'm not the biggest fan of the Shades. This could be a good tool. Ooh, this could be a very good tool. I've done it, chat. I've done it. I've figured out the play. Then I guess a few of these guys. Enticity was Harmony over buffed. Seems weird how strong Cathay infantry is right now. It depends. If we're talking about land battles, yes. If we're talking about... Actually, no, it's over buffed. CA buffed, they're buffing an ability that is bad on domination. Which is really weird. If CA wanted to make Cathay better in domination specifically, they should have buffed the cavalry. Instead, it's sort of like buffing something that was already pretty good in the right situations. I don't know, it sort of depends on where you feel like Cathay should be and what their playstyle should be. In terms of how strong they are in domination right now, it's really weird. They're actually in a pretty good place in domination, but I think they could have done it better. Regardless, it's fine. Alright, how do I... Here's the thing, the Shades are less susceptible to artillery, but I think you can still spot them pretty easily. Then we have the Jade Lancers. Jade Lancers aren't the biggest threat in the world. In fact, I'd go as far as to say Jade Lancers aren't that much of a problem. You can counter Shades with basic crossbow shields. Yeah, crossbow shields are just sort of, they're just like a better Shade unit, aren't they? They just feel, they're just so good. They're so good at at fighting armored factions. Just that armor piercing is massive. Alright, nice. I think I have a decent-ish build set up so far. The big thing that I would like to play for in this match is that I believe Cathay doesn't have that much in the way of a strong late game. So I feel like if I can just dominate the or if I can just sort of trade evenly in the early game, in the late game I think they'll just sort of be suffering. They'll be suffering trying to get their guys into position, and then that's when I can sort of take a very strong lead. We'll see how it goes though. We shall see. Oh, man. Dark Elf Skirmish Cavalry any good here? Dark Elf Skirmish Cavalry. I'd say, they can be pretty good, yeah. I'd give it a go. Yeah, CA buffing stuff, you know. You can't expect them to sink too much time into balancing, unfortunately. But hey, you know, on the bright side, it does mean we get DLCs faster. What's it? 500 gold Jade Warriors beat. Oh yeah, the Jade Warriors with the Harmony are terrifying. I feel like if a unit is routing, maybe it should disable Harmony. That might balance it out. Because then at least if it's like, oh, it's super OP, but it's pretty easy to shut down. You just route off their ranged. Cathay range is not super accessible. Like, you have balloons and you have, like, I don't know, Celestial Dragon Guard and crossbows. Cathay range is not super great at holding ground. So I feel like it's fine to have this sort of really nice texture where it's like, oh yeah, you know, never fight Cathay melee with Harmony bonuses, right? Then it's like, okay, this is a cool back and forth. Right now, they're sort of just good no matter what, because even when the guys are running, they'll still provide it. Which can cause a lot of problems. Alright, nice. Here we go. I got a Lord. Pit of Shades, my favorite spell. We got a bunch of Scourge Runners. They're here to punish the any style of play that involves cavalry. And they're also not terrible versus artillery, I think. They might die horribly to cannons. I have no idea, honestly. If he goes hard on the cannon deployment here, maybe we'll just get wrecked. But we do have a bit of a high saturation of units here, which is a bit of a saving grace. If he goes only the fire rain rockets, these guys should actually be able to pick off fire rain rocket entities pretty well. Alternatively, we do have a plan B, which is summon harpies and then Pit of Shades them. They'll route off and you just chase them off. And then for my actual army, we have a good sort of late game situation here. Lots of melee, lots of extra range, some cavalry, and then manticores for terror. Manticores are really important versus Cathay, and it's very, very conducive to my winning here that I summon them in fairly early on, is the plan. So fingers crossed it goes well. Of course, I have my usual Dark Shards here. Dark Shards, always very great. I might even park some of these guys on the low ground just to do some poking. They don't really run the risk of getting hit by cavalry, just because I do have my Scourge Runners here, and I have just a load of anti-cavalry options. So as long as I'm not getting wrecked, as long as he doesn't pull a strong lead versus me, I should be fine. What do you guys think? You guys think you feeling this build? He has an army of 14. Fairly large. Fairly large army, but nothing catastrophic for me. You know, buffing Shades would be pretty fun. Shades are really good on campaign because they end up being slightly better Dark Shards. And campaign players tend to favor strength of a unit over their cost efficiency. So yeah, it's sort of weird. How do you buff Shades in multiplayer without making them crazy in campaign? Like, you can reduce their price, but that's just sort of a weird way of doing it. Regardless, let's see how it goes. He's ready. And the goal is to not die to artillery. We're seeing a strong deployment up here. And I'm seeing very little artillery. I'll take it. I'll take it. Alright. Alright. Let's get these Scourge Runners in place. Get my Lord in place. And then the Bolt Throwers, they're going to beeline it. They want to focus down the Crane Gunners, as the Crane Gunners are by far the scariest threat for me right now. In the meantime, I guess I did say I want the Manticore early. We will just get them early. Manticores are great anti-cavalry tools early on. Nice. And then I believe we just sort of keep scuttling up here. We should be good. We should be good. He's gone really hard on this high ground deployment. That has me a tiny bit worried. That is a very aggressive high ground deployment. I guess I should be able to take the low ground though. As long as he doesn't have like suspicious peasant horsemen here, but I think that's like all of his units. Let's see. I don't want to commit too hard here though, because he can turn the tables on me pretty hard. We'll just sort of play passively up here and not get too aggressive, I think. Meanwhile, on the low ground, we'll get start spamming Corsairs, honestly. I don't need to play too aggressively here. We can play very safe. Seems like he wants to go for a summon on my artillery. That's fine. Oh, missile mirror? Oh, he went. Wait, no, that's a slow. Okay, that's fine. I'm cool with the slow. Is he slowing them so he can get the summon off? That's a really weird way to go about it, but sure. It looks like no, he's just straight up slowing them. That is a weird strat. Okay, there we go. There's the summon. We're gonna drop artillery, dodge with our lord, catch him in melee, and then have them run for their lives. Sweet. So yeah, we're just gonna go for the double low ground cap. I have no intent of actually fighting him over the long run here, and we're totally fine just taking a slower trade. Totally fine. Of course we have the forest over there, and I have the low ground very well secured right now, so not a problem. Let's go ahead and get the chariot transition going, and then hopefully his crane gunners don't cause me too many issues. Of course the bolt thrower crews should be able to do fine, but I think we're okay. Looks like my range should be able to fight okay here. Looks like he doesn't want to take a fight in the trees, which is very good for me. Alright, sweet. And look at that, his lord might even take a bit of damage. Very nice. Now these guys, can I reman that artillery piece ever? I feel like it's probably a no, so I'm just gonna de-summon them real quick. As far as cavalry, I'm not too fearful of them. And over here, I guess I just sort of spam range. I think I still have a pretty good range advantage if we're talking about me owning the forest here. Okay, interesting. We are seeing a big dive in on the Manticore. That is very painful. Oh my gosh, that damage. And we're gonna have our work cut out for ourselves on the low ground at least. So there's a little bit of a sketchy fight here. Let's pull these dark shards back a tiny bit. Get that overcast pit of shades ready on his guys. And hopefully we can win this low ground. I sort of botched up this low ground fight, admittedly. I think we could have done it a little bit better, but it's not going terribly. I got the Scourge Runner chariots there, so I think it's fine. Big old pit of shades on those guys should rout them all off. And then more skirmish. Oh, man, that was a painful volley, though, from these guys. I gotta say, he's playing this quite well. I do have my Scourge Runners here, finally, though. They should be able to get a lot of damage on his guys. And I'm just gonna pull him further down onto this low ground path. I think that's fine. I can wait for another pit of shades. No need to get too feisty here. And just, yeah, just make sure my range is in a good position. Look at that big rout on these guys, too. Very nice. And actually, you know what? I think we can rout off the crane gunners, possibly. I'm just gonna go for a Hail Mary Fury summon over there. Hope that he doesn't have enough to counter that. And we'll just sort of try and start pulling him out. I want him to be more spread out. If I take a fight badly, then you could take a lot of damage here. Here we go. There's the crane gunners firing away. But he doesn't have a lot of cavalry support just yet. Over yonder, we're looking at a fairly grouped up amount of range there that I want to be firing at. Here we go. Harpies are in. Very good, very good. Then over here in this madness, jeez. There we go. Get that pit of shades going. Alright, now he's going for my artillery piece, which is going to fire at his guys over there. We did manage to rout off one of the crane gunners, but it wasn't the most worth trade I've ever had. I'd say that was actually a bit of a misplay on my part even. Regardless, I think the low ground might be going okay for me. This is a sketchy game. I don't know how I feel about this, though. I guess if it's even, the Cathay late game, as usual, should be having a pretty rough time. Those are Jade Lancers, so gotta be very careful there. These guys will just pull back, and on the low ground, let's just keep getting. Let's get back a Manticore. I want to have that terror going. And here we go. The pulling apart begins. Over here in this area, he's getting pretty spread out. He doesn't have a load of tools to really shut down everything. So I feel like this area is going fine for me. On the high ground, it's a little bit more sketchy.
Understood.
His Lord does have a lot of, decent amount of HP left. Does have some cavalry here, too.
Battle
Desummon. I don't need that anymore. There we go. And you know what? We're just gonna commit to the low ground. Screw the high ground plays. I'm not feeling that anymore. Low ground is where it's at. I'm just gonna go all in there. Just get me more infantry. Get me more infantry. We're just gonna go fully in this area because high ground is way far too secured right now. All right, nice. And instead, a little bit of Lord killing action. Looks like my Corsairs are doing fine. Looks like the Manticore is doing amazing. I might even be able to kill his Lord here. So I'm gonna straight up go for the full surround. He might have a Talons of the Night. We'll keep an eye on that to make sure that doesn't land. And there we go. There's the Talons. We'll dodge it. We have the Manticore in, which is good. We'll pit a shades these Jade Lancers real quick. And we'll see if the Manticore can kill her. In the meantime, more ranged should help me out here. And I think we're okay. Oh man, my chariots are out of ammo though. If they had a little bit more ammunition, they might have been able to pick off his Lord, but we'll settle for this instead. How's the trading going? Trading's going okay. I can live with that. Let's just keep harassing his range then. Capture points are a little bit sketchy though, admittedly. I think over here, Manticore is doing okay. Yeah, we'll back up from these guys and start getting in some Dark Riders. At this point, he doesn't have that many Harmony bonuses. So I should be able, in theory, I should be able to start trading up. As long as I can keep that shut down. And that means a load of Dark Riders and a load of Harpies most of the time. He's spamming out a lot of cavalry though, which is a very good idea. We'll just sort of ward them off with my guys here. Let's see here. Start spamming out those Harpies. Hopefully we can make his life hard. Let's see here. What do I want to pit of shades? I guess right smack dab here. That should do pretty well. Yeah, I gotta get the flanks going. I gotta get the flanks going on them. Okay, Harpy should be able to take those guys out. There's a Jade Lancers. We've got a good pit of shades. We killed off most of his melee. I think I should be able to make a big dive for his range now while they're sort of preoccupied. Seems like it's working all right. And I'm not a big fan of summoning those Harpies there. I probably shouldn't have, but regardless, we do have some swords actually starting to get in here. And there we go. We've routed off most of his range. Our trading is still suspiciously close. But regardless, with the range going down, with the Harpies on his Crane Gunners, I think we're about to see a little bit of a pullback. And now I just want to focus on spamming out infantry, essentially. Infantry is the name of the game because at this point, he basically just has to keep spamming cavalry my way to get onto the battlefield, right? Because he's sort of mucked up everywhere. So if I can just win the infantry fight and capture the points, I believe we win it. And my chariots can just keep on battering his guys. Good desummon on his part though. I don't know, it's gonna be sketchy. I do like my Harpies here though, they're doing great. These guys can sort of harass those Crane Gunners. I think we're out of magic. Yeah, we're out of magic. We're out of magic. I don't know, it's gonna be a close one. I do like those Harpies though. Do have the jump on his guys. And I do have a decent amount of capture weight. I think if we just keep on spamming out, if we can just keep on spamming out Corsairs, I think we win it in the late game. I'm not gonna lie, I legit feel like this is a late game win for us. As sketchy as this may look, he's sort of starting to run thin on guys that can give harmony. This Manticore is gonna have his work cut out for him though. Yeah, I can summon like a Corsair on the high ground maybe. I don't have much range for myself though, because he's spamming mostly cavalry, so. We'll see. At least the Manticore's here. Let's see here. My chariots can jump those iron hails. I actually want to stay away from them as much as possible. Another Corsair. We still have a lot of time too, so it's not... It ain't over till it's over.
Withdraw.
There we go.
Blood will flow. No survivors.
Crane gunners are getting collapsed in on. Oh, barely.
Blood
Barely
survivor.
collapsed in on. That was sketchy.
Forward.
Yeah, his few crane gunners that do make it through are going to be a little bit problematic. But it's not the end of the world. Especially with this new wave of Corsairs incoming. You also have some Dark Riders up top that can get a little bit of work done.
Chariots.
And then I'll just keep collapsing on them.
We are ready.
There we go. There we go. Corsairs. Corsairs are getting in there. My commentary gets way worse as soon as things start getting sketchy. What I'm thinking is we take another Manticore. Manticores for days. Yeah, because he doesn't have any range to actually shoot him mostly. He does have a little bit. I need to keep sending in my Harpies on top of him. I'm not liking that he's stealing this point too, but... regardless... Oh boy, we're starting to run out of time. I think he might have won it. I think he might have won it.
We are ready.
He might have won it. We'll see, we'll see. Come on, kill the Crane Gunners. Get that Manticore in there. This one needs to terror out these guys ASAP. Oh my gosh. Come on, Dark Riders. You have the high ground instead of being real awkward because these guys don't have AP. Oh man, he might win off the capture points is the problem. He might win off capture points if I don't start stealing them very soon. I think we traded okay, but yeah, we'll feel it out. I might be able to take the high ground point soon. Let's take I don't have anything to bring in. I need to get at least 1 point though, and then I have a little bit of time to sort of start taking over stuff. There we go. Get some riders over there. Where's my lord? She just died. Dang it! Now you won it. Dang. It was close though. It was close. Jade Warrior Halberds are here. I summoned in a lot of range that ended up getting dived in on by cavalry. I think I honestly would have done way better with just I would have done way better just spamming like Dark Riders and stuff on the low ground. The high ground play was a misplay. He played it well though. This means we'll have to move on to we'll be moving down a rank. Very scary. Played too defensively at the start. I don't think that was the problem. I think I played too offensively at the start. Alright, let's see. Any way we can come back here? I guess if the middle point just miraculously starts getting captured, maybe. Trading ended up getting more even as time went on. The Crane Gunners up here were a big pain, and I threw away so many Harpies at them. I feel like if I just spammed only infantry and cavalry, we could have done better. Look at that. It's starting to rout here. Alright, GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. That was a good Cathay game. Oh, man. I threw away so many range units, though. Look at this. How did my chariots do? Chariots did okay. Look at the bolt throwers, though, right? Bolt throwers were a bad idea, I guess. Pit of Shades was fine. For a lord that costed 1,000, that was good. And then also, I ran out of ammo before I could kill these guys. I think there's something to be said about saving ammo on your Scourge Runners to take out the more elite targets. And the Harpies did okay. They actually did okay. I don't think I used them optimally, though. Regardless, GG, well played. That's one loss. So one more loss and we are out of the tournament, people. Our tournament life is on the line. Let's see here. So that is 1-0. Dark Elves versus Cathay. Oh, Grand Cathay. There we go. Dang. Right before the finals, too. Oh, man. So if we run into him again in the finals, we have to play him twice? Brutal. Regardless. We can win. We can 2-0 him in the finals, right? Oh, yeah. Nothing really to Pit of Shades. I was banking on the fact that I was just Pit of Shading his Iron Hails. So that was sort of okay with me. There was a lot of minor stuff that I misplayed, though. Build-wise, I feel like if I had taken... What if I had just taken like 1,000,000 Dark Shards with shields? Would that have done better? Because it's not like Crane Gunners can do... Crane Gunners do a lot of damage, but they're not that fast with the damage. I also honestly think Malekith is just better. Having a big Dragon Lord flying around that you can reliably just dive into ranged is... feels much better than just a generic Lord. Because Malekith only costs 1,000 more, right? So why have a generic Lord and a Manticore? Moral of the story. Moral of the story, never not run Malekith. The ROR Celestial Dragon Guard did really well there. They did really well. I wish I had a Fate of Buna for them. Malekith and Darth Vader. They're the same. They're the same. Lower bracket time? Yeah, it's lower bracket time. So we're facing the winner of the lower bracket. So it's between Ulrich Rahl, Zyphos, Voin, and Tretch. And then if we make it to the finals, we have to win 2 games against our opponent. Oh, it's over already? That's a shame. At Voin. At Voin and at Tretch. Actually, I think they're still playing. At there we go. At Charix. Do you have a lobby? Will be spectating. There we go. If you guys are want a quick break, now's the time. Stretch your legs. Stretch your legs. You know, I'm gonna do the same. Oh. Ah. You got dumpstered as Cathay vs Dark Elves, but I forgot to change the map from Grove of Slaughter. That's a rough time. Yeah. Okay, here's the Enticity here's the coping. Here's the coping, guys. If I go ahead, I can make a multiplayer lobby, right? This is what this I feel like the Reaper bolt throwers. I don't like them that much. The Reaper bolt throwers that sort of feel not great. I'd much rather, okay, so like obviously Malekith, Soul Stealer, dive the Crane Gunners, like easiest win of your life, right? He has built-in terror. This guy's like perfect. Days of Malice, oh my gosh, Malekith was perfect. Malekith would have been perfect. What am I doing? Wow, that makes him expensive. Taking Days of Malice. Still worth it though, because you knock down the Crane Gunners. So like what you do is you go for Malekith, right? You go for Malekith, and then you go for like a million Corsairs and wrap around them. If it's a tight map and you can't get a good wrap around, you can go like, let's see here, what do you go? You go, Charybdis? War Hydra action? There's something to be said about going mass, single entity. You know, actually, I'm not gonna lie, this would legit be pretty hard for Cathay to shoot down. Because you take the double War Hydra, 35% missile resist, bronze shielded War Hydras. You charge one Crane Gunner with Malekith. You Gaze of Malice the other. You walk right over the Jade Warriors, right? And then it's like, it's easy from there. Like, this is, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Right, like this is, oh my gosh, this is a free win. There's no way it's not a free win. What have I done? Oh man. The Crane Gunners are a sort of a big problem, but like, I feel like maybe if you go harder on the cavalry. So, because he was spamming Jade Lancers a lot, maybe you just go like Cold One Knights. Cold One Knights feel, that might be pretty good. Cold One Knights, battering ram in with the War Hydras. We could have won it, guys. We could have won it. This is way better. And then Crane Gunners say hello. Crane Gunners cannot say hello to so many things. You can only bring a max of 5 Crane Gunners. And if they're being charged at by this stuff, like I took a shredder of Lustria versus Crane Gunners. If you have the right tools, you can take them out. And you can even take the Harpies. You land on the Crane Gunners. Jade Lancers come in. Oh, look at that. War Hydra. Boom. Instant dead. This would have been sick. This would have been sick. Yeah, screw the generic caster. Oh my gosh, Malik, it's just, he's the way. He is the way. Alternatively, I think infantry, on the infantry front, it's still fine having just Corsairs. Nothing too special there. And then, like, go light on the range, you know? A late game, light Dark Shard action when all the range is dead. That's what you should be doing. Maybe, like, a little bit of Scourge One or Chariot reinforcements. This would have been sick. So would have been sick. Anyways. Oh, man. Please stop calling them Crane Gunners. Aren't they called something else? Alright. Let's take a quick look. Let's take a quick look. Stop calling them Crane Gunners. Stop calling them Crane Gunners? Stop calling them Crane Gunners, you say. Alright, guys. I gotta bring attention. I got... Here we go. Let's see here. Let me just get this done real quick. Let's see. If I go to here we go. Let's take a quick look, guys. I hope I'm not just misreading your comment, because that makes things way worse. Let's see here. Save. We go here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. All right. I think we're set. This is my new army blocker. All right. Anyways, let's go ahead and go into the match while we wait for our opponent. Cathay Jazales. That would have been a better name. Yeah, it would have been a better name, but let's see. Where's this lobby? Oh yeah, there we go. I'm watching you, chat. I'm watching you. All right. Alright, let's get this army blocker up. Man, I wish if I had only gone to the finals, guys. We threw. We threw again. Though I will say, that was some pretty good Cathay play. I don't think I actually threw that hard. I think I just got outplayed. But regardless, Charix, we actually beat him. We beat him earlier, but yeah. If he continues to win games, we'll find him again. Oh my gosh, Zyphos. Zyphos keeps messaging me about the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my goodness, Zyphos. Wait, what are we doing? Alright. So it's gonna be we should be getting back-to-back games as soon as this one starts. Because it'll be the winner of Voin and Tretch. Then it'll be the winner of fighting this match. Moving on to fight the winner of Ulrich Wall and Zyphos. And then the winner of that moves on to fight me. And the winner of that moves on to the finals. And altogether, that should be a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 matches. Which means if we're lucky, this tournament ends in 2 hours. Which makes it a 6-hour tournament. Which actually puts it in the running for a tournament that lasts a normal amount of time for once. Still pretty long, but I'm happy for anything that makes it last not 9 hours. I'll take it. Executioners? Yeah, executioners will get focused down. They'll win you the infantry fight, but that wasn't my main problem. Like, there is something to be said about taking more infantry into Cathay. Though Dark Elf infantry is surprisingly squishy. I hope you lose to Iron Hail Gunners again. I will. I will. Oh, Iron Hail Gunners. Wait. No, they are they called Iron Hail Gunners? Iron Hail Gunners. Is that what you're talking about? I'm mixing up Iron Hail Gunners and Crane Gunners? Maybe I was. Maybe I was. I did talk about Crane Gunners a bit. Because you do need to dive them too. You have a lot to dive in onto against Cathay. Upvote the stream so I can beat Ludwig. Please, chat. Please. Oh my goodness. Should I just restream Turin? Should I just like have Turin on? I feel like I shouldn't restream Turin. It's not even like I'm playing in this tournament. I'd just be watching his stream. That's not the way I want to go. I don't want to be a React Andy. I want to devolve into just React content. Now, I'm not going to tell you that I'm not secretly watching Turin on the side right now. I'm totally not watching Turin on the side right now, but like, man, those new maps are pretty sick. Jade Warriors smash Corsairs to pieces? I guess. They might. I can see Jade Warriors beating Corsairs. I wonder, like, I could go more elite. I feel like Jade Warriors without support, though, should be easy. I feel like single entities. I want to go single entity build, guys. If I lose with a big single entity build, turn on the side sounds kind of kinky. Oh my gosh. Oh, jeez, chat. Never fail. Never change, chat. Never change. He came from Turin stream, some really cool maps. Hopefully CA adds them to the game. Oh, that would be amazing. That would be huge. Hey, oh, we have our match. Okay, guys, stop watching Turin. Everyone who's watching Turin, close his stream. Dislike his stream. Steal his viewers. All right, nice. So, we have Tretch. We finally have Tretch. Let's hear Tretch. Can you give me the spectator link for pics? Should be good. Ah. Oh man, yo, I cannot wait to watch that VOD. I want to see those new maps. I'm so excited for them. Because the maps right now, even the biggest maps we have, are sort of cramped. It's hard to flank with cavalry on Black Ark because the vanguard point is so fat, like so close, which is so sad. Literally the biggest map we have in Bretonia still can't get a good flank going. What are you doing, CA? It's okay. It's better for Bretonia, but it's still not great. Jade Warriors smash everything under 1,000 gold. I wonder. They're quite good though. Because I think CA just shadow buffed them with +8 melee defense if they have formation attack on. Which is sort of insane. Just a little bit. The maps are so bad. Loopy, you don't even play domination. What are you talking about, Loopy? You're saying the maps are bad? Are you talking about all of them or some of them? What is this? Can a man not be hyped for once? I don't know. They might be bad. You're the one watching Turin stream, right? I shouldn't be bashing on you too much. You used to? It's +9 melee defense? Really? That's crazy, man. Murderous prowess. Are we talking about... Let's see here. No, you said the maps were bad. Really? I've heard pretty high praise about these maps. What is it? Are they still close quarters? Are they too big? Are they too big? Are they too much like land battles? Not enough terrain features. What's going on? Let me know. Let me know. You're talking the CA ones? Oh, well, okay, yeah, my bad. My bad, Loopy. I didn't mean to get on your tail too much then. Yeah, no, we all agree that the CA maps are terrible. I recall it was +8 melee defense. I thought it was +8 melee defense. I'm willing to be wrong on this, though. Community knowledge is pretty intense. But, regardless, I hope you guys are ready. We have some pretty spicy factions for you today. Just kidding. They're pretty normal. Tomb Kings versus Tzeentch. Favorite for Tomb Kings. Norska versus Tomb Kings. Favorite for Tomb Kings. Counts versus High Elves is an interesting one. Because people say, if you look into the files, it says +9. CA. How dare they? Anyways, if you look into if you look at the stats on Total Tavern, vampire counts have a tremendous win rate, but do they have a similar win rate against the High Elves? If we take a quick look, see, it seems like the vampire counts are sitting at a solid against High Elves. A 62% win rate against High Elves. So despite it being favored in land battles, probably not here. Slanesh into Wood Elves. Never face Slanesh. Terrible idea. Greenskins into Dark Elves. Interesting. I would say slightly Dark Elf favored. Dark Elves into Lizardmen. Dark Elf favored. Chaos into Chaos. Unfavored for both is my preference. Is that really bottom versus S tier? Tomb Kings versus Norska? Norska's actually mid tier right now. A lot of people were dumping on Norska. For whatever reason, Norska is actually one of the only unchanged factions that climbed up in the meta, and I have no idea how. Yes, their Marauder Horsemen are bugged. Hey, yo, this is the bug debate again. Hey, guys, should we just ban Marauder Horsemen? I know there's some of you guys that would love it. But maybe Marauder Horsemen are bugged. So that's not part of CA's intent for them to fire in melee, I think. You know, if that gets patched out later, right? We can't run those guys. What else can't we run? Literally everything that will likely get nerfed in the future. So I guess Slanesh is not currently in the developer intent position. We'll just ban Slanesh as a whole. We'll ban all undead factions because they got plus leadership and they'll probably get nerfed. We'll also ban gunnery wights. The bug is a detriment to them, but because of bugged, we can't. anyways, the topic's actually a lot more complicated than I make it out to be. There's a line to be drawn and it's gray, but I like to meme the hardliners. The hardliners are the people that tick me off. Because they're like, there's no nuance. If it's a bug, it shouldn't exist. There's a lot of people that are like that. I think the Tomb King's bug, now that I'm seeing it again, yeah, it should probably be banned. Slanesh should be banned too, though someone didn't ban Slanesh in this match, so I don't know what's going on there, but there's a lot of, there's like the Skaven, desummon your lord for leadership. Skaven just shouldn't be able to use that combo. I don't know. There's a lot of grayness there. If someone can just... If the people that argue about this point can just accept that there's some gray lines there, I think it's much better. What's it? Not a bad idea. They have Hellstriders in Be'lakor. Legit, if we just banned Marauder Horsemen, would that actually make a golden meta? If we just straight up banned Marauder Horsemen, it might actually be great. What's it? Maximus on Twitch saying, I think the main reason people hate Norska is because Tariff is really good at making memes. Actually, pretty true. Yeah, Tariff. Tariff is like the one guy bringing down the Norskins. The power of a little bit of I can't think of the word. You know what? We'll move on. Norska and tatters without horsemen? Yes. They'd be done for. They'd be gone. Sad times for Norska, man. It's not memeing. It's the thing where governments change your mind with posters. What are we doing? We're playing that game where you have to guess what someone is saying, but they're not allowed to say the right words. Oh my gosh. Propaganda? Yeah. The streamer... I don't even know if it's a streamer curse. Is my vocabulary just terrible? What's that game called? Tariff, the greatest influencer? Yeah. What's that game called? Articulate? Yeah, I'm very not articulate. What is the... It's called, It's a purple game. Shenanigans? No, it's not called Shenanigans. What is it? It's, it's the one where you tap your nose. You say, like, three things taboo. Isn't there, like, a generic taboo? Charades? There you go, charades. Charades is the no-name brand taboo. There we go. Oh, man. Words, they confound me. Words and names. Their matchups... The matchups are Dark Elves, Greenskins, Tomb Kings, Noriska. I think they've settled on Tomb Kings versus Zinch. Pretty interesting match. Hey, yo, guys, I was thinking of getting some shirt action going. I was thinking a little bit about shirt action. I want to get your opinions, guys. What is a good shirt idea? What is a good shirt idea? I was thinking, I think I have an image of it. Let's see here. I think I have an image of it saved somewhere on my PC. Let me see. Is, where is it? What's the folder called? I think it was just called shirt ideas. There we go. What's it? No items match your search? Are you telling me that's not a, Alright, let's bring this up. Crane gunners? Gosh. Shirtless is a Chad move? You can't merchandise shirt. Can you merchandise shirtlessness? I guess that's what OnlyFans is, isn't it? Let's see. Here we go. Okay, we'll boot this up. I wonder, okay? Just for the memes. It doesn't even matter if, like, if only one person buys this, I would call it a success, okay? Let's see here. Shirt ideas. There we go. Alright, nice. Nice. Here we go. It's massive right now. Let me scale it up. Let me scale it up real quick. And there we go. Okay. I would like to query you guys. Would anybody in their right mind buy something like this? I wonder. It doesn't have to have a lot of Enticity branding. It doesn't have any weird words or anything, right? I feel like, though, if I can get one person to buy this, just one person, I feel like we can call it a success. Anyone? Yeah, I got milk. I feel like this, something like this. Now, here's the thing. I do have to hire an artist to actually make this thing, because I can't just copy from another brand. And it'll cost about, someone's going to get paid $100 to make something like this, but I feel like it'd be worth it. I pre-ordered 12. Yeah, the Canadian bagged milk. I was thinking you can have some weird ideas with this, right? So like if we let's see here. Where's my other if I open up the paint, here we go. So if I do, where's my MS Paint at? Come on, paint. There we go. So if I do this, right? Like, if we do something like, because I was thinking what we could do, right? We could have, like, you have the normal milk, right? And then you have another, is this gonna draw? Is this the wrong, what's going on here? Why can't I draw? Can I draw with the, what's going on? Why can't I draw? Paint. MS Paint. Why you gotta do me dirty like this? Can I draw gray? I can't draw in gray. Does it actually not work if I'm screen sharing? What is this? What's going on? I actually can't, Does it work now? No. Alright, well guys, MS Paint is dead to me. It has died. Pouring out one for the homies? Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. What if I reboot it? Paint? Look, we're loading into game. I got nothing else to do. I might as well do a bit of merchandising. Let's see here. Can I draw if I do it like this? Wow, I just can't. I can fill bucket it. Okay, there we go. Jeez. Okay, yeah, it's because the top color wasn't working. Alright. Yeah, you can't draw. You gotta... Okay, you have to set the color. I'm an MS Paint noob. Anyways, I was thinking, right? Ignore the game. It's setting up the armies right now. Right? I was thinking, you have like a bagged milk like this, right? And this is like what people think you're talking about when you talk about bagged milk, right? Maybe like you have like a tag that's like, you know, something like this, right? And then it's like milk. Here we go, right? And then like beside it, then you have the actual milk, which is like, let's see here. Ignore the game. Then you have like the actual bagged milk. The players are gonna hate me for this. Ah, whatever. They hate me anyways. They hate me anyways because I leave bugs in the game. Then you gotta have the actual milk thing that's like, you know, just like the holder. You have like the sick holder action here. Oh boy, that doesn't look great. But yeah, then you have like something like this. You have like the duo, or maybe just a single. Maybe just the holder is better. I don't know. No, I'm speculating here. I'm speculating, but anyways. I feel like the mill concept was enough of a win where we'll just go for that. Needs a Centigore in the background? Okay, that's actually brilliant. It's actually brilliant. I'm writing that down right now. Bagged milk with a Centigore in the background. Oh my gosh. That'd be great. Yeah, the holder. Enticity disrespecting his opponent. No, we're spectating who will eventually be our opponent. It's fine. Alright, nice. Yeah, here we go. It's milk bag, question mark, and then in brackets, Centigore in the back. Yes. Back. Maybe with like a thumbs up. That'd be perfect. So he's like in the back, just like smiling. They got the bagged milk there. Is that maybe that gets too weird though? Maybe that's too weird. I feel like that's too weird for people to wear in public. Too weird. Maybe I'll have that like as a second edition. If the normal milk container t-shirts work out well, then we'll launch a series. We'll launch a series of it. Anticity was yo, I don't need your sarcasm, chat. I've learned. You mean a jug? No, I mean the milk bag holder. You crazy, Loopy? No one calls it a jug. You crazy, man. Alright, what are we looking at here? We got an interesting Zinch army. We got some Marauders. It's a chaff spam with spawn build. Nothing crazy. You've seen it a million times. Actually, pretty melee focused this time, though. But the Tomb Kings. For the Tomb Kings, we're seeing some Skeleton Archers. We're seeing some Shopti. Eyes of the Desert. This is a pretty ranged heavy Tomb Kings build. They have a few assets to protect, but a lot of infantry to hold the line. A couple Tomb Guard, which will trade very well into the Marauders. I think it will be, I'd say the Tomb Kings are pretty happy here. Stalker Shot's never gonna hit this guy. Rocking at a solid 89 speed Wild Poison. He doesn't care about ranged attacks. He'll be healing up his shields just fine. Actually, a little bit of a wasted volley there is a bit unfortunate. But the real question is, where is the Tomb King's Lord? They straight up just de-summon their Lord. Interesting choice, but not terrible. Pink Fire, annihilating those skeletons. Really good value. For a Pink Fire getting 300 value, that is huge. Almost a free entire unit of goblins. At the start, very good. Everyone outside of Canada calls it a jug. That's weird. That's weird. Regardless though, Stalkers, very good against the spawn of Zinch. Their armor is getting reduced, which is very painful for them, but they do have anti-large, so they'll be trading at least about evenly if they're stuck in melee. The Ushopti too, in a very safe position here. I'd say this is already pretty well in the favor of the Tomb Kings. We're seeing once again, Tomb Kings, because of their ranged, are always able to generally fight on their half of the map. And as we've said earlier, this is usually a rough time for the enemy player. Question is though, can Zinch actually shut these guys down? We're seeing a big play. The Lord's moving on in. He wants to get the Sword of Change right on top of these guys. They spawn instantly, which is very rough for these here constructs, but they probably won't be killing them. So I think Tomb Kings are still pretty happy about that. What is rough though is that their archers are getting annihilated. I'd say against Zinch, the low armor infantry there is a typically pretty rough position to be in. And there we go. We got a Cetra summoned in. Cetra coming in without the passive. Some honorable play here from ODM Tretch. Not going for the Mega Tomb King's cheese. Pretty nice, pretty nice. People are still talking about milk in chat. Oh my gosh. Ooh, making a Minotaur in the background? Dang. It feels weird though. That's something I would feel self-conscious about wearing in public. But maybe I'm just not Chad enough. Regardless, the battle progresses on. We're seeing as expected, the Tomb King's front line is starting to push through the Marauders. Tomb Guard are just simply too strong in melee, and they're doing quite well. Over here on the top, it's a bit of an even fight. Tomb Guard is slowly going down, but they'll hold for at least a few more minutes. And I'd say Tomb Kings are quite happy. They also got a recent heal. No, they didn't. Realm of Souls. They're going to be getting a Realm of Souls very soon. Hitting both of these Tomb Guard is actually huge value for the Tomb Kings. And as for the Demons, we don't have the tier 3 army ability yet, and that generally is the most popular army ability for Tzeentch to use, so we'll be keeping an eye on that to see when it builds up. And actually, some Marauders do manage to sneak by onto the Ushabti. They won't be killing them, though. And this will be the eternal struggle of people facing against Tomb Kings anywhere. It's really hard to jump on top of these Ushabti. They are a menace, for sure. Over here in the distance, the surviving archers proving their worth against the spawn. Already 264 value. Very nice for them. And that already is pretty much on the way to paying for themselves, though. I expect another pink fire dropping on these guys. Looks like Tzeentch is getting ready. No, diving in melee instead. Not a terrible choice. And over here, if we're taking a look at the general stock of the battlefield, trading's going slightly in the favor of Tzeentch, but because of the very strong healing that the Tomb Kings have based on their passive, I'd say Tomb Kings are still pretty happy. In the distance, no contest over here. Tomb Kings not really going for those blues. But overall, if we just take a quick stock of the front line, seems like it is a slight Tomb Kings lead. Very slight. The Tomb Guard here actually managed to win that middle area. And the Tomb Kings still have their range support, which is very huge. As for the Ushabti, they're just all the way in the backfield. They don't care about a single thing in the world. They're just chilling. And Tzeentch is starting to run out of steam once again. We're seeing a very strong sort of backline style of play, doing very well in this situation here. Just pulling the enemy back and having them sacrifice far too many units onto constructs that just will not die. Look at that, 9 models left. Their damage is basically unchanged. Absolutely brutal. Still talking about milk bags in chat. I love it. Oh my gosh. But still though, it's not completely out of the question for Tzeentch to win it here. We're seeing a little bit of cavalry dying here, and they do still have the point lead. In fact, they're actually even starting to capture the high ground here. There could be a situation where Tomb Kings will have to spread a little bit too far too thin to win the game. You have to also remember, Chosen of the Gods and Ushabti Greatbows are not that effective at killing chaff. And given that we're seeing Marauders and Forsaken getting spammed out here, Tomb Kings are sort of struggling to hold these points. Like, look at this. Fully captured now. Tzeentch has control of all 3 points, and they win in 6 minutes without much in the way of Tomb Kings to actually retake points. I guess they do have some chariots. They do have some Nehekara horsemen. But is it really that much? Is it really that much to capture? I'd say they can probably take this point in a decent amount of time, but the clock is ticking. And even though trading is fairly good, as long as both sides are sort of trading evenly, I would say Tzeentch is actually starting to pull a bit of an advantage. He will have to find a way to deal with these chariots and these other high mass monstrous units. Forsaken are not built to kill Ushabti nor chariots. And there we go, a nice response from Tzeentch, a spawn summon. This will be great. They take forever to kill. They should be able to pound these guys down. Though Cetra will be able to get some pretty good chip damage on them. We'll see how well he actually does. Over here on the high ground, technically trading down. Tzeentch still taking a lot of damage, but they're still holding. Another unit of skeletons falls, and not a lot of capture weight in sight. We're down to almost 5 minutes now. This would be insane if Tomb Kings manage to, or if Tzeentch manages to win this. Because usually it's pretty hard to win while trading down. But as long as they can keep these numbers fairly close, I think they're quite happy. Tzeentch looks like they did use one of their abilities. I didn't see a missile ability go down, possibly just getting more winds of magic. Not a terrible idea if you want to blue fire stuff like Cetra. So not the worst. Over here, we're seeing the chariots having a hard time. They're cutting down the Marauders, but the Forsaken are holding a bit better. This one unit of spawn, reducing the armor of these Nehekara horsemen. Actually, apparently not. This is just, he's not landing any hits. Regardless, the one spawn is in there to provide a little bit of mass. I don't think, look at that, more summons. I don't think Tomb Kings are going to take that high ground. I honestly don't think they're going to take the low ground. And like, these guys, they're not really going to do much. Like, look at this. They're just firing into the infantry, but it's all Marauders. Like, if we look at the value, they still haven't paid for themselves yet. Pretty rough, pretty rough. Now, ammunition is going to be running out due to the good graces of Tretch over here, choosing to not take the passive for himself here. Although, honestly, I don't know. I guess passive would have been pretty impactful. The more I think about it, the more I think I should ban the passive. Nevertheless, for now, we'll live with it. Cetra, though, actually going down. I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised. There is a lot of fire damage here. He does have fire susceptibility. And he doesn't have that much armor versus Forsaken. So, I can see that. He's been eating a lot of blue fires. A little bit disappointing, though, for a man that does not serve. Mighty 55 melee attack. Simply not enough. And it's been 3 minutes now, chat. It's been 3 minutes now, and we have yet to see a strong sort of rebound for the Tomb Kings. Despite their fairly good trades, it hasn't been going too well. One of the Ushapti dying before they even use all of their ammunition. And Screamer's actually doing pretty well right now. They've taken out one of them. Over here, if we take a look at this, we're seeing a single unit of Tomb Guard getting outcapped by the Blue Horrors. One of the worst feelings ever, having your elite infantry just fighting but not really capturing. And the trend continues. The trend continues. In fact, Tzeentch even taking the value lead with the kill on Cetra. He goes down. And I would say Tzeentch is even starting to take the value train now. I'm just not really seeing it for I'm not really seeing it for the Tomb Kings. Like, they do have the Tomb Guard fighting, but I don't know what really did it. Maybe it was Chariots that underperformed. This is a resummon of Chariots. They only got 400 gold value. And I think running into the spawn was a little bit rough for them. They'll be pulling in here. They will be able to get a pretty nasty charge on the blues. Charging through your own infantry is actually a pretty viable strategy. He takes out all of their shields. 25% of their HP. But wow. The Horsemen of Tzeentch getting massive damage on those Chariots. They do also have the fire resist, and Tzeentch amplifies that even more with the Warp Flame ability. These guys are doing about, they're doing like 25% more damage than they would normally. They're absolutely loving this situation. And all the way back down here, we're seeing the Tomb Guard trying their best against Spawn, but Spawn and Forsaken are insanely good against Tomb Guard. 25 armor for a second there on the charge. Forsaken took out a massive chunk of damage. And you know what? Maybe I should just play more Tzeentch against Tomb Kings. Am I crazy? Am I crazy, or is Tzeentch actually dominating here? This is amazing. Village? Yeah, yo, Village? We're never gonna see Village, guys. Village is no different from like your usual Footcaster Lord of Tzeentch. He doesn't even get a disc. Poor guy. Village got like the short end of the stick, man. Nobody'd be talking about Village. He like puts Spawn in your armies in campaign just so you can notice them. Oh my gosh, sad times. But regardless, Tomb Kings, they did pretty well. They traded into Tzeentch evenly, I would say. But because Tzeentch was able to capture all 3 points and fight on the Tomb King side at the same time, I think it was just a very nice level of Tzeentch play. Some more Spawn do dive in here. Reduces the Ushapti down to 60 armor. Spawn are actually amazing because Tomb King sort of fall in that range where they have a good amount of armor, but any amount of debuffs will reduce them into a range where they're quite weak. And you can see that coming into play, the Chariots taking massive damage all the way up here. Horsemen capturing the point. And I think Tzeentch has done it with 41 seconds on the clock. I don't think it's actually physically possible at this point for Tomb Kings to take the point. Tzeentch has won it. Massive capture weight on all fronts. This is it. With Tzeentch coming out with the W. Well played to Charix. Very well played to Charix. I think he did exactly what he needed to do here. He even shut down the Ushapti. Whether or not they even had the bug, you would have killed him. No comment though. No comment on that. I think I will still ban it, so don't freak out, chat. But Charix played very well. He did basically what he needed to do, and he didn't get army wiped early on. Very often we see people getting army wiped fighting here. I guess he wasn't fighting, he wasn't diving too deep into their backlines, and he only brought in the Screamers when needed. He saved them for just the right opportunity. Very well played, very well played. I like this build. This was very good. Despite the ranged advantage, those Spawn were terrifying. Ushapti only barely paying for themselves here. Stalkers getting shut down. I actually managed to miss that. I think they got caught up by Spawn. Though I do question the Foot Cetra. Would it have been more favored for Tomb Kings if there wasn't a Foot Cetra and the Chariots? Chariots got summoned multiple times and didn't pay for themselves. Foot Cetra didn't really pay for himself. I think it wasn't the most optimal Tomb Kings army, unfortunately. Nevertheless, well played to Tretch. You done did very well. But Charix will be the wrong image again. But Charix will be taking the lead. Moving on to his next opponent, which should be the winner between Ulrich Rahl and Zyphos. Yes, it should be the winner of Ulrich Rahl and Zyphos. We'll see how that goes. Foot Cetra, sad day. I know, the Foot Cetra was, wasn't the best, I think. Foot Cetra didn't feel too great. Did he forget to give Cetra a mount? I think because he wasn't actually counted as a lord. I think it was just to have a tanky character that wouldn't die to blue fire. Little did he know, though, Cetra actually dies to Tzeentch units pretty quickly. Yeah, I wonder which lord is better in this matchup, because you have Arkan the Black that you can bring in too. He does have that utility against the Tzeentch Horsemen. Fate of Buna will mess up Tzeentch Horsemen real bad if they lose their shields. And it's just an amazing way of routing them off instantly. I feel like you probably want Arkan the Black just to Fate of Buna them most of the time. Arkan is better if you're not going lore of Nehekara. I think so. I think the lore of Nehekara, though, he just went for the healing for it, and then he took the honorable play and didn't go for the passive, which I can respect. Nevertheless, the next opponent awaits. Charix is facing against the winner of Ulrich Rahl and Zyphos, and somehow they have not completed their match yet. So we wait. We wait for that. And in the meantime, I guess we already figured out exactly what shirt idea I wanted. The milk shirt. Let's see here. Milk bag shirt. I think if I just look up milk bag shirt, I'm pretty sure the image just shows up immediately. So I just have to find an artist that will put it together. I'll find an artist and then we'll go from there. Zyphos, please don't go high elves. He can go. Look, Zyphos is gonna go high elves no matter what people say. Zyphos is a madman. He is a true elf main. I can respect that. The great thing about Zyphos is that he's an elf main, but he rarely complains. He rarely complains about other factions. If he loses, he decides, you know what? All I gotta do is just play elves better, and he grinds them out. The madman. He doesn't complain to CA that much. He keeps it private. Keeps it to himself. Just stews. Figures out, how do I make Imric win this time? And then sometimes he will win with Imric against Norska. It's crazy. Yeah, we're playing a tournament right now. My very own tournament that we are hosting. It's great. I gotta say the double elimination bracket is fairly good. What? I said we were set for a 6-hour tournament. If we end at 7, yeah, so we're sort of set for like a 6-ish hour tournament. It's still a little bit long. I think the tournament could be sped up slightly. The thing about the losers bracket is that it adds a whole extra round to the event. Maybe you just make it best of ones the whole way through instead of having a double elimination. And I should do a poll. So let's see. I need to poll people. Poll people. I gotta poll people on the mod, and I also have to poll people on the pick system. And I also have to poll people on the what's it? Poll people on the mod, the pick system. Ah, yes, and double elimination. I don't have to poll people on the milk t-shirts. I think that's already decided, so that at least alleviates a little bit of pressure off me. Am I allowed to make it say got milk, or will I get sued? Will I get sued if it says got milk? Is that trademarked? I feel like it might be trademarked. Can you even trademark just 2 words and a question mark? It is very recognizable, right? I search up milk bag shirt, and I don't know why. There's one very Slaneshi result. Is there? I sure hope not. I don't want to scroll down too much. Should I fear it? I guess it depends. Is Google giving us different images based on where we live? It would, right? It's definitely got to be trademarked. I think so. I think so. Got Milk is trademark of California Milk Processor Board. Dang it. No Got Milk, guys. No Got Milk or else we're breaking the law. Isn't Got Milk just advertising milk in general, not a brand? Nah, apparently it's trademarked. Twitch says it's trademarked. 2010, May 24th, by the Milk Processor Board in California. Hey, Zyphos. I went high elves. Ha! I love it. Did you win? That's the real question. Did you win, Zyphos? The fact that you're in chat worries me slightly. Come on, Zyphos. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Maybe he's still playing it. Zyphos did the thing against Coast. He won? Yo, won against Coast? Dude, Coast is one of the top factions out there right now. Historically did lose to High Elves, but that is sick, my dude. Good job. Good job. And we get the rematch too, Zyphos. If you win against Charix, we get the rematch. Would be very exciting. Charix is an elf main too. We're actually seeing elf main on elf main action. Terrifying. Absolutely bloody terrifying. So one thing that so here's the thing. If I just do a best of one bracket, the tournament would be over in, actually the tournament would have been over like an hour ago. So I could do a best of one tournament. You know, maybe I do that. Maybe I do a best of one tournament. And man, and then like a finals best of three. How stable is it? How many upsets do we see? Have we seen many upsets? Does me losing to Archer count as an upset? I don't know. He's a pretty good player. He's a pretty good player. That was a solid Cathay play into my Dark Elves. I feel like I got outplayed there, so I don't think that was an upset. The bracket, by the way, is in the description if you guys want to look. Obese chicken, I'm upset. What's there to be upset about? We're seeing an elf mirror. It's great. Best of one might leave the players salty about their chances. There is that, yeah. The thing is, though, right? If it's best of one and I just host more tournaments, is that really a big downside? I guess the thing is you can't please everyone. But you can please yourself. And as a master of pleasing myself, I can totally go for whatever tournament format I want to. Yes, power to Enticity. Oh man, I guess, you know, if I win this tournament, maybe I should do, maybe I should just straight up do losers brackets. I should just stop. It's been too long. I've been streaming for too long. This is a hint that maybe I should make these streams, maybe I should make my tournament shorter, you know, just straight up best of one, right? Straight up best of ones. Slanesh approves. Each and every day we fall closer and closer to Slanesh corruption. Hey, there we go. There's a draft. Thank you, thank you. The draft is nigh, people. What are you guys thinking about? How many elves? Okay, here, you know what? We're gonna do a poll. How many elves? Oh, I shouldn't sing. How many elves? How many elves? Too many elves? Too many elves. Elves. We're gonna add some options here. Surely it has to be greater than 3, 4, 5. Here we go. How many elves do you guys think we shall see in this, out of these blind picks? I think the max is 6 elves. The max is 6 elves. If they both all go for each and every single elf, we will cap out 78% on 6, 0% on 4. That is a nasty vote. 42%. 42% on 6. 37% 3. Dang, that's like really polarizing. It's all or nothing with you guys. All right. Oh. Oh. The elf enjoyers. The elf enjoyers. Poll is closed. And we're seeing a tie. A tie. Well, it's the 40% against the 40%. Let's see who's actually right here. I think I can tell you guys now, 39% of you will be very happy. A solid 39% of you will be quite happy about this, and the other 39% of you are wrong. So incredibly wrong. So wrong. Of course they're going 6 elves total. Are you guys kidding me? They're both elf mains. I told you guys. How did this even happen? How did this even happen? When I gave all the hints possible. Is this GeoGuessr all over again? Come on, chat. Chat. Disappointing. It's Zyphos and Charix. Literally. The picture of Charix is a picture of Orion smiling at the camera, promising the elves. Zyphos. It might not be an elf this time, but regardless. Very well-known elf player. We can go anything else than 6 elves. Sorry, guys. Yeah, even Charix. Charix in chat. I hope you guys are ready. Now, here's the plan. They gotta play... The matchup that they play also has to be an elf against an elf. I'm seeing Dark Elf Mirror. Oh my gosh. Dark Elf Mirror is the only way it can be done. That would be hilarious, though. I've never seen a Dark Elf Mirror before. This would be great. Yeah, it's a draft of 7, Loopy. Sorry. Yeah, I guess I didn't set up the parameters well enough. Slap a blonde wig on it and it's an elf. So the beautiful Grimgore mod is, that's it. I guess it might not be a wig. It's pretty good hair. I guess the odds of it being a wig is near 0. It's just Grimgore. It's just beautiful Grimgore. Dark Elf Mirror or Zinch vs. Cathay? That'd be a pretty good one. Guessing it'll be a Dark Elf Mirror? Will it be a Dark Elf Mirror? It is the mirror match. The mirror matches are available in this tournament format. They do occasionally pop up. Enticity, can you explain this pick ban system? Both players blind pick 7 factions. They are paired off against each other as you're both picking one at a time. And then from there, both players will ban 3 factions. So for example, or 3 matchups. So for example, Zyphos, he sees Cathay versus Zinch, High Elves versus Chaos, and Chaos into High Elves. He's like, I don't want to play any of those, I ban those 3. Then Charix, out of the remaining 4 factions, can say, I don't like Lizardmen into Tomb Kings. I don't like Tomb Kings into Wood Elves. I don't like Wood Elves into Slanesh. I ban those 3. And then from there, the final situation, you end up with one last faction that the players must play against each other. A little bit confusing, but once you've done it once, it's not too hard, the pick ban system. It can be a little bit confusing, though, unfortunately. Oh, man. Some silly shenanigans. Zypho sent me a DM. Some silly shenanigans. What's it? Okay, interesting. And on best of 3, typically it's best of 3 to speed up the tournament. I'm just making it best of 1. Just because tournaments would go so long. Come on, Zyphos. So, what have they picked? Are they playing Bretonia? No. They haven't picked their factions yet. Unfortunate. Alright, nice. Hey, we're getting more feedback. Wonderful. I'm gonna compile all of your feedback that you DM me in chat. And we'll see what changes we can do to make the tournament better for you guys. Oh wait, no, is this a feedback message? Wait, no, is this a t-shirt message? Let's see here. Interesting. Okay. We might have found an artist. How much would it cost? Maybe. We might have found a t-shirt maker. Are they doing they're doing High Elves into Chaos. Dang. Zyphos with the tryhard. Zyphos, the first to back out. 2 planes careening into each other. And he dives away. Goes for the safety pick. Literally one of the strongest factions in the game right now against High Elves. Interesting, interesting. We're not gonna do milk bags and Marathi, chat. We're not doing that. That's an easy way to get banned out of most places. Nor are we wearing that. Best of one? Yeah, it's best of one. But it's double elimination best of one. Which, as it turns out, could be faster than doing best of ones and then semis best of three. I feel like it's a bit faster. The bottom bracket, the post elimination phase, always seems to take forever though. So I'm not a big fan of that. But at 6 hours, 6 hours feels like about the right time for a tournament to last. Anyone else feel that? All right. Grom the Paunch milk bags. Oh boy. Oh, okay. They're still waiting on the picks. Still waiting on the picks. I gotta be careful though. I can't say anything about their armies. Otherwise, I might spoil it, because I'm pretty sure they're both watching the stream right now. I have nothing against best of one. Just switch to best of three sporadically. Ah, yes, yes. If it's elf mains facing each other, you have to play a best of three. That's it's a special rule we can add. I'm not entirely against that. All right. It's high elf and chaos on both sides, and he chose the elf. Yeah, so it is actually going to be Xiphos as warriors of chaos and Charix as high elves. But Xiphos has absolved himself of all sin. He gave Charix both options. So he gave Charix both sides of the matchup. Chaos high elves and high elves chaos. And Charix went for the high elves, which means both of them have proven themselves worthy of equally wanting to play high elves into chaos, which is of course the most perfect situation here. And now all they got to do is make their builds before we die of old age. Tournament's lasting too long. Too long. How do you speed up? How do you speed up a bottom bracket? This is what I'm wondering now. How do you make the losers bracket just speed up a tiny little bit? I guess after this match, what? It'll be about 6 o'clock. Then I have 2 matches left, so we might end a little bit after 6 hours today. Turning on the lights so I don't look as orange. If anyone picks Grom in this tournament, they'll have my eternal respect. Really? What makes you say that, Maximus? What about Grom is so hype? Xiphos is not evil, Charix is good. Correct, correct. And Xiphos, ever the polite man, has given Charix the opportunity to play an elf. So it doesn't get much better than that. The funny thing is, though, is that because each pick 7 system allows you essentially 3 bans, you can always just ban all 3 elves to the detriment of having to play other matchups. You could have pre-submitted builds for the losers bracket. That would be a really weird way to go about it. Yeah, losers bracket, just completely changing modes. It's sort of weird. I'm not the biggest fan. Maybe we, Because the pick ban system is relatively fast. Pick ban system lasts a few minutes. The thing that takes the longest is people doing their bans. So, how do you speed this up? Ooh, look at that lighting. We got like a nice soft blue here as the sun sets. Dramatic. Very dramatic lighting. Anyways. I don't know. How do you speed up a loser's bracket? Do you just, because there's no way... I don't know. Because people... The top bracket seems to progress much faster. You have people waiting around a lot. Make the losers bracket start a round late. I was thinking that. Like, if you lose round 1, you're just out. You're just out of the tournament. That's a bit sad. Tournament's still going. Yeah, we have like 3 more matches to go. So we have this one. Winner faces me. Winner faces Archer in VM. Is how it's going. Maybe we can do something fun while waiting. I'm starting to get pretty tired. I don't got that many entertainment things left to do. Loser's bracket could be draft of 5. So the problem is, the problem isn't actually the pick system. Unless they have pre-built armies. The thing that takes the longest is pre-built armies, and I think the fact that losers bracket players are also having to wait on other people to lose to fill in. So I think that just naturally makes it take longer. Does it actually though? I think it does. One game, 8 versus 8. Just a huge free-for-all. That'd be interesting. It'd be terrible. People would hate it, but it'd be interesting. Watching a superhero movie now during the downtime. Interesting. I have no idea what you're talking about there, but sure, obese chicken. Losers bracket plays the LAN battles. I don't want to admin LAN battles. That's the problem. Obviously, joking though. Start the round late seems like the best solution to me. So, like, what would that be? If you start the round late, that just means that if you're in the first round of the losers bracket, you're just out of the tournament. It feels harsh. It feels harsh for newer players that will just play 1 round and they're done. Like, literally, they sign up for a tournament, they set aside some time, and they play 1 game and it's over. I guess I sort of went through that same experience. I played best of 3, so, like, I just lost 2 games in a row and I was out. All you do is you just sign up for the next tournament and have fun. Alright, there we go. Just negotiating t-shirt stuff, don't mind me. New players don't set aside that much time. It's true, it's true. You can have a losers bracket. You can have a separate tournament. You can just host a separate tournament for people that lose. I don't know how I feel about it. Well, like, cause, okay, here's the thing. I sort of had that, right? Where I just pre-split the tournament. So I was like, okay, this is the casual tournament. This is the tournament for hardcore players. That still doesn't really solve it though, because if you get a 50-50 split, you really only take 1 round off a tournament. So, yeah, like you can have a noob tournament, but it doesn't actually speed things up that much. Maybe it speeds up the double elimination a bit, but I don't know. We had Zyphos being confused by the map pool thing. I guess the map thing was a bit confusing though at the start. Good ways to get people some practice. Yeah. I was thinking we wouldn't have that many signups though, so I wouldn't really need a noob tournament. I was sort of right. Just sort of having everyone in one tournament feels like it works out a bit better. Regardless, armies. We're seeing Marauder Horsemen, Masters, Horsemen, Masters. The alternating Marauder Horseman Master sandwich with a good old Warrior Great Weapon in the back and a Hell Cannon. Choosing a different life path, you know. It thought this would be great, but really low ground is the way to go. If your opponent's going all in on the high ground, you probably shouldn't really commit too hard onto it, as it's much safer to just take the low ground points. Only 5 skirmish cavalry, it's true. A little bit of modesty there. Deadly build from Zyphos. It is pretty deadly. We also got Be'lakor, which I totally forgot about. He has the usual kit. Oh, melee attack reduction. Is that a tech against Imrik specifically? Word save is good. Both of these last 33 seconds. So Imrik, Be'lakor can basically be indestructible for 66 seconds. That is a very long amount of time. Healing, ITP, removal, Pit of Shades on the ranged. Very strong kit on the Be'lakor. Actually, a bit stronger than most people often go for. As for the High Elves, we have the Imrik. Got the Dragon Horn, pretty usual kit on him. You know, the Duelist kit. The thing is, Lord of Dragons only lasts 22 seconds. So Be'lakor will happily take a long fight against Imrik if the opportunity is there. Also, Starlance on Imrik, slight damage boost, but this actually gives a lot less than you would think. The Flammable is nice, but at a 25% armor piercing boost, it's actually not that much. Gives a nasty charge bonus though. Boosts this up all the way up to 80 charge bonus, which is nice, but honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of this item now that I'm looking at it. The fire weakness though, Flammable, that is much bigger though. That, never mind, I changed my mind. That is a straight up plus 20% damage boost onto whoever he's attacking. Plus the armor piercing damage, that's like 50% more damage. Overall, pretty good then. Plus the charge bonus. Initial fight, though, coming underway, we do have a healer. In the back, Dwellers, so no Earth Blood. And Be'lakor indeed is just taking the straight up fight. See, the Lord of Dragons is on him, but this fight will tip in the favor of Be'lakor very much in the next 10 seconds. Shadow Shroud is great, and as for Imrik, we are seeing 34 melee attack. Absolutely brutal. So he has about a 30% chance to hit. Both of them are sort of wet noodling against each other right now, but overall, I'd say it seems like Be'lakor came out the loser. Slightly less HP, Imrik getting the heals, but let's not forget Be'lakor does have healing if he chases off routing units, so he's not too sad about this situation. Now, Arnheim's an interesting map, as you sort of have plus and minuses for controlling the high ground. If you control the high ground, you have an easy transition into the middle, but to do so, you have to put yourself pretty outside. You have to spread out quite wide. That sort of opens up an opportunity here for your opponent to push in. The opponent also has a fairly comfortable choice of going harder on one side or the other. And of course, you're slightly behind. This is a nice defensive position, but you're going to be falling behind on points. So sort of time is of the essence to push onto the low ground, and you can see in doing so, he's exposed himself to the Hell Cannon, getting massive shots here onto those Lothern Seaguard. Now, Hell Cannon's not firing at Imrik, just choosing to kill off the infantry since Imrik is quite a tanky fellow. Already getting 354 gold value. That is not kills, this is value. A little bit confusing, but nonetheless, pretty good for the Hell Cannon so far. On its way to paying for itself, and a chariot. Some basic, generic Chaos Chariots. Now, they'll have a hard time versus Illyrian Reavers, pulling back immediately, but the lack of cavalry means that they'll always have to keep cavalry busy. And I'd say that's a fairly good advantage here. High Elves have finally pushed onto the low ground. And now we see who will actually come out on top. Chaos, it is now on the onus of them to take back the capture point. As for Imrik, he's still quite healthy, not too worn down. And on the high ground, these two Chaos Warriors, they might be able to start pushing in here onto the Lothern Seaguard. And it looks like Xiphos has the same idea. He's going to be walking on in. Now, for the Be'lakor, there we go, saying it right. He does get the big old Pit of Shades here, and he is going to be going for a bit of a dive. Or actually, no, just moving right on top, potentially looking for a fight against Imrik. Are we going to be seeing buffs and debuffs? Seems like it's going to be a nada. Imrik does get his Star Lance going, which is an extra 20% damage boost, plus armor piercing damage. It's mostly armor piercing damage, so that's almost 50% bonus damage. And it's going to be pretty scary, but Chaos, though, still quite scary. A massive charge annihilates his front line, and we have to wonder if High Elves can even win this fight on the ground. Imrik might be distracted by Be'lakor for a long time, and look at that, a decisive win on the low ground. And the Chaos Warrior with shields, almost a perfect matchup against the Lothern Seaguard, will be finding some coverage. Now, it is important to note there are some white lines of trace against vanilla warriors with shields. We'll see how well they do. Regardless, the Lothern Seaguard are busy and have to retreat. This means that they're not firing. A little bit of downtime going to be softening up the High Elves a little bit. But what's much more scary is that the low ground's pushing forward, and oh my gosh. Goodness gracious me. An overcast Pit of Shades. You can tell by how much the HP is getting chunked down. That is a 1,500 gold Pit of Shades. These guys are shielded. 1,500 gold. Instant shatter on one of them. The other one wavering. That is insanely bad for the Wood Elves. Oh my goodness. Their main force stoppers to stop these Marauder Horsemen, to bog down and keep the Hellstriders busy, are now gone. Chaos moving in with the Warriors, crushing the White Lines in the far side over here. White Lines trading slightly up against Chaos, but that's not going to be enough as the Warriors do find support. And the High Elf Lines is starting to crumble. What do they really have to push back here? One must wonder. Did Imric die while I was looking? Oh my gosh, did Imric die? Did Imric die? Please don't tell me Imric died. Please don't tell me Imric died. Not like this. Okay, Imric didn't die. Where'd Imric go? Oh my gosh, he's here? He's just flying up and down the hills? Oh my gosh, Imric accidentally over chasing the horsemen. That is not a good place to be. Taking a load of damage. Not looking great at all. Be'lakor healing up off the routing units. I think Chaos has done it. Unfortunately, as much as we dream, as much as we can dream of a high elf victory, it seems like today, sadly, was not the day for them. Be'lakor gonna be flying up, gonna be beating down Imric. Imric definitely not having the healing to support him here. I believe the caster got routed off, and that should be it. Unfortunate high elf loss, but I will say I do feel like this matchup is pretty difficult for them. Horsemen are just beasts against Imric. Oh my gosh, the Shadow Shroud gonna be blocking most of the damage buffs on this guy. Despite the debuffs going down, Imric still has higher stat line, but he has no other support to help him out here. It seems like he is already down to about a third leadership. Not much else to do. Charik's juking my casting with Imric. I know, he was hidden. He was really, really well hidden. Oh, look at that. There is a caster. Did Imric get a last-ditch heal? The thing is, she doesn't have regrowth. So there's no real crazy heals that can be dropped on this guy. But oh my gosh. Be'lakor turning around. Okay, nah, he's going to get a proper charge here. Breath attack coming on in. Oh, the full breath attack. Barely any damage. Be'lakor doesn't care. Yeah, we're seeing a mass rout on the high elf side. And I guess we'll be facing Xiphos once again. Once again, Xiphos. Will he take the elves against me? Or will he go full meta? He's shown that he's not afraid to play Chaos. He's also shown that he's pretty good with Chaos too. Another overcast Pit of Shades. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, but I just can't take my eyes away from it. How much value did this guy get? 3,100 gold value. Definitely paid for himself. High elves have typically pretty low HP per entity, which is why Pit of Shades is so good versus their infantry. Be'lakor gonna be landing in the Illyrian Reavers. And yeah, there's nothing else left here. There's nothing really left. Even Imric down to the last threads of his HP. 400 HP. A single summon of horsemen could probably take him off the battlefield. But will the javelins from downtown take him out? It looks like that's a no. Marauder horsemen, I don't even know how they see Imric from over here. But regardless, he's basically off the battlefield. Oh, some more javelins? Nah, they mostly miss. They mostly miss. I think Xiphos would take Dark Elves versus Ent. We'll see. I might ban him. What if I just ban him? GG. GG. It's totally GG. Look at that. Huge terror routes. Without something to kill Be'lakor, there's basically no engagement High Elves can take to really get a good advantage. Like even here. We got a couple Lothar and Seaguard trying to get a little bit of poke damage, but that's it. Be'lakor wins, people. He's the menace. He's the menace. Real question though, Hell Cannon. Paid for itself and desummoned. Worth. Definitely worth. I guess Imric might have been killing the Hell Cannon. I feel like it was desummoned though. Hellstriders looking good. Alright. Well, that's me and Xiphos. Me and you. Well played. Alright. Alright, here we go. Banning Dark Elves would be a smart choice. Should just ban all his High Elves. The thing is, if I ban his elves, he's gonna play better factions. I can't let that happen. Can't let that happen. That's just terrible. Alright. What's the verdict on chat builds the army? Because we're in losers bracket, I'm probably not gonna do it. I'm probably not. Think it's smarter to ban the strong factions, but it's Xiphos. My dude. Alright, here we go. Let's get the lobby going. We'll set the correct map. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're on map number 8, and it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is Black Ark. We are on Black Arks. Alright. We've looped all the way around. Here we go. Ban Dark Elves, not High Elves. He'll lose with High Elves. Beautiful. Beautiful. Bait him into playing the weaker factions. I love it. Alright, I'll go ahead and get the faction matchup picker, and hopefully we get through this fairly quickly. I'm starting to get hungry, guys. I can only go so much longer in this tournament. I need food. You know, I feel like, oh man, full best of one. How do I feel about a full best of one tournament? I don't know. How about you give chat a few options for a centerpiece as a poll? Maybe. Some of them can be really important, though. I don't want to lose Dark Elves into Cathay again, but maybe. We'll play around a little bit with chat. We'll get a little bit. You know, I'll get a little bit in. Just a little bit. It depends on the matchup, though. If we get a good matchup, then we're good. Food will slow you down. I need my milk. That's what I need. Alright, here we go. So it's Black Ark. It's a good map for, like, everybody. There's nothing crazy going on here. I guess it's a bad map for vampire counts. You generally don't want to go that way. It's also not the best map for Cathay because of how bloody massive it is. Is it a good map? Yeah, it's a good map. It's a good map for Zinch. It might be an okay map for... Am I just an Empire main now? Am I just filthing it out with Empire? I've seen Empire do some magical things. I'm changing my ways. I'm changing my ways when it comes to Empire. They just feel so good. Empire feels amazing. I actually like this map. I love Black Ark. It's great. I generally dislike elf maps. Really? What do you dislike about the elf maps? Is it the terrain or just the decorations? Because the Black Arks have a totally different feel from most Dark Elf structures and such. Alright, here we go. What are his factions? Interesting. Feast your eyes, chat. Who's top bracket here? Am I top bracket? I'm bottom bracket, so he picks 4. Here we go. The high elf buildings, yuck. Interesting. Do you like chonkier buildings? You like Bretonia infrastructure and design? As Malekith on a dragon doesn't work. What's this about Malekith on a dragon? You rather play Marathi into Cathay. I feel like Malekith on a dragon works as long as you're not eating bullets. Okay, what's this? So Slaanesh into Cathay is an obvious one. I'm top player. I'm top player. Oh, I am. Whoops. Zyphos, now he's schooling me about how my tournament works? How the turntables? This guy. This guy. Alright. What? We got Slaanesh versus Cathay. The Cathay rematch. Hammond, thank you very much for the $2. Why was the cow stationary? It couldn't move. I feel like that's something you could find on Google, Hammond, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you very much for the 2 beans of cans. What's it? Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves. Dark Elves versus Tomb Kings? No. Warriors of Chaos versus Slaanesh? No. Zinch versus Vampire Coast. Is he gonna play Coast into me? I'd rather play Coast into Escape. Ah, that sounds terrible too. Empire versus Chaos? Am I insane? Let's see. What's my insano-meter? Am I going Empire into Chaos? How insane am I? Empire into Chaos. Okay. Gotta think, Enticity. Think. Is it worth it? Is it worth it for the memes? Let's see here. Okay, now Emp versus Warriors of Chaos. Chat, you must decide for me. You must. This is it. This is your opportunity. This is your one opportunity. Alright, alright. Does Empire work into Chaos? People said that it wouldn't work into Dwarves. Okay, it's just getting more and more yes as time goes on, isn't it? Aren't most Bretonnian settlements abandoned high elf settlements? So I've heard. Oh, it's fluctuating. 56% say yes. 44% say no. I'll let the vote go on to at least 40 votes. Maybe, or until it gets decided, I guess. You're not fooling us. If you pick it, it must be some hidden meta. Ah. Oh, it's close. It's close. Alright. It's looking like it's leaning more yes. I'll wait till it updates one more time. By Sigmar, yes. Okay, yeah, it's... We're gonna get murdered by Chaos now. Alright, guys. I might as well just pre-select Empire. I gave him, like, some matchups that are insanely good for me, and then Empire into Chaos. You guys are insane. You guys are absolutely insane. We can win this, though. What's the worst that can happen, right? Empire doesn't work into Warriors of Chaos at all. He went for it. He went for it. Alright, here we go. Look, if I win with Empire into Warriors of Chaos, Zyphos does not deserve to win this tournament. Alright, Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos. Famous for their insane amounts of armor. Their crazy amount of Hellstrider spam. They can spam Hellstriders for days. That's the big worry, right? If we're just eating up, if it's just Hellstriders into the horizon, I need some way of taking them out. Now, I'm not without options here. Chat, we do have options against Hellstriders. Are they the best options? Not at all. Not even in the slightest. But, I think... How does this play out? How does this play out? There comes a time in a man's life when you must ask, what have you just done to yourself? This is a janky build, but it's sort of cool. Here's the thing, it's sort of cool. It's sort of cool. I would rate this build okay out of 10. Jeez. It's not a terrible build by any means. It sort of gets there. Yeah, the infantry for Warriors of Chaos is the scariest part, but I don't think that's the end of us. We do have some tools against Warriors of Chaos infantry. I don't think it's actually over. I don't think it's over, guys. Yeah, so like if I take that and then I put this guy on oh, that's an option. Maybe, yeah, here we go. Oh, yes. Yes. All right, I have the build. Guys. If this wins, that would be amazing. Just ready up. First to ready up. Grenade launchers are okay. I just checked. Grenade launchers don't do armor-piercing damage. Isn't that surprising? Grenade launchers don't do armor-piercing damage. Like, what? Since when? How did they not do armor-piercing damage? It's like the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Wagons are such juicy targets for Hellstriders. They are. But, we'll be fine. I think, yeah, we'll be fine, guys. We'll be fine. No, grenade launchers are literally 75% normal damage, 25% AP. It's crazy. They actually don't do armor-piercing damage. I am surprised. It's not an explosion, it's a firework, I guess. They have to shrapnel to get armor-piercing, yeah. But yeah, the explosion damage and the impact damage are both just normal. I guess the grenades of Warhammer aren't actually that strong. Should have invested in blasting charge tech. Blasting charges aren't even explosive either. Or armor piercing, I mean. It's really weird. There's a lot of explosive stuff that isn't AP. Like, our mortars? Yeah, mortars aren't even armor piercing. They're 25% armor piercing. What's going on? Just nothing. Nothing is armor piercing here. An adoption of a Kislev Pew Pew build? Maybe. Even in real life, most grenade kills are through concussion and shock. But that goes through armor. You can still get shock and concussion without with or without armor. So I feel like this should be AP. Maybe it's like mostly fire based. It's like a fire based explosion. It's like a gasoline explosion. Shrapnel doesn't do too much for armor. It depends on the armor and the shrapnel. A lot of armor stops concussion effects? Really? How does that work? I guess it stops the pressure wave from hitting you, I guess. Maybe that is how it works. I'm no explosives expert, so don't look at me. Mortars are generally are mostly good for guiding your enemy where to go. It's like being a conductor of an orchestra. I guess it's a weird analogy, but I'll take it. We don't have the dark gods of chaos in real life who protect us from shock. We don't have the dark gods in real life to give us silver shields, guys. So, like, if we look at the dwarves, they haven't invented silver shields yet. It's the dark gods, Gork and Mork. They are the most powerful missile barriers in all of everything. Just use a Warhammer to get through armor? Yeah, that's true. If we're talking the Warhammer universe, what else but just a Warhammer? Straight up. I really wonder what Zypho's gonna bring here. There's like he has like some pretty good options. He has like some decent options here and there. I feel like my build is okay. Like if this was, I don't know, I don't want to spoil it just yet, but I feel like my build's alright. Longbeards should get silver shields. Longbeards with silver shields sound terrifying, and 100% they should. Bludgeoning is great versus armor, of course. Fun fact, the Galmaraz model isn't really a Warhammer. It's a French weapon called, oh, yeah, it's, well, like, I don't know. It has the beak part, right? It's like a really big version of that. But it's sort of like, because it has the beak, it's an ice pick sort of thing for piercing armor. I've heard of that before, but I guess. Maybe like the hammer, you need both sides. I don't know. I get it though. My guess is wagons. Wagons do be good. It has Zyphos sinking, that's for sure. Since when are most grenade kills from concussions? What do you mean, since when? I don't know my grenade kill concussion stats. Is this supposed to be obvious? Yeah, Warhammers aren't actually that big. It turns out most weapons in most games are actually oversized. It's a sort of sight issue. If you have all weapons being the proper size in game, it can be really hard just seeing them. It makes the model look sort of weird and sort of dinkier. That's why I have like explosive shoulder pads. Vampirate grenades aren't AP either. At least they're consistent. I know the death globes are armor piercing. I don't know if the normal ones are. They deal so much damage, so I don't know if it matters. Yes, chemical warfare, the true armor piercing of our time. I wonder what Zyphos will bring. I gotta say, he be thinking. Zyphos be thinking. Oh my gosh. When did I say this tournament will end? I guess if we finish this game, we're gonna be slightly over 6 hours. We're gonna be like 6 hours, 30 minutes. He can't make the golds work? Oh my gosh, he just DM'd me. You can't make the golds work, Zyphos? Come on, you're not gonna summon your whole army, man. It's fine. You're playing against Tired City. It's fine, it's fine. No yawning. Alright, yeah, drink more water. How many of you guys in chat just yawned right now? Did I get the contagious yawn for any of you guys? Yawning is legit contagious. Yeah, Warriors of Chaos. Scary. I did a nice nope. Loopy. Resistant. You resisted it. You would be a good flagellant against Tide of Chaos. Is that a compliment? That feels weird. Regardless, it's true. You're resisting it. Took 3 deep breaths to avoid yawning. The counter strats, counterplay. How am I today? I'm doing pretty good. I've been having a fun time just getting some tournament action in. Yeah, I like playing in tournaments. They do tend to go for a bit too long. Because, like, I'm the type of guy that likes just streaming for 2 hours. I like my 2-hour streams. You know, hell, I'll take 4-hour streams. 6-hour streams is getting long. 7-hour streams, I'm like, all right, what are we doing? I might just do best of 7. I feel like, or no, I'm not best of 7. Yeah, best of 7. Let's take it to another hour. I might just do best of 1 tournaments with maybe best of 3s later on. That might be the best way to do it. So like you have like the finals is best of 3 and everything else is best of 1. You'll have a few upsets, but you know, the suffering caused, the sheer suffering caused, like poor Archer. He's been sitting there for like 2 hours now. This tournament lasted way longer because it wasn't best of 1. I'll do a poll on it. I'll do a poll on it. Here's the thing. Most people do not get to this point in the tournament. The only people that suffer is like me, Zyphos, and Archer. Pikes could be much bigger. Oh yeah, Warhammer spears tend to be small, yeah. Zyphos saying, oh god, here we go. Hilarious. Zyphos, I swear, you better not lose to my Empire, man. You better not. This is on you. This is on you to win. If I win with Empire, chat, you better go crazy. You better go insane. Now remember, it is only like 6:30 here my time. For Zyphos, it's actually starting to get pretty late. So, you know, maybe it's just a mercy kill if we kill him here. Oh man, I know he's been trying to qualify as of late. So, let's see. You'll notice this build is suspiciously similar to what I had going earlier. Except this time. Ba-boom. Literally only cavalry. Only cavalry, chat. What do you guys think? You guys think this is good? What do you guys think? We have our anti-infantry here. I don't need no more anti-infantry aside from 2 grenade launchers. We don't need any other. Hellstriders charging war wagons? I think not. I think the war wagons win it. 77% yes. Chat is delusional. Alright, what are we looking at here? Siggy. Sorcerer of Shadows. 1,000,000 horsemen. Yes. Wagons are amazing versus horsemen. You'll never see it coming. Alright, let's move this darn thing up. We do get the low ground, which is a plus. I do like me some low ground action. What I'm thinking, we get a little. Can I grenade launcher this? Is that a thing? Can I grenade launcher this early? He only has Marauders, which is a big plus. Marauders only is that's pretty nice. Maybe I want to get the poke damage going early. That's sort of the big idea here, right? We want to be poking him as early as possible to, we want to be poking him as early as possible, sort of weather him down. He's going to be moving up with the Sigvald. We're not going to take that bait. Never just randomly cycle charge Sigvald. But yeah, this hinges on me doing enough damage. So, there we go. We actually get the retreat on him. Interesting. What, do I just put my knights here then? Knights of the Blazing Sun go south. But yeah, you just ignore Sigvald. No one needs to be... No one wants to fight Sigvald. Screw that business. Just move up with the chariots a little bit. Maybe we get the sick pokes on him. Maybe we get the sick pokes on him. Okay, a little bit of poke on his horsemen. We have, oh, here they come. Fire at will. Fire at will. There we go. Look at that. The Sigvald taking the damage. Actually took a little bit of damage there, but Zyphos is making the big play now. He's advancing. So that means I gotta run for my life over here. Wagons are doing okay. Fran's gonna go for this guy, and then we'll just get our Knights of the Blazing Sun and bring them on in. Yeah, we're just gonna keep kiting them. It's fine. It's fine. I don't see a big problem just yet. Knights of the Blazing Sun right on top of them. And then Reichsguard for the doggos. There we go. Hellstriders taking loads of damage. Nice. Fran's also taking loads of damage. Terrifying. Regardless, though, we do have heals. And the heals are great. Will he go for my artillery piece, though, is the real question. We've dodged pretty well with our single entity so far. In fact, this thing's doing insane damage to those horsemen. Actually insane damage. Let's see here. Get the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Just beat him up. Keep on fighting. And then I guess we just can probably pull those guys back at some point. We'll see, we'll see. I can sort of stay there for a little bit longer, I think. I'm noticing that I'm running out of guys to hold the line for my poor old Hell Cannon here. And by Hell Cannon, I mean my my rocket battery, which is a little bit worrying. I guess if we just keep cycle charging, it'll be okay. Just keep on cycle charging. Maybe I can get these Hellstriders going. Should be able to beat them up a little bit, right? We'll throw down a regrowth on these guys. I just want my knights to live is the big thing. Okay. We'll just pull back over here. It seems like this thing is mostly paid for itself now. We can maybe get a little bit more squeeze out of it. Here we go. Grenade launchers. He'll never see it coming. Yeah, and then we're going to desummon this bad boy. Don't want it to become a liability. Heal. Over here. Grenade launchers. 1,000,000 damage on the Marauders. These guys. Still taking 1,000,000 damage too. Yeah, no, this is actually going pretty well. Look at that. Let's get some more grenade launchers. That felt like a bad play, though. I don't know how I feel about getting more grenade launchers right now, but regardless, I'm committed. Oh my gosh, Sigvald's taking so much damage from those wagons. What is happening to poor Sigvald? What is actually happening? Since when does Sigvald die to wagons? Wait, is Sigvald gonna die to wagons? The Sigvald. Is this the same Sigvald? Are we hacking the game? This poor guy. He's getting annihilated by the wagons. Oh my gosh. Franz is doing good. We're gonna throw down another heal here. He actually committed really hard by summoning in those dogs, and I think that might have screwed him. Oh my gosh, Sigvald's getting annihilated. Yes. Yes, you never saw it coming. Sigvald. Cut his healing. Oh my god, he's dancing with them. He's done for. Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. Disgusting. Never underestimate the war wagons, Zyphos. You're gonna be having nightmares about the war wagons tonight. Oh my gosh. The Empire Kite. He tried diving them, but they were too fast, too furious. Oh my gosh. Sigvald's dead. He's straight up just dead. That's disgusting. Alright, well, time to capture the points. It's a mass rout on his part. We just push forwards now. The lack of leadership is really, really bad for him now. He needs that leadership. He can resummon Sigvald, but it's gonna hurt him a lot. Yeah, we push with the war wagons now. France can go ahead and support over here. We get our grenade launchers, push onto the low ground, get some more knights going, and then we should be good to go. There we go, grenade launchers, massive volley on the Hellstriders, pull away. We take a bit of damage there. It's a little bit unfortunate. It's still not a terrible trade. Alright, nice. Next up is his caster, the last source of his leadership here. Just keep poking him down. Man, that was a really good pull away. He overcommitted a little bit. I gotta say, there was a little bit of an overcommit there. But it was definitely exactly what we needed to win this. Oh my gosh, there we go. Yo, Empire without infantry is actually the best. I should do more no infantry Empire builds. This is insane. Look at that. 4,000 value lead. Chat was right. The power of no infantry for Sigmar. Yeah. Gunpowder is the way, people. Gunpowder is the way. Now we do have some Hellstriders here. I'm going to pull away from them. We'll just continue hammering this location. We have more heals. Perfect. And then Franz can sort of bully these guys. Some more Hellstriders. Knights of the Blazing Sun are actually pretty good for us Hellstriders. High armor, high charge bonus is exactly what you want. Look at that massive charge. Bloody massive charge on them. Still taking a lot of damage. Hellstriders are still terrifying, don't get me wrong, but Knights of the Blazing Sun, people. Try them out. They're great. There we go. Counter charge over here. Looks like the caster's down. Grenade launcher support. And then get some more cavalry. Now, I wouldn't recommend this build to everyone. I would say this build is sort of, we sort of lucked out because Zyphos pushed really aggressively. Had he played a lot more conservatively, we would have been fine. I was completely banking on the fact that he didn't realize that war wagons are actually the biggest pain in the butt to chase in the world. Yeah, they are the most annoying unit to chase because they'll always be shooting at max capacity. And this is a pain I've experienced many times on ladder actually, so yeah, we can just sort of stick with this. Now we will have to desummon them in a second as our ammunition starts to run out. He's sort of starting to resummon a few guys too, but as long as I don't play too aggressively here, we'll be okay. But yeah, as a chariot unit, they're not especially useful. So I will have to, I will be desummoning them for sure. I wonder if he's going to bring back the Sigvald. My gut tells me maybe yes. He hasn't summoned anything in a while, which has me wondering. Let's get my knights together now. Keep your knights good and healthy. There we go. Okay, nice. And then the grenade launchers can sort of finish the job. So these guys are out of ammo. Let's pull them back. That should give me a good amount of money too. And I'm just going to pull back a little bit. No need to go too aggressive here. Grenade launchers can probably push that area too. And we're just going to go hard on getting more cavalry going. Oh, he stopped this one from despawning. Good play, good play. Here we go. Another one out of ammo. Grenade launchers, blasting these guys. Do my grenade launchers straight up die here? I feel like they do. We'll see. We'll see how well they do versus the horsemen. They might not do exceptionally well, but we'll see, we'll see. In the meantime, I think we have more than enough in case he summons Hellstriders here. So I'll just sort of back up and try not to take too much damage. Keeping the knights healed up, they're actually quite a bit more important than my wagons right now. And it seems like I might be able to start dominating that low ground. All funds are now going into the wagon spam too, as wagons are the way. Wagons are life, chat. There we go. Let's bring them back. So the rest of this battle is just going to be me spamming out wagons, I believe. Let's go ahead and push these guys off the point. That shouldn't be too hard. He did bring Sigvald back, though, which is a little bit terrifying. I wonder if he's going to miss the charge over there. It seems like he does. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Nice. And I think we barely keep this point together. We barely keep the point together. Oh my gosh. Very, very spicy, but we got there. Let's see here. Grenade launcher should be able to clean these guys up. And then we'll just basically ignore Sigvald. He's not the scariest threat in the world. He is a little bit scary, but that's a Pit of Shades. He's gonna Pit of Shades me right away. Oh, he goes for the pendulum. Actually has a pendulum in the back pocket. Dang. Okay, there we go. Low ground should be secured. We'll pull back. The pendulum was a little bit scary, but we made it out of there alive. And it seems like he's going mostly for his, we'll see, for skirmishers right now, which isn't too scary. I'd be much more worried about Hellstriders if they outmaneuver me. They could do a lot of damage. Regardless, though, Hellstriders do get routed off. I have to be very careful here that we don't accidentally throw. Looks like the wagon low ground strat is working out okay. And nice, we have this area secured. No more, one more Earthblood. One more Earthblood, so that's telling me I should start grouping up my knights.
We are Sigma's
And then, yeah, nice, more wagons. Wagons are a pain. They're a pain to deal with.
The Empire in
You can even kite Hellstriders with them if you do it just right.
the ground quakes.
There we go. Get a big heal on them. Amazing, nice. It's about as cost efficient as you can get.
Taking position.
And as for the low ground, it seems like this should be ours. Sick.
Our orders at speed.
Wagon number 6, yeah. Seriously, if there's one thing that has killed me on ladder a lot more times than I thought it would, it's gonna be the War Wagon. The War Wagon has consistently killed me on ladder. Just constantly. It's like, you always underestimate how strong they'll actually be, and then when you run into them, it's like, oh my gosh. What is this unit? How is it so terrifying? Okay, nice. There we go. So he summons in a Manticore. He's actually not going that hard on the Hellstrider play, which has me a little bit surprised. I would have thought the Hellstriders would actually be his way out, but regardless, wagon number 8 is now on the battlefield. Should be good, should be good. Let's see here. We are now out of healing, I believe. Unfortunate, very unfortunate, but we do have all the capture points. I just have to not get worn down by the storm, but I think given that we have this low ground so secured, I'm not especially worried. Because I can even start ignoring Sigvald now and just running him around the map. As for the Manticore, I'm not worried about that either. Franz is a beast. Franz is a beast, he can take on a Manticore. That's not a problem. It looks like these Marauders too having a rough time. Very good. Very good. Alright, sick. Come on, grenade launchers, go get them. These wagons can now start moving up onto the high ground as as Sigvald is back, and as we all know, war wagons, apparently the killers of Sigvald. Who would have guessed it? Yeah, I'll just bring them all over here. Nice. And Sigvald's just going to be running forever. This is a full mobility build, so it's sort of really good against Sigvald style, since you can mostly just ignore him. Grenade launchers actually using all of their ammo. That is impressive. Very rare to see that, but oh my gosh, here we go. The big play from Zyphos. He's going in for a big Hellstrider summon. Pretty terrifying, pretty terrifying. We're going to start the kite. Let the kiting begin, and the play is to deny him charges. So if I can land a charge and stop him from getting one, we should be okay. The wagons are here too, so there's a little bit of that. Franz with the huge buffs to anti-large should be able to help a lot here. And I think with the wizard in the back, we might be okay. That was a scary summon, though, of Hellstriders. I think Franz's anti-large might win it, though. Let's see, there's the Manticore. It dives in on Franz. I actually have to start desummoning units because I'm running out of stuff to bring onto the battlefield. Regardless, I think the anti-large has done it. Looking good. Let's desummon these guys early. And I'm just going to run his guys off the battlefield. And then the worst fear, 4 wagons. 4 wagons against a Manticore. That Manticore should be dying real fast. Okay, there we go, there we go. And, okay, let's start kiting with these guys. Let's get some more Empire. Let's get some more Knights of the Blazing Sun going. Oh yeah, here we go. We got the Sigvald surround. Wagons away. Wagons away. You can't shield this Sigvald. Yes. Amazing. Sick. Spectacular. The power of the war wagons is with us, chat. So yeah, there we go. Sigvald, he got 432 value with 2 summons. I can't believe it. These are insane. Oh, say what? The Sunmaker paid for itself too, just by bullying his cavalry. It did so much damage. And then my knights did okay. They were sort of the weaker link, but the grenade launchers coming in for the cleanup, it's really nice. I like that. I think his build overall wasn't really ready for this. He started with Marauders. It was rough. It was rough. But GG. Great game to come in on. Yo, Turin. Wagons are so good. They're so good. It's insane. Oh, man. The Bright Wizard healing really puts this together. With the Bright Wizard healing, it becomes impossible to kill wagons. It's just not possible. They're too tanky, man. Alright, well. There we go. Our final opponent. Let's see here. Where's he at? VM. Archer. Invite him. Okay. So you have 2 lives. I have 1. Map is Black Ark. Then what's the second map? Map is Black Ark, then Crossing. No problem. Alright, so he's gonna be here in a minute. Here we go. Will we win it? Oh, man. Oh, he was watching. He was watching. Oh my gosh, my opponent was watching me play Empire against Chaos. I love it. I love it. Oh man, yeah, this guy's great. I love him. Oh my goodness. Oh man, they're cool but time consuming for sure. They need a lot of time to get their ammunition off. You're sort of betting on the fact that your opponent will overreact and send too many forces to try and catch them. If you're playing against wagons and you're having trouble against them, the strat is to not dive them. Never try to kill wagons. You're gonna think you can kill wagons? You can't. Because they got a speed bump. And they'll always shoot even if you're near them. So, like, it's just such a bad idea chasing wagons. Their bullets come out really quick. They actually deal a lot of damage per shot. What you should be doing instead is damage mitigation. Get your marauders, get your shields up, and just take as little damage as possible from these guys, because they will ruin your life. Also, Franz with the Reichland Runefang only buffs himself. I thought one of these buffed affected units, all allies in range. What's the range? 35 meters. There we go. Reichland Runefang plus 24 melee attack in an AoE is actually just enough to get your knights to win against Hellstriders. It's not an optimal situation. You're sort of banking on the fact that your opponent takes a fight while Franz is around. But he gets just enough damage to rout them off despite the fact that they have ITP. So you can sort of get some of that action on. Alternatively, if you really want, you can even go for good old Boris. So he can give the crush the weak debuff, which is like, you know, it's also pretty good. I like Franz because he can also fight Bellicor though. But like you can go for crush the weak and then, I don't know. He doesn't have as much going on, does he? Yeah, I think I like Franz with the melee attack. Because for Hellstriders, you're not trying to tank against them. They're sort of like glass cannons that don't rout. So what you do instead is like, you go for the Franz army and then, yeah, you go for the Franz instead and you just want to damage them until they rout. And if you can do that, you're okay. That's the theory anyways. I don't think this build is actually, like, I don't think people should start counterpicking Empire into Chaos. Because eventually, like, people will catch on. But you know, if they're not ready for it, maybe. About to be nerfed. You know, if they nerf the war wagons, that'd be so sad. That's like the one thing keeping Empire together. You might try your first multiplayer game tonight? That's awesome, JW. That's awesome. Let me know how it goes. Send me a DM. Be sick. Alright, here we go. Army blocker away. Let's go ahead and get our lobby set up. And get our factions. So this is the rematch against Archer. He won the first match, which means that he actually gets 2 lives against us. Essentially what has happened is we're playing a best of 3 against them. And we already lost 1 round. So potentially he can just win here and take the victory. Which I think would be very well earned. If he just 2-0s me. So we're gonna be tryharding. We're gonna be tryharding as much as we can. Seeing if we can beat him. Fingers crossed, people. Fingers crossed. What is this? We got someone talking about what? Are we complaining about war wagons for Empire? These war wagons are they're pretty good. They're pretty good. I think they're like the one unit in the Empire that punches above its price range right now. They did get buffs, so But Empire themselves is not an incredibly OP faction. Alright, nice. So, first map is Black Ark once again. Here we go. We're readied up. Now, what factions do we play on Black Ark, people? Obviously, mobile factions are consistently strong. They've always done great. I'm going to throw in a little bit of spice here, though. I think just a tiny bit of spice is a good way to go. What else is good? Might as well. And then maybe this? Sure, let's try it out. Pretty sure they're talking about Tomb Kings, not War Wagons. Alright, sorry. Sometimes I skim chat. Sometimes I skim chat and I totally miss the mark. Regardless, our matchups are picked. So today, we might only have to play one more game, which would actually end this tournament at exactly 6 hours. Pretty hype. He is top bracket, so he's banding first. What do you guys think? You like the Wood Elf pick here? Wood Elves against Empire? Does Wood Elves beat Empire here? I feel like they don't. My gut tells me that it's actually a bad matchup. The passive healing for Tomb Kings? Yeah, yo, the Tomb Kings passive is crazy for healing. Crazy good for healing. Because you're just spamming out like the cheapest abilities known to man. What's this? We can do a Chaos Mirror. Legit, I would be happy to play a Chaos Mirror. It's been a while. We've been memeing a little bit here, so. And he has 2 lives. He has 2 lives, so. He could very well crush me here in the second game. And repeat. Wood Elves should do well against Empire. Traditionally, they don't, especially in land battles. This is the knowledge of the people in multiplayer. Most people say it's Empire favored if you're playing as Wood Elves. I don't think they have anything too special with Immortal Empires to really beat Empire. Like, you can kite a bit, but maybe on Black Ark it's okay. Like, if he gives that matchup, I'd be tempted to try it out. I don't think it would go great for me, though. Especially just because of how strong Empire Knights are. Empire Knights are incredibly strong versus Wood Elves. Incredibly strong. Go Chaos Mirror? Well, he's the one picking 4, so it depends on which factions he actually allows. He has dwarves in there. What a Chad. I love how I accidentally hard countered his dwarves with Skaven. It's hilarious. Mirror Chaos. Tomb Kings against my Vampire Coast. Slanesh into Dark Elves and Empire into Wood Elves. I think we go for the Chaos Mirror, honestly. I said I wanted to do it. Mirror. The other thing would be, yeah, no, the other one's terrible. Let's do the mirror. We'll get the mirror match out of our system. This is actually the first mirror match of the day. So, should be fine. Should be fine. Do I have a build? I think I have a... Do I have a Chaos Mirror build? No, I have, like, some random stuff. Alright. Let's see. How do we do this? It's on Black Ark. I think, You know, I have an idea, guys. It might be a terrible idea. It could very well be the worst idea, even. But, nevertheless, I do have an idea. Would Elves just need more answers, thing like Sunmaker? Yeah, just like a little bit more anti-artillery. They got hit hard by the switch to Ultra size, where artillery pieces now have 4 entities instead of 3. That does make a pretty significant difference, actually. Just because you used to use Waystalkers with Arrows of Kurnos to snipe them out, now you just can't. Unfortunate. Alright. I know what I'm doing, guys. I have the build. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This feels alright. This is gonna be a pretty spicy build too, by the way. This will be it's a little bit experimental, I'd say. Just a tiny bit experimental. But I'm pretty sure it should be sick. I'm pretty sure it should be sick. Maybe I'll be totally wrong here, but I'm trying to think of what he might bring here, and I'm not that terrified. I'm not that terrified. Arrows of Kurnos are worse now too, are they? Interesting. I haven't tested them out since Immortal Empire, so I actually don't really know. This is gonna be a fun build, by the way. This is one of those games where the shenanigans are abound. Let's see. I guess I can take this and then upgrade this to that. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I hope you guys are ready. This is gonna be it's gonna be something. Oh man, I have no idea how this actually plays out too. But you know, if we lose it, we lose it. It's fine. I already have like a million tournament wins anyways. What's this? We're talking about lore? Loopy's talking about lore? Hype, hype. I guess I could take, ooh, I could do that. That would be hype. Is that hype? Yeah, that's hype. Oh boy, this is gonna be real interesting, guys. This will be real interesting. Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this even? What am I doing? What is this? What is this army? This is like, oh my jeez. I don't know if this is the best thing I've ever done or the worst thing I've ever done. Maybe a good sign. Maybe a good sign. Oh my gosh, do I do this? No, surely not. Oh boy, this is such a weird build. But it feels like it should be good. Aspiring champions? Aspiring champions are okay. They're okay. They don't have armor piercing, which is what makes them real janky though, but yeah, they're okay. Let's see here. How do I round out this build? I guess that's the final question. I guess I can just take 2 of these and then I'm good. Honestly, not a terrible build. I'm looking at this right now. I'm feeling, all right. It's not a single thing that can go wrong here. Zero. Absolutely zero things. This build is like... Oh my gosh. I don't know how I feel about this build. On one hand, it's brilliant. On the other, it's hot garbage. Oh, I guess I'm missing one thing. Let's see here. I should take this 100%. Yeah, I can't tell. I can't tell. Is this a bad build? Or is it amazing? Alright. This'll do. Six skirmisher, 2 Hellcane and Buna, the ultimate anti-skirmish. It's not a terrible strat. I'm trying to think of what he can do to kill this though. And I'm sort of blanking. Let's see. What can he bring that can kill this? Yeah, no, this should be fine. This should be fine. As Falcon would say, it's a build. You know, I never watched Falcon that much in the before. Aspiring Champions hype. Aspiring Champions are pretty cool. This match usually goes to the one who has Be'lakor. Be'lakor is insanely popular here, yeah. Because he has that Pit of Shades. Alright, so it looks like the tournament's going to end at about 6 hours, 30 minutes, maybe 7 hours, which is very long for a tournament. I should, yeah, I need to. I think the double elimination just makes things take forever. Especially the guy that makes it to the finals. At least for them, they can take a break. But as the caster, it feels like I'm just... It feels like it's so long. Alright, here we go. Mass Hell Cannon. Mass Hell Cannon is... I don't think Mass Hell Cannon's the way to go. Technically, they pay for themselves, though. What do you guys think? I guess I should poll. We win this? Question mark? You know, if we lose very quickly, that's also, I also call that a win. What do you guys think, chat? Well, you gotta see the build first. I guess if you're really confident, you don't have to see the build to start voting. Here it is. Here it is. Behold, chat. And cower in fear. The Zero Skirmisher build. Here's the theory. Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. Skirmishers don't actually do that much damage to shielded Chaos Warriors, right? We just shove them back with Forsaken for days. We use the Chaos Giant to kill Sigvald. Trust me, Chaos Giants annihilate Sigvald. Why did the yes just drop in percent? We have the Chaos Giant to kill Sigvald. We have the Weird Spawn. Sick for their ability to reduce armor and provide terror. Because my only other source of terror is the Giant. I want to change my answer? Oh, come on, chat. Come on, we're fine. Look at that. 67%. I'm going to end the poll now. 66%. I think we'll be fine. Less than 6 skirmishers. It's a little bit of a weird choice, but the thing is, I'm guaranteed to win the frontline fight with an army like this. And I have the one shield here, and then I can rotate the aspiring champions here. So, like, with one shielded unit here and a reinforcement of Forsaken, he'll have a really hard time retaking this point with his own skirmishers. And then for me, we got the Blue Fire. Blue Fire is the counter to all things that counter this build, so if he does have Be'lakor, I should be able to gun him down. And then we have a couple Hellstriders just to counter Hellstrider play, but primarily I'm actually just going to be spamming Forsaken because they do quite well. And for his build, okay, nice. We both went Sorcerer Lord of Zinj. Pretty typical. Funnily enough, though, he doesn't have that many targets for this guy. While I should be able to focus down a couple of his Horse Masters. He's got a modest Chaos Warrior Great Weapon build. Okay, nice. So here's the plan, right? We start rotating this way. We got the sick Blue Fires out over here. And then I'm just going to resist the urge to summon Hellstriders. We don't need Hellstriders, chat. Enticity, resist the urge. Resist the urge. Alright, nice. Ooh, I can waste some ammo here with my Lord. That's a big plus. So here's the plan, right? We just pull these guys back, have the Aspiring Champions tank for us, and we're good. Look at that. Look at the jukes. Look at the sick jukes on that guy. Oh my gosh, he's never getting hit. Another Blue Fire, quick. Weird Spawn. Boom. Dodge. Dodge, darn you. Dodge, darn Disc Lord. Alright, there we go. Nice. So, we're just gonna be... It's full damage mitigation here. He might Blue Fire me. That's honestly okay. I'd rather he Blue Fire my Lord than my Chosen here. So, we're just gonna keep away. Keep nice and safe. We don't have any ranged, though. So, I physically can't pressure his guys here. But we burned a lot of his ammunition already. Oh, there's a Blue Fire. Oh, right on the Chosen. That is painful. Wow, that was a value Blue Fire. Wow, that was a very value Blue Fire. All right. There we go. A little bit of dodge action. We're even on the Blue Fire, but he only sent one in, which has me a bit worried. So he's on the slight cost efficiency front, but I'm still happy about the turn of events. Man, I dodged with my warriors, not my Chosen, but whatever. There we go. Get the Forsaken going. And look at that. Look at that Aspiring Champions, man. Look at that, the jukes. You can't hit them. You can't even see them. They're too hard to hit. Ah, yeah. Sick Aspiring Champions play. Chat. Chat with the sick picks. Alright, another Blue Fire on him. We are winning the trades, but we're losing on the magic fight. Yeah, these guys are actually pretty pesky to hit, apparently. Look at that. Actually, a little bit. Oh, crap. Oh, my gosh. Well, that's half HP. I love how he's just catching up on in the value with his Blue Fire spam. That's a little bit sad to see, but there's not much I can really do about it. We're just trying to mitigate damage. He's spamming that in Hellstriders, though. So the thing is, Forsaken are really, really good against Hellstriders. So I'm not that worried about that situation. Another blue fire on some horsemen. We're gonna get a little bit of damage here. We can dodge. Just keep on mitigating damage until the end, and then we should be fine. Now, will he rotate here? That's the real question. Is he gonna rotate onto the low ground? I do have to be wary of that, and we need to keep our Forsaken there. But we do have the double cap. I feel confident about a double cap. Makes you feel warm and fuzzy. Aspiring champions can start dodging. Just keep on dodging, aspiring champions. It's the only thing keeping you alive. Hellstriders don't actually do that much damage to them, I think. So that cycle charging won't really help them too much. Nice, and then I think we just park a Forsaken, like, in the middle here. He's gonna summon some Chaos Warriors, that's fine. I can even, I can rotate a Chaos Warrior down there if I wanted to. Alright, look at that. He can't even advance. We have too much meat here. Alright, so now we just have to weather the storm. We have to sit here for like 12 minutes. Sit here for 12 solid minutes while we eat blue fires for days. Gonna be a little bit painful here, but on the plus side, he can't really advance towards me either. So perhaps we're fine. Like I can spam more units than he can send my way. Overall, we'll have more guys. Okay, interesting. We'll send another unit over here, and then get another get a spawn. I think we'll get a spawn on the high ground. There we go. Aspiring champions are doing great, though. I love them. There we go. Another blue fire. He only has blue fire, too. That's a big plus. Yeah, so I'm going to have a Chaos Warrior and a shielded guy against his Forsaken. My Forsaken can move up here to deal with these guys. And we're just tanking them. It's going to be a long tanking, but honestly, the damage trading's okay. And these guys aren't great at fighting in melee, so... We'll see, we'll see. Just keep dodging, just keep dodging. We're taking so many missile shots. I wonder if he's gonna straight up just go for the D-summon. He might. Let's see if I can move up with my Lord here. Charge these guys into here. He's starting to go pretty hard on the low ground. I think it's about time I sort of start going there myself. Get some Forsaken transferring. And then, yeah, I'm gonna get another Forsaken here. Alright, let's beat up these Marauders. Oh, they're just Marauder great weapons? That's not too scary. Yeah, there we go. My Lord taking a little bit of damage, but that's okay. And then we get some blue fire on him too while we're at it. Nice. Now, he's making a pretty big rotation here. This is a little bit of a... It's an interesting play. We'll see how much this pays off. He doesn't have that much ammunition, but he does have a decent amount here. So, like, I might be tempted to move these guys forward. But I'd really rather just win this low ground fight. So I'm just going to commit hard on that. I do have a lot of guys here that can trade well. Like I have the Forsaken too. We have some counter Hellstrider play to send in here. And then I also have this bad boy. The ultimate, the Sword of Change. Smack dab on top of all of his cavalry. There we go. That should do pretty well. He gets the Sword of Change on me though, which is also a little bit painful, but... regardless, he's nearly out of ammunition, so I call that a plus. There we go, we routed off his Hellstriders. My Lord's taking a little bit of damage, but overall it seems like this fight's going okay. He is winning it, though. He stole the capture point, so in terms of capture point lead, it is a little bit more scary. Let's get the Forsaken on those Marauder great weapons real quick. Spawn are doing fine. And then we'll get another blue fire on this Forsaken unit. As for the high ground, I'm not that terrified. In fact, I think I even win this. He doesn't have that much infantry, right? So let's just go hard on this. There we go. And then pull my Lord away so he doesn't die. Over here, we're fine. I do have a unit of Chosen, I believe. No, they made the transition. Whoopsies. So we're going to have to fight it out here. We're going to have to scrap it out. What do I have left? Spawn? That's a bit scary. We might win the low ground fight. I think I overcommitted with my Chosen. That was a bad idea. These Chosen should have been up top. They would have annihilated here. Very unfortunate. Regardless, we do have a good leadership. We do have the good leadership. I just don't want him to capture this point, so I'm just going to push forwards a tiny bit. On the low ground, we are doing okay. It is a mass rout on his part. So I'm thinking this is what we do. We get the 2 Hellstriders, rotate them onto the high ground now. And then get the spawn over here. My Lord has taken tremendous damage, but regardless, he'll be fine. And then for the Forsaken, we'll charge him straight into those Marauders. Forsaken will love fighting Marauders. There we go. Big route over there. Forsaken are going to start pushing in here. We have some spawn. We got some blue fire. We'll see how it pans out. Come on, get that blue fire off. Get the blue fire off. You know, this bottom area went amazing for me, though. I can tell I overcommitted way too hard over there, but at least we got him to the right side of the battlefield, which is a plus. He might also kill my Lord, which is not great. Come on. There we go. Not a problem, not a problem. Yeah, I committed way too hard on this low ground area. Look at that. Committed really hard there. That's a problem. Let's just keep running. Just keep on running. Get the spawn in here. And hope that we can trade up. As for his Lord, I'm just going to keep him busy. Oh my gosh, that's a painful blue fire. Oh my gosh, if something's going to make us lose today, it's that. Jeez. Jeez. You get out of there, Lord. Get out of there. Not a problem. Alright, nice. So he's out of there. Sweet, sweet safety. He will have the advantage in that his Lord is still here, but, you know, maybe it's time for the Giant. Giant's going to go and just plow through over here. These guys can start rotating onto the high ground. That's a big old death blob of Chosen. I think if I had just left one Chosen unit here, it would have been so much better. That was such a big misplay with the Chosen. Regardless, though, we'll work with what we can work with. Oh, I think he's won. I think he's won it unless this blob crushes it. It is a nice Chosen blob. It is a very nice Chosen blob, but it's very slow. It's very slow. It's gonna have it. They're gonna have the work cut out for him. Not to mention this Giant is 100% dead. It's gonna die to Hellstriders. Oh man, the Giant was for Sigvald, but I actually ran out of units to bring onto the battlefield. Not a great feeling at all. All right, let's get some Forsaken over here. They'll be able to support the Giant against any Hellstrider shenanigans. As for my spawn, we're just gonna retreat, and then we're just gonna grab these guys and just plow them forwards. Oh man, look at this Chosen, the full HP. They could have been crushing it here. They could have been annihilating it over there. That's very unfortunate. Regardless, let's de-summon these guys. I think legit they would have annihilated over in this location. Still though, trading's going okay. Look, we got a Giant, okay? Alright, chat. We have a unit of aspiring champions. We can resummon some Forsaken in a second. He's gonna kill my guys down here in a second. Come on, Chosen, get there. It's the long con, guys. It's the long con. Alright, nice. And then this one warrior unit's just gonna have to kill all of these horsemen. Alright, look, at least the spawn are doing well. I'll take that. How about this? Come on, just push in. Just push in. Get the Giant in there. This top area might go my way. The question is time. The question is very much so time. Will we be able to clean this up fast enough? I have no idea. He does have 2 Hellstriders here and a Horseman. And they're instantly routed. Wow. Oh my gosh, my guys are chumps. My infantry is chumps. I'm pretty sure he just holds the points until he wins here, but we're gonna keep scrapping it out. Might as well. It's the final game of the day. Here we go. Solid charge on his Horsemen. Solid charge on the Hellstriders, probably. The Giant is doing okay. Come on, beat up his Lord. Look at how well the Chosen do. I'm so sad about the Chosen. I feel like I did them dirty. I feel like I did them dirty. I had them walking around the entire game. Sad times, sad times. Let's go ahead and grab our Forsaken unit. Grab him, throw him over here. We still have a chance, you know, if this Giant just kills his Lord right off the bat, you know. There's always that chance. The Giant do be mighty. The Chosen, cleaning up his forces. We're recapturing this bottom area. Big plus, big plus. He's summoning in more horsemen. Not a big plus. Oh, look at that. Some Hellstriders routing off. Oh, look at that. The RNG actually went our way. That's a big plus. Okay, okay. Come on, just a couple marauders over there. Come on. Maybe he's gonna throw. Maybe he's gonna throw his lord. Come on, throw your lord. Throw your lord. You have so many extra games anyways. Okay, look at this. Marauders. They should tear her out in a second. Oh my gosh, the Chosen would have crushed it. Come on, Giant. Oh my gosh, his lord is routing. Oh my gosh, his hubris? Can we win off the hubris? The hubris victory? Come on, just give me the dead lord. Come on. Come on, just one dead lord? Just like a single dead lord? Is that too much to ask? It's like a singular lord death. I'm gonna get spawned here. I don't think bringing in my lord will save me. Alright, nice. So, we have this point secured. Point secured. We have our Forsaken. They're gonna hold the fort. These guys are gonna advance northwards. Over here, my Chosen have done amazingly. They've done great. Will they be able to finish the job? We'll see. Over here, the Giant getting some work done against his warriors. Big plus. Come on. Man, if he sends in his lord, I should be able to kill him, but... Alright, nice. Look at that. Low ground secured. Low ground secured. Come on, you darn Giant. Giants actually have pretty good capture weight. So, I really want them to... I really want them to get their work done. Come on. Oh, come on. Just let me capture the point, I swear. Come on, please. Just once. Just once. Is it too much to ask? Is it too much to ask? Oh my gosh, he's retaking it. Oh, I don't think I can take it in time unless the Chosen just crush it. They might, but he might just stall the point long enough is the problem here. So he's abandoned this area, right? So that he can fully hunker down here. Now I do have the 2 minutes. I do have the 2 minutes to make the full rotation there. He can't steal this point. But like, I don't have a full 2 minutes. That's the problem. His lord routed off again though, which is hilarious. But I need to capture this point as soon as I can so I can just transition. Oh, come on. It's so close. If I hadn't lost my lord, this would have been way different. Come on. Get the point. Keep the Chosen in the fight. Oh my gosh, this one's not going to cap in time. I think these guys making the transition won't make it. Dang. Dang, I lost. I lost because of the Chosen. I should have kept them on the high ground, guys. The big fat misplays. Brutal. Brutal. Well played, though. Well played, Archer. You done did well. You done did well. I gotta say, this build is actually sort of hype. I feel like Chosen Great Weapons is pretty good, but the Lord of Change, Zinch guy, ended up doing a lot of damage. Unfortunately, it was not enough. 5 seconds until the end of the game. GG. Well played. Was a fun one. Was a fun one. I really like that build. I feel like I still need like 2 Marauder Horsemen if I want it to be optimal, just to stop me from taking too much poke damage. But like, I feel like 2 Marauder Horsemen and then like spam Chosen. I almost want a Nurgle caster just to heal, but the problem is that he would just blue fire Festus to death, so I think there's no chance of that. Regardless though, very fun game. Look at the mitigated value on the Horsemen. Slightly mitigated. They still paid for themselves, but what can you do? What can you do? His Hellstriders, amazing. His Hellstriders did very good. Yeah, he played it more standard. I think my Giant, you know, the Giant actually did okay too. Was fun though, was fun. Tragobe, thank you very much for the deckhand. 4 months. I'm too tired to watch the stream. Good luck, thank you, and peace out. But legit, that was the last game, so we're done. We're done the stream, people. Was very fun. Was very fun. I gotta say, I had a great time. We got a bunch of Empire wins in, which is honestly all I could possibly wish for. Didn't I say I was already quitting multiplayer? I'm like half retired right now, so I'm not like full quit. I still play it, but I don't try hard as much anymore. I think I don't have the energy to fully try hard. And honestly, this is much more fun anyways. You lower the stakes. You don't have to kill yourself every time you lose a game against people. It's nice. It's nice. But alright, needs more Giants, maybe. But peace out, guys, and I will catch you guys later. I'll probably be streaming some more campaign tomorrow, so tune in for that if you're interested. And I think that's basically it. Have a wonderful day. I'm gonna go close up this tournament stream now. Peace.